because it's so early. But this game seems as awesome as I thought it would be.
Wow.
Yeah. So you're saying that our meltdown guys maybe lack of sleep, stuck in a small area, playing online all night long, maybe woke up on the wrong side of the bed?
Well, one of two things. They're filling in for you back in Birmingham
Of hating everything.
being so critical, or they aren't as good at this one as they've been at others.
Interesting.
So lack of talent, making them dislike the game.
Yeah, I used to be really good at Madden and EA way back in the day when I was in college and fresh out of college, and I stopped playing, and so I don't like to play anymore because I'm no good anymore.
I have seen some online criticism of the kicking. To Lunceford's defense, now Tyler said it wasn't an issue.
Don't dress a kicker.
I'm surprised.
Go for 2 every time. Why would you not?
I'm surprised Tyler kicked. I thought Tyler was fourth down go every time.
If we get into this league, I am going for it. 4th down every time, and I'm going for 2 every time.
You'll never punt. You'll never kick.
I will only punt if I'm more than a fourth and double digits.
Okay.
4th and double digits.
Yep.
It's
4th and 9, we go. 4th and 10, we punt.
Your analytic guy's going to be like,
I got my sheet right here.
It's 4th and 10. What are we going to do?
4th and 6 for my 13.
Go.
3 minutes into the game.
Go.
We are going.
We're going to go for it there. Tennessee's Josh Heupel is the last quarterback to win a national championship at Oklahoma. That was 2000, right?
Yeah.
24 years ago.
Crazy.
So he has not been back to Norman since then. What happened? Do y'all know the story?
Oh, since he got fired as the coordinator.
Is that what it was? Since he got fired as a coordinator. But he hasn't been back since he got fired as a
I
coordinator.
wish Grant was going to join us because Grant Burking knows the exact story.
And Dusty can tell the story, too, I would imagine, from the Oklahoma side
Yeah.
coming up
Dusty
later on.
can. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just always heard that the firing just led to bad blood between he and Stoops.
Yeah.
And Stoops still has such a presence around that program.
Well, the belief was Stoops should have fired his brother. Like you know,
Stoops' brother was the defensive coordinator.
You look for that scapegoat before the head coach takes heat. We know one of the moves is you get rid of a coordinator or two, and Heupel was the guy that he got rid of, and he just hadn't gotten over it.
It was the old fire the coordinator by some time, and instead of firing the guy that was the obvious issue, who just so happens to be your brother, you fire the guy that probably should have been fired, and that it has always been bad blood with Heupel.
Yeah, and that's one of those sneaky games that, if you're a college football fan, you look at Tennessee, Oklahoma, it looks awesome. But when you really dive into the storyline, it's going to be interesting.
And on top of the fact that it's Oklahoma's first SEC game in Norman, I mean, it's going to be massive for them. Tennessee's first big road test because they play NC State on a neutral site. And I mean, a sneaky, I don't know that Oklahoma, you would consider them a playoff contender. I guess you can, but Tennessee is a playoff contender. You lose that game early, boy, that is an uphill battle. If you're Tennessee, you still got to play Alabama and Georgia. The rest of the SEC games.
Man, I'm looking at Texas A&M's schedule. I just wanted to go back to them real quick, and I don't know what you guys think about this. It would be so Jimbo Fisher now that he is gone with all of this talent that he
When
brought
on
in
YouTube, you constantly hear requests to please like and subscribe. Well, here at Disrupt Media, we aren't going to play that game. Those demands are frankly outdated. So we just want you to hit like or subscribe. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure novel. Pick a path, hit like, or hit subscribe. It's your call. We don't care which, just pick one. Or go to Roll Tide Pods and do it. Or War Damn Pods. Or the Disrupt Media YouTube channel. Or the Meltdown. Just make a decision and stick with it. Like or subscribe, the choice is yours.
Golf season is here, and if you're looking for a great golf course with affordable rates, you need to check out the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. Woodward Golf Club is a semi-private club with membership opportunities available, but is also open to the public. You can book tee times online at this hidden gem by going to golfwoodward.com. For only $195 per month, you can enjoy unlimited golf 7 days a week. Membership includes discounted cart fees, unlimited range balls, and the use of our practice facilities. For more information on memberships and the course, check us out online at golfwoodward.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Day 3 of SEC Media Days presented by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, promo code next round from the Omni Hotel in Dallas. It is Alabama Day. that is shifting into a Texas afternoon. The Longhorns are here. Everyone's waiting to hear from them after we heard about horns down not being a penalty in the SEC next year. We'll talk more about that coming up. But it's been a fun morning with the Alabama folks. Kalen DeBoer and Jalen Milroe, those interviews are up right now on our YouTube platform. So enjoy that at your convenience and share with others. As always, Tyler Booker, it will drop very soon on all of our platforms. So go enjoy that as well. Let's start with Kalen DeBoer. Early this morning, he swung by, spent a lengthy amount of time with us. A guy who is always generous with his time, always comfortable in his own skin, and was in a very good mood this morning.
He was, yeah. First time at the SEC Media Days. I know they have done Pac-12 before. I doubt it compares to this.
I wouldn't think so. I just walked through the convention center on the right side, not all of it, because I don't even know how long that would take. And are you convinced that Reunion Arena used to be where the convention center is?
I am. I heard somebody actually talking about that today.
I really, truly believe it's still Reunion Arena. They're the bones of it.
Oh, I think they leveled it.
You think they leveled it?
I thought, because so there are multiple things going on in this hotel, which is insanity. And there's some sort of chambers of commerce group that is here. And actually, it's kind of funny. A couple of them are from the state of Alabama, and they've stopped by to say hello. They were just out here. I don't know that they put two and two together. I had another family stop me downstairs. I mean, I am blown away about the reach of our audience. A guy and his kids were just standing downstairs waiting on Kalen DeBoer, and he's like, I watch the show every single day. But anyway, there's a Chamber of Commerce, and I was walking in the room in front of them, and I heard a guy from Dallas like, now, what you see over there, that's where Reunion Arena was. Do you remember that arena? And the guy's like, oh, yeah, the Mavs played there. Yeah, Final Four and all that.
Yeah, I do remember seeing the arena with the World's Fair ball behind it.
That's right. So, yeah, Reunion Arena is where we are. So,
but I was going to say, walking through there, that seemed more Pac-12 media days. There was nobody around. There was just nobody. So,
but back to Kalen DeBoer, as we were talking, he just seemed to be in a great mood as he makes his first appearance.
Yeah, I just don't think anything overwhelms him. And talking to different media members, he is, I can't say too nice, because too nice seems like,
I never want to say that about anybody.
It seems like a criticism.
Yeah.
He is so accessible, but it's refreshing to see somebody that is in his position that is happy and is focused on individuals. Like when he got down here, I know you guys noticed when he said, man, I know you guys wanted me here at 7. I wanted to be punctual. You're the coach of Alabama.
But he was like,
we were hanging out.
He was like rushing to get here by 7:15. We're down a hallway, and he came rushing in. I wanted to be here punctual at 7:15, almost like he'd been on a trot or something. I'll tell you why you're hesitant to say he's so nice, because somebody hit me up at Next Round Live on Twitter the other night and said, name me the one nice coach that has been successful at Alabama. And I was like, Mike Shula was nice.
But we discussed this with Booker. And when that interview's up, I encourage everyone to go watch it, because we discussed it with Milroe. Actually, my apologies, with Milroe, because Milroe, made some news. I think it was with our buddy Connor O'Gara when he talked about completing the touchdown in practice and DeBoer celebrating. And then DeBoer telling him to celebrate. And everybody's like, oh, different culture. You can win with different cultures.
You can. And this guy has coached 116 football games, and he's won 104 of them. So with that nice personality. So it is a different world now. You don't have to be Bear Bryant and have Junction in your past. You don't have to be Gene Stallings, who was a nice guy, by the way, and he did win a national championship. Mike Shula, didn't have the Jimmies and Joes. Nick Saban, I think he's a tremendously nice guy. Not when he's coaching, not when he's being interviewed by the media. I think he's a tremendously nice guy.
I'll put it this way, and this is meant as no slight to my mom, who is a very fine person, but my dad was the disciplinarian that I was afraid of in my house, right? I would dare say you won't find, if you go to Anniston, Alabama, and talk to people about my dad, they'll say, oh, Randy Brown's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. But you know what? I don't want to screw up.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, I feared the discipline he would hand down if he found out the things I did, but he was a nice guy.
There are coaches that have a lot of success with like Virginia Tech, Kansas State, but can they have success with alpha programs? And see, that doesn't concern me at all with Kalen DeBoer, because, Washington was a really good program for a long time. I just feel like he's got his most talent, best job he's ever had, And that 104-12 record you talked about, I think it just carries over. I think he continues to win.
I do find it funny that the initial discussion was, can he recruit in the South? And we talked to him about that in the interview.
Yeah.
You go watch it, about the tear they've been on in recruiting. Can he recruit in the South? Well, he's shown us that. But the initial thing was, well, the guy can coach. Look at his record. I don't know if he can coach in the SEC, and I know he can't recruit in the South.
Yeah.
Well, he's shown he can recruit in the South, or his staff can.
Big shout out Courtney Morgan, who heads up that whole player personnel general manager role that's helped a lot. You see the empty chair over there. Roman Harper scheduled to be with us at some point. Peter Burns will be with us at some point. Later on, Brandon Marcello will be here. Others will be coming by. Show brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag.
Code next round when you sign on at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. And if you use code next round to get that sign-on bonus, you can use it right away. And they have revamped their VIP program. They've revamped their customer loyalty program. It's just fantastic, man. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Okay, so we'll talk a lot about Alabama football throughout the show. Auburn's day is tomorrow on the final day of SEC Media Days. Up at the main level of SEC Media Days in the big room, Emily Grace McWhorter's up there. A lot of you are sending messages that you see EG asking questions all over the ESPN platforms. That's what she's handling, and a lot of stuff up there. Taylor Korn's got everything social media over here. Forrester to the right of us, kicking stuff out left and right, including those interviews that I told you about, plus a lot of cutouts and other specialty stuff on our platform at Next Round Live on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, and of course podcasted on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. All of that available for you thanks to our great friends at MyBookie. We'll get back to Kalen DeBoer, but Jalen Milroe is a guy, and you can see that interview up right now, who comes in really, can you say it feels like Jalen Milroe is a little bit off the radar when people start talking about quarterbacks in the SEC, and follow me here.
Okay.
Instantly they go to Quinn Ewers, Jackson Dart, Brady Cook, maybe not in that order, Carson Beck, right? I mean, obviously not in that order because Carson Beck projected to be the first overall pick. So, I mean, they go to those guys first before they even start, before Jalen Milroe gets on the tip of their tongue. And I just want to read a quote from Nick Saban earlier today. Milroe, the way he plays, make defenses play different than they normally play, and there's not another guy in this league that does that. That's from Nick Saban earlier, that Jalen Milroe, his style of play, Jackson Dart doesn't do it, Brady Cook doesn't do it, Carson Beck doesn't do it, Quinn Ewers doesn't do it, that Milroe's ability to be a power runner, throw the ball deep, and if he's worked on that intermediate game, can change the way the defenses play. And Nick Saban on ESPN, SEC Network, says there's not another quarterback in the league that forces a defense to be stressed the way Milroe can stress.
Well, I do think Jackson Dart can do some of those things.
That was the only one I thought of.
Yeah, and I think Taylor Green, the kid that came in from Boise State to now Arkansas, we'll see what he's able to do with Bobby Petrino. But I think the more important thing is, and I was having conversations downstairs on Radio Row because I was on with our friend Chip, and I was talking about the progression of Jalen Milroe. And one of the best things that ever happened to him was him getting sat after that Texas game, because not only did it show Alabama fans, this is our best option, but it also lit a fire under Jalen, and he never looked back. Yep. I mean, never looked back. And to think about now, he's really accepted the role. This is my team. He seems super confident. And I think he's going to have a hell of a year. I mean, you just look at Michael Penix Jr., who's a really, really good quarterback. But you saw what Kalen DeBoer was able to do for Penix Jr. So this is going to be the best quarterback coach situation Milroe's ever been in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Utah, I think the prevailing thought, whether true or not, is that maybe Tommy Rees didn't always put Milroe in a position to succeed. And it's unfortunate for Tommy Rees that he's going to be labeled that way. We talked about it the other day. Maybe he'll get another shot to prove he's an offensive coordinator that can be successful. I don't know. But, Buddy, his time in Alabama is not going to be remembered fondly, right? I think the prevailing thought among football people is that this will be the best coaching Jalen Milroe has gotten on the collegiate level.
As he said, and Tyler Booker said, it's a head coach who's an offensive guy.
That's right.
Nick Saban was a head coach who was an offensive guy. Nick would let his offensive coordinator stretch it out because he believed his defense could help out a lot. But I don't know if he trusted Tommy Reese enough to get out on the edges.
I don't know if you picked up now. There's two offensive guys that sat in that chair right there, but both of them are excited to be playing for an offensive coach, not a defensive coach. And again, it's no slight at Nick Saban. They both, Jalen Milroe and Tyler Booker, love Nick Saban. But I think they're excited about the idea of playing for an offensive-minded coach, as you said. Where does that put them? I don't know, but I know they're excited about it.
Yeah. So Alabama, those interviews are up, and they're continuing to bounce around on Radio Row up there. One more college football thing to get to in this opening segment is we are 4 hours with you again today. Again, the Meltdown guys show shifts now to 6 o'clock for the rest of this week. And then we will, of course, be back all to normal, our show and the Meltdown next week at our normal scheduled time. Our friends at A+ bring you this part of the show today.
A+ Tile Home Remodeling. That is my man, Brad Bell, and he has helped so many of you, and I know he will continue to do that for everyone in our audience. And I'll tell you where he's helped me and Lance, my master bath, Lance's master bath, and also Lance's kitchen. And that's what he specializes in, master bath, kitchen, and master bedroom closets. It's what you're going to enjoy while you still have your home. And when you go to sell your home, you're going to make your money back on those rooms when you update them. The thing I love about Brad is he didn't come in and try to sell us a vision. He came after my wife found him on the internet and hired him. He came in and he said, you guys tell me what you want done. And he created our vision. That's what I wanted. He can do the same for you. 205-422-1758. That's 205-422-1758. Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodel.
So Alabama's win total is 9.5.
Uh-huh.
And for that to go under, Caleb DeBoer is going to have to lose as many games as he lost in 2 years at Washington.
That's right.
He was 25-3 there. And I think people are sleeping on this team. I don't know.
That is so weird to say about Alabama.
It really is. But, I mean, when you have everyone, including the former head coach, saying it's going to be Texas and Georgia, which maybe it is, I just think this Alabama team, if you name 5 teams that can win a national championship, they've got to be in that conversation.
We're going to break down Alabama for the next 4 hours. I wanted to get to this in the opening segment because it's from yesterday that will also be a big part of the afternoon today with Texas here. But Oklahoma, coming from the Big 12, got asked the question a lot yesterday, and the SEC head of officials was up yesterday. And the guy in charge of SEC officiating was asked point blank, is horns down going to be a penalty in the SEC? Official word in the podium, Oklahoma players and coaches reacting to it. It is not. As we've said many times on the show, the way it should be officiated is the way it's going to be officiated. If I score a touchdown and I point up into the stands to my fans and do a horns down, not a flag. If I'm running back to the bench celebrating with my guys doing horns down, not a flag. It's only going to be a flag much like if I point at Brown, if I act like I'm going to punch Brown, if I throw horns down in his face, if I'm taunting Brown, if he's a Texas player, he wouldn't care if he was just a fan. Then that, of course, is going to be taunting. That's going to be taunting no matter what you do.
I could do the Tyreek Hill peace sign.
That's right. And
that's not taunting anywhere else, but if I put it right in your face, that's taunting.
The horns down thing is stupid.
It
made no sense. So I don't believe it was a big deal to begin with, but for whatever reason, if the SEC even thought it was a big deal, I guarantee you it's not a penalty because they don't want to focus on Texas being such a brand that we've got to implement a rule for this new school.
That's right.
To the other 14 institutions.
That's what the Oklahoma players were saying yesterday. They were like, it was so insane playing in a league that had a special rule for a horns down gesture. They were thankful that they were now in a conference that was not going to recognize that as an offensive gesture. And the head of officials said, for it to be an offensive gesture, this is what I tell my officials, walk into a grocery store anywhere and do the gesture you want me to throw a flag on. And if you're in a grocery store anywhere in America and they don't find that offensive, and then my guys shouldn't throw a flag for it. Now, if you're taunting somebody, that's different. But if they just,
if I'm in the fruit section, I do horns down.
Yeah. And he said, in a lot of grocery stores, you're going to go in, they're going to do horns down back to you. And that was he's like, so that's not a flag.
Well, help remind me, was there ever a situation where Oklahoma was playing Kansas or Kansas State and they did horns down and they got flagged?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know, but I know
that's what the Oklahoma kids were saying, though, that it cost us. It didn't cost us games, but it cost us yardage in games. It just was insane.
I think this is the first sign, though, that SEC fans wanted to see is Texas going to try to run this league too? And early on, the SEC is saying, no, you're not. It's not going to be any different for you just because you guys don't like horns down. We're not going to flag people because you don't like it. If it's taunting, it's a flag. If you don't like it, you're going to have to toughen up. This is the SEC. Buddy, as I'll say again, Lance, if this bothers a Texas fan, God help you when you do your first night game in Baton Rouge. You do your first night game in Baton Rouge. If horns down bothers you, I'm not sure you're going to make it. I think Baton Rouge might end you.
I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. Does it bother Texas fans?
I don't know.
I think they think it's a disrespectful thing.
All I know is in Baton Rouge, day or night, if you've got you got an Auburn, Alabama shirt on, those are the two teams I've seen play there, and you're walking to your seat, the whole section is chanting, Tiger meat, Tiger meat, until you sit down, Tiger meat, and other things. So, it's going to be different here in the SEC. All right, we're rolling on. Anything in the mybookie.ag chat room?
Yeah, I'm just checking up on it right now. Lunceford says he would love to see some team to do a horns down early in the season when they aren't even playing Texas, just to set the tone. Early on, you score.
I know, but you don't want anybody to think Texas is on your mind.
That's true. Good point.
Score against Western Kentucky at Bryant Denny and then throw a horns down.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing.
Vol fan says that Florida tried for a minute to get the Gator Chomp flagged, and again, that was what.
It's been flagged before.
You're right in their face.
That's right.
But if I score a touchdown and I'm on my team and I do that, it's not a flag.
Yep. Yeah, until we start flagging the LSU students who are the best at the world of getting the opposing quarterback's phone number and calling them all night.
Yeah.
Until we flag that, we shouldn't flag any of this stuff. It just makes it fun. It's football Saturdays, and we're looking so forward to getting to that. We're looking forward to our friends at Precision Sports if you ever need them. LT, have you needed Precision Sports lately?
I had to reach out to Dr. Patterson. I was having a situation. I think it's the old L4, L5 that he discovered was a problem. But I do want to read one of our listeners, and this is pretty awesome. Saw Dr. Lolly with Precision Sports Medicine today. I got a direct message yesterday from this guy for my back because I thought I could leg press way more than my 35-year-old body.
Oh, wow.
Told them I found them through you guys. Excellent experience, 10 out of 10. Just got into some good physical therapy.
Fantastic.
Just FYI, love the show.
Yes,
that's great.
205-512-3885, 512-3885. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/2024 for tweaks, for pulls, for pains when you push too much weight or breaks. They diagnose it, they treat it, and as he said, they do the rehab. Locations in Jasper to Alabaster and all around. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today, 205-512-3885 or PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/2024. When we come back, we continue our conversation. Look forward to talking to some more of our friends today, hearing from you guys in the chat room. Our coverage from SEC Media Days brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. There is no better place to watch your favorite sporting events and enjoy great food than one of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons. The TVs are everywhere with your favorite sports, and the menu is second to none. From the great appetizers like the waffle cheese fries, to the Avery Island salad, handhelds like the all-new Chicken Bomber, bistro specialties with a special taste of the Bayou, the amazing hand-patty burgers, the great po' boys, and the specialty drinks. Visit any of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons: Greystone, Stadium Trace and Hoover, and the brand new location in Trussville.
Our coverage of SEC Media Days is brought to you in part by Tommy James Law. TommyJamesLaw.com is here for you and your loved ones. Get a free case evaluation today at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
A sports injury can take you from weekend warrior to weekend spectator. At Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, we're here to help you rally. When the thrill of a touchdown turns to agony in your feet, or when a snap is intercepted by shoulder pain. Recruit the physicians at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. With 10 locations in Central Alabama, we're never far from the game. For injuries on and off the field, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2024.
Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. All the games, player props, great parlays, and all right there at mybookie.ag, right at your fingertips. And right now, you can get a special sign-on bonus when you make your initial deposit by using code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND for that special sign-on bonus. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag.
For a great experience in golf, go to Bent Brook, just off I-459 in the Birmingham area. You've got 27 holes where you can play your 18 holes 6 different ways. Open 7 days a week with 5 sets of tees that makes golf enjoyable for any level golfer. You get complimentary GPS on every golf cart, and the AU Victory bent grass greens play as pure as any in the area. Bent Brook continues to improve with upgraded greens and redesigned holes. Book that next tee time right now. BentBrook.com. BentBrook.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round as we roll in. Roman Harper will settle in here as I remind you that, by the way, we found out today, if you're wondering about your new coach at the University of Alabama, not a coffee drinker, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, he is not. I think he had already told us that. We offered him coffee. I think he'd already told us he's not a coffee drinker.
Yeah, not a coffee drinker.
Yeah.
And but you, a lot of you are coffee drinkers. Our next round coffee, you can get that curated by Scott Forester and others at the station. From growers all over the world, blended together for the next round blend. You can get that with our friends at Who Is Coffee. Go to nextround.store, nextround.store. Use the promo code MEDIADAYS24. That gets you 24% off your entire order. My wife and I have it set up to where we get 3 bags delivered every month. 24% off. That's a good price right there. Nextround.store.
So our next guest, no introduction needed, one of the sharpest dressed media members out there.
Appreciate that.
Super Bowl champion, Alabama great Roman Harper. Yesterday we're at Dealey Plaza. Was hoping to actually be able to go up the depository, check out exactly where Lee Harvey was. So I'm on the street, Taylor Korn, our social media director, filming a little video, and this Wagoneer, this big burgundy Wagoneer comes by, and it looked just like you. And I was like, that looked like Harp. And then they were like, I think he was in a Wagoneer when Seabass picked him up the other night.
I was.
And the craziest thing is I end up at dinner 2 nights ago with Seabass, and I had never met the guy.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They're talking about their favorite personalities to drive around, the craziest personalities to drive around, and their favorite cars to actually have on the road when they rent.
Now, Seabass is ESPN handler. So
Get him Sebastian.
He does a little driving.
He does go by Seabass, though.
Yeah.
So we ran into Harp on Sunday night here at the Omni, and he had forgotten toiletries. So Seabass was coming to pick him up. I didn't know what that meant, had no idea. But then the next night, and he was telling me that you're one of his favorites because the other guy that was with him, Parker, had gotten you the scooter that you took around. Yeah, and he said, man, we don't know where he goes. He's like, I've got it tagged, though, where I can find him because he ends up everywhere in all places.
No, it's true. Like I'm one of those, and I don't like security. I feel like whenever, we bring the security guards around, they're like, oh, let me go with. I'm like, no, I don't want you with me because all you do is bring attention.
That's right.
Like,
the man's got security. He must be important.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, no. You just stay away. These college people don't know who I am. I get to walk around and just look like the older guy just on these college campuses, and nobody knows who I am. So it's great. I just go everywhere. I usually have my scooter. And, like, even at places like Ole Miss where they have Lime scooters and the places all around, but they're not allowed in the quad or, like, where downtown is where they have the big circle. I don't even know what they call it. But
that's the square.
Yeah, the square. So you don't see any scooters in the square except mine. Yeah. And they're like, dude, how'd you get that down here? I'm like, oh, because they stopped working for students. But for me, this is my own. So I'm just riding everywhere.
You'll love this. When Feinbaum was a coworker of ours, he got a death threat that they deemed credible. Somebody deemed credible. So they hired this security firm to protect Paul, right? So Paul would pull up to the radio station, security guard meets him in his car, gets him out, walks him in. Well, we were the show right after Paul. So they freak out. And they're like, security has to walk you to your car every day. We're like, come on, nobody's going to kill us. We're not finally, no. Security. And we were finally like, it makes us a bigger target. Like, if we could just walk to our car, nobody knows us.
Nobody knows.
Right.
That is, to me, I really try and I truly do live my life that way. And people like, oh, if anybody's ever tried to say I'm a celebrity or I'm famous, I'm like, look, I'm really not. I'm very a normal person.
Yeah.
I just worked on TV since I was like 23. Well, before that. And it wasn't a job then, but I've just been on TV for a long time. And that's the only thing that it is. But other than that, dude, I'm really not. I'm kind of the same guy. And I like to keep things low key. I like to be able to venture out and nobody know who I am.
I should have known you weren't driving because I sent you a text and you immediately sent me back on the golf course with button all the way up. It's 103 yesterday. You're playing golf first off.
No doubt.
You're buttoned all the way up.
But
How
the swag,
miserable? The swag looked great, but how miserable were you?
Only reason I was miserable yesterday because we were playing behind two slow groups, and I just like it drives me wild when I have to like hit a shot, then wait 20 minutes or 10, 15 minutes to hit another shot because you don't have any good rhythm. I did make some putts yesterday, so I was good. And then we saw some young boys that just came out of nowhere on hole 17. Hadn't seen them all day. And all of a sudden this foursome just is in front of us. But they let us tee it off with them. I mean, I didn't even really ask. I'm like, dude, we're coming and we're trying to tee off so we can catch the last bit of this daylight.
I didn't ask you, do you want a beer?
I mean, I got a ESPN hitting like an hour, but I definitely will come back.
Okay. We got cold Bud Light on ice.
Oh yeah. I definitely coming back. That means I can save my money. I'll definitely come back.
Your per diem is
And you got money that you might be walking out of here.
Speaking of money, we got a game that you're going to play here in a minute.
Okay.
At the end of the interview, I want to ask you. You've been around the league now a couple of times. Is there, other than Tuscaloosa, is there a favorite city you like going to that you enjoy the scooter adventures?
Oh, so the best scooter adventures, it's usually honest. I'm trying to think, where do I really like? I like Athens a lot. It's got a little bit too many hills, but at least everything's kind of in one central location. Also, I've gotten cool with one little frat house that I've ridden going by a couple years in a row, and they just like throw me beers, and we're just like hanging out. And they bark at people when they walk by and stuff. It's like I was like, dude, these dudes are crazy. And so that's usually a good time. Knoxville, another place that's too many hills, and then where we usually stay, I don't get to scooter life back and forth. But I love when we get to stay at somewhere like Ole Miss, where we're usually not that far from the square. And so I can just take my scooter out, and they're like, you need a ride? I'm like, I don't need a ride, guys. Like, I'm good for the rest of the day. Just drop me off here, and I'm good. But Ole Miss is always very entertainment just because of what it is, the people, the way they go about their business. Mississippi State, it's more spread out. So where we stay at, I don't get to scooter from there. But I like all these places, and everywhere is kind of fun and unique in its own little way. But it's all about the campus life, which is things that I never got to see as a football player because all you do is show up and go play football. And now that I'm not in that life, I actually get to enjoy the things and get to enjoy the festivities.
It is always interesting to me. Roman Harper, SEC Network, with us. Our coverage presented by MyBookie.ag. Code next round. When you sign up for MyBookie.ag, they bring you Harp throughout the football season as well. I never know what's going to go kind of viral from this show.
Yeah.
Last time you were on with us, we were a little bit rushed, unfortunately, but last time you were on with us, you described the difference in Kane Womack's defense and Nick Saban's defense.
Oh, yeah.
And what it might mean for the secondary. So people ate that up. Like, I don't know why, because
I think it was a lot of football jargon for you guys.
It was.
Yeah, remember I said, I started off by saying, people say this defense is easier. And you're like, well.
It's not, yes.
But then Nick Saban this week, when he picked Georgia and Texas, said there are too many question marks in that secondary. That's what he said. He goes,
Alabama secondary.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah. So he said, I got to see him shore up that secondary first.
The only thing I'm very much so questioning as well is that it's going to be more easier access throws, meaning the quarterback's not going to be able to the quarterback's going to be able to pick it up and just throw it out wide. And with Saban's defense, he always had guys in their faces.
Right.
Like at the nickel, maybe the star was off a little bit, but the corner was always up. And that's not going to look the same as Alabama's defense will be this year. And talking to Coach Kalen DeBoer today, he said they're going to try and do what fits best to the players that they have on the roster. So each year to year, it may look or feel a little bit differently, but he has generally in his mindset what they're trying to get done. Kane Womack does. I think they're going to be more easier access throws, meaning somebody's going to just pick it up, get the ball, throw it out there. What that does is that puts so much more pressure on your in-game tackling in space. As a secondary, as a linebacker, you can't be flying by, let them cut back, you miss. Now it's a 4-yard gain that's now a 10-yard gain because nobody was close to him early. You got to be able to corral guys, tackle them in space. And what I saw in the spring game, they didn't tackle well in space. There was a lot of missed tackles. And I know we're not going to say, it's just a spring game. We don't want to give it much credit. But sometimes when a tiger shows you it's got stripes, you better believe it.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Like, you better believe it until they change you who you are. And what Coach Ron Rivera would always tell us is perception is reality until you change it. So the perception for me is that they have to improve in tackling or they're going to struggle tackling in space, which is going to put more pressure on the offense. Now, you can offset that by just being a turnover creating machine on defense. And then we don't care about stats or numbers. We just got to force turnovers and be good in the red zone.
Interesting.
Yeah. So 25-3 in 2 years at Washington.
Crazy good.
Yeah, and so if the secondary does get cleaned up and they end up being good and a receiver or two steps up, this team could be elite. And everybody's talking about Georgia. Everybody's talking about Texas. Alabama is kind of that team that for the first time, I can't remember people not talking about Alabama winning an SEC championship. We're talking about a guy that just played for the national championship with Washington. Why are more people not buying Alabama?
Because Alabama's they've peaked and they have a new coach. And then it's also like Texas is new. It's sexy. You know how it is, man. I know you don't know how it is. Sorry, guys. I don't want to put that out there. But, when you get something new and shiny, that's what you want to talk about. And that's what Texas is right now. Texas was a year ahead. They went and won the right game. They beat Alabama on the road. And so now, oh, man, Texas is back. They truly were. But still, and I talk to Texas fans, the ones that I know, not the ones that, and I'll describe Texas fans, I've never seen a more confident group. They are a very quote unquote proud group, right? They are UT. All right. They think they're a dime, but they're probably like an 8,
Right.
Like if you look at it, they're a dime in their minds, but they're really probably
they've had one double-digit win season in forever.
But can confidence take a 6 to an 8?
Yes, it can.
There you go.
Yes, it is. I mean, if I run a 4.6, I tell everybody I run a 4.4. I might run a 4.5.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
Doesn't matter.
Yep.
But so that's what it's about. And so with Texas, most of the fans and the people that are really close to the program that used to be in it, they are optimistically a little nervous. Mm-hmm. Meaning I'm optimistic about this season because we got all the pieces and we look really damn good on paper. But Texas has this unique ability to always slip up. Last year was Oklahoma. Oklahoma wasn't a better team, but Oklahoma kicked the crap out of them up front on defense. Like they beat them down. Texas did not match up well versus them at all up front on the offensive side of the football. And so Texas has this ability to always let the game slip by that they shouldn't lose. And that's what they've always shown to be. And so until you change that part of it, then I would be all in. But for me, I'm just a little bit hesitant because they could lose. You can't lose 3 games. You can maybe lose 2, but you can't lose 3 this year. It's going to be too many other competitive teams right there clawing at it. You will have that advantage because you're Texas and you're in the SEC, but you can't lose 3 games. And I think they got 3 games that will determine their whole season. People can talk about Michigan early, but I think they blow Michigan out the water. Michigan's not the same team that competed last year for and won the national championship, not competed for, but won it. But then they have Oklahoma, which Oklahoma's won 8 out of the last 10. All right, Oklahoma dominates that rivalry.
They really do.
They dominate that rivalry, and they're a better program overall.
I know. We talk about it all the time. Like, I think people envision Texas this infinitely better program. Oklahoma's won more national championships.
Everything. More Heismans.
That's right. They've won as many games. The only thing Texas has historically, they've owned that rivalry, but lately Oklahoma has.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
And so they got Oklahoma. They have Georgia at home, which they got to win that game because you let Alabama out the gates a couple years ago and get in there and DKR and then get out with a win when you should have beat them. So you can't let that happen with Georgia. And then at Texas A&M late, that would make Texas A&M's season. They win 7-8 games, and one of them is knocking Texas off to make sure they maybe fall in the playoffs or don't make it in.
Yep.
They are gig 'em all day on that.
But before I forget, like first I want to ask you, can you run a 4.8 sub 40 right now?
4.8?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Put some respect on my name. Yes, easily.
He's not been out of the league that long.
Okay, so, well, you'll train for it. I was going to say next year at SEC Media Days, we'll do.
Do I have to be in a suit?
No.
Oh no, yeah, I got that easy.
I mean, who are you, Rich Eisen?
Yeah, that's not like, is it Run Rich Roman? I'm Roman Run.
I mean, I know you're still in great shape, but speed does start to decline the older you get.
And not only that, but if you're not actively trying to run full speed,
Right.
Yeah.
And when's the last time you ran full speed?
Man, I did at my son's flag football game. I got a little excited. Oh man, the kid made an interception. Come on, man.
So you ran with him all the way down?
High stepping down the sideline.
Go.
What do you ever fear you're going to pop an Achilles?
No, I really try and properly stretch, and I try and tell myself, you never see a cheetah run up or warm up before he goes.
That's right.
And faces the hunt.
true.
You just freaking go.
He's just laying in the shade.
And look, when I was in New Orleans, we listened to this guy. He wrote a book. It's called The Supple Leopard, and it's really just like a leopard never stretches. But at any point in time, it could jump right up a tree, right? It's always supple. And so I'm trying to always remain in this supple state of mind or this supple state of body where I normally stretch. I do some other things.
God,
I'm always trying to be limber. I want to be supple. That is good. That is
well,
what
the supple team, and that's what I was going to get to. You brought up A&M. I have talked myself into believing
that A&M's the team.
That A&M's a dark horse team that not only could they – because I just trust Mike Elko, and he's got this Jimbo Fisher talent now, and nobody's talking about A&M. And I could see them have like a 10-2 year if things broke right, because you look at the schedule, front half of it, if they get by Notre Dame, you can navigate that schedule.
Yes, I think the over-under is like 8.5. So I just talked to the Texags guys earlier, my man Lucci and everybody, and I'm sorry. I told them, I'm like, look, I'm just a mirror that just tells you exactly who you are when you look at me. All right. I'm just a reflection of who you are. I have no opinions about it. I'm just being honest. And for Texas A&M, they have let me down way too many times. And so I'm burned. I'm scarred. You guys should understand this. Is like we expect A&M. And I think not having Jimbo Fisher there, it has lowered the temperature in the room for everybody. The expectations are not as high. Like nobody's talking about them, like you're saying. It's just like everything's been lowered down. And I actually think Mike Elko is going to be a better coach for them. I think he is a better coach. I think Jimbo China kind of just nature and ran its course. And with Mike Elko, he's still hungry. He did a great job for their defense a couple years ago. And what he did at Duke was unprecedented outside of what Steve Spurrier did, winning an ACC championship for Duke back in the day. But Mike Elko was one of the top performances at Duke of all time in coaches is concerned. And so he comes there. I think they have a better understanding of who they want to be. I think more guys are going to be held accountable on that campus and what they're doing when they're not inside the building. I think Mike Elko brings a lot of that continuity and some really good ideas. But I'm just have been burned, so I'm not ready to jump on that boat with you. And I don't trust that. I need Connor Wegman. Like, everything's going to be based upon him. He's going to have a lot of big things, and everybody's going to talk about how great he is. But it's too bad that every time we talk about Connor Wegman, we lead off by saying, if he's healthy. When he's healthy. Yeah. And the best ability is availability. You guys have all heard that, and that's a lot of coach talk. But there's not a more truer statement. That and that potential is the worst compliment in sports.
The truth.
Also, sportsmanship is the most overrated thing in sports. That's my opinion.
Okay.
My wife also tells me, don't be telling the kids that in flag football.
Okay, I want to come back to that.
You told your kids that you'd leave mom for Dua Lipa, right?
I did.
I don't think they would. They wouldn't hate
I'm
that.
out.
So that'd be a good stepmom, right?
I'm out. I told them I'm out. And you get 2 Christmases, guys. Talented nights.
One of them funded by Dua Lipa.
What are we talking about?
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Yeah. So horns down. You're okay. No sportsmanship. So if I do that to Dunaway,
no, that's a flag.
Well, but he says he doesn't believe in sportsmanship.
I think I do believe in it. I just think it's the most overrated thing in sports.
Okay.
So did you like watching Miami back in the day where they taunted everybody?
I loved it. I mean, if you don't want me to taunt, then beat me.
Yeah.
And I learned this because in between the white lines on Sundays, dude, I remember it like it was yesterday. My very first NFL game, I get out there, Kellen Winslow catches a ball on me. Kellen Winslow Jr. I'm not that old. Kellen Winslow Jr. catches a ball, and he gets up and starts like cursing and like talking all this trash, pointing my finger. And I'm looking at the ref like, are you going to stop this guy? Like, because you can't talk trash like that in college when I was first coming out. And then I made a play, and I just kind of got up because I didn't know. And then all my old guys was like, start talking reckless to this dude, like reckless to him. And I'm like, oh, so this is what it is.
That's how it works.
This is how it works. It's like, yeah, bro, when you make your play, you got to let them know. And because in between the white lines, nobody cares about where you come from. They don't care about how much money you make. They don't care about what car you drive. They don't care who you're dating, what you're doing. It's all about what you're doing. And respect is only earned, never given. And so as long as I got to go out there and earn it, I'm going to make him earn it too. And so I'm not going to be nice about it. I'm not going to apologize for competing. I'm trying to take that dude's head off and pass it back to him and said, let's do it again. And so that is the mindset that I was raised on. And when I coach or I'm around young people or I'm around this football game, in between the white lines, like, I don't care. I just think it's so overrated. And my wife always gets on to me because she's like, Roman, you know, they're young, they're da-da-da. And I'm like, dude, I don't care. I don't care. You're on the field, why are you walking? Like, don't be walking. It's like bothers me because these kids, my kids, I don't want to say these kids, but my kids. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's on my soapbox.
Okay, we got some fun things because we know you have your ESPN hit. But as LT gets ready to
I can't believe you guys got me to admit I'm leaving my wife for Dua.
No, it's never going to happen.
That'll never.
That's what my kids keep telling me, and I keep saying, "Don't say that."
Yeah, they might welcome each other to Super Bowl. Don't doubt the game. Sergeant Spoon still got it.
Yeah, still got it.
Yeah, we'll never cut that out and tag Dua Lipa in it at all. At all.
Hey, listen. This is a compliment. Your wife ain't gonna hurt either.
No, she's not.
If you leave, she's gonna be just.
No,
good.
she'll be good.
She will.
There's no doubt about it.
She will rebound.
Well, yeah,
she will rebound.
She's beautiful, and
and at that point, she's married for money.
And the second Christmas will be you.
Paying
for it.
NFL money.
Okay, Hydra Live brings us this part of the show, and then we're gonna give you the chance to win some prizes.
IV therapy, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof. Turnkey, 2 great locations in Birmingham, Homewood, Highway 119 in Greystone, also Tuscaloosa. Make sure you mention the next round, 20% off any of those great services. They're open 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Ask about memberships as well. HydraLifeTherapy.com for more information.
Okay, so got envelopes here. LT, what are we doing with the envelopes?
Just draw one of these. This is for coming on the show.
All right.
You can't really go wrong.
I was like, I don't like how fast you're moving that. You're trying to woo me a certain way. All right, I'm going to go there.
Okay.
Open it up,
see what we got.
Okay.
What we got.
Feels kind of light.
Is that what you say to the boosters at Bama?
Maybe.
This is progression. You're going to get to a bigger prize later on.
Okay, I can take this.
What we got?
It's Applebee's. You choose the amount from $25 to $500.
Well, actually, we chose 25.
Oh, dang! I was like, I can't choose. I was like, you're not eating for 2 years for $500 at Applebee's.
They got dollaritas.
Yeah, I'll be on there for 2 years.
Okay, now you got to be an athlete to it.
Okay, come walk back.
Go up to the next prize. You got to be an athlete.
So just for you, the Michael reach.
Okay,
just for participating, Roman is in our drawing also for the Roback gift card. Roman loves that Roback $250 gift card. TNR 20 at checkout to save 20% on your first order.
Okay, so you come up here or anywhere around this line. You just need to, you get 2 shots. One or both go in. You get whatever envelopes in there, and this got cash.
What if I make both? Do I get?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, because I practiced this growing up.
Oh, so you're going grand prize game. So
yes.
People have been torn on this. Some people have had success under. Some people have had success.
No, I'm definitely under.
Okay.
Yeah. Nobody's hit 2. Nobody's hit 2.
All right. Well, welcome to the show, fellas.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Oh, 2 runs.
Welcome to the effing show.
I guarantee. I feel like my guy's got $200.
Oh, probably.
What's in there? What's in there?
All right.
Pull both. Pull both.
All right, we'll pull both.
Yeah. Look
All
at
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Wait, are you not entertained?
I am.
Are you not entertained?
Okay.
There's your
Glad
team.
to 2 soon.
let's see what we got.
All right.
Okay.
Man, once again, feels kind of light.
Yeah.
Full hard cash.
All right, I got 50.
50.
That's good.
Nobody's pulled a 50 yet.
Oh, nobody's full of 50.
No.
I'm breaking a lot of firsts today, guys. The suspense is killing you.
This is going to put him in the lead.
All right. If this is a C note,
if this is 100, he's the leader.
I don't know. They sealed it pretty tight, so we might have to. I'm not mad.
He's bumped it at 20.
I am bummed out at 20. You can't start at 50 and all of a sudden drop me down. You know what I mean?
You got 70 and Applebee's, man.
I did. That's $100.
Yeah.
$100. I'm back.
Oh, that is fantastic.
You haven't had any other treats like that in media, right?
No.
Yeah.
I'm winning today.
Yeah, make sure they know upstairs we're giving away cash.
Hey, cash money, dog.
Full cash. 2 for 2.
Hey, and we were talking about media members get more excited now than the players. I mean, they're like, because Tyler Booker got a 20. He's like, funny.
Yeah.
Wipe my ass.
Bill Rowe left his gift card.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
like,
he did. Dude, you see his chain? Chain's as big as his chest.
What do you? I estimated 75 to 100 for that. What do you think? More?
I need to look at it because it's all about with
Color, cut,
with ring.
clarity,
That's
everything.
it. That's it. It's all about the C's. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The cut, the clarity. Is it VSOPs? You know what I mean? Is it VSs? Like those things matter. And I think he had a little bit of color in there too. So, I mean, you can do some different things and dress it up, and and then I could also just take it to the jewelry shop and get it clean before I show up on TV, and now I'm shining.
So if yes, what would your beautiful wife do if Dua Lipa wanted to take you to the M Bowl next year?
I mean, babe, you kind of gotta let me ride.
Right.
I mean, it's an opportunity. You never know who we may meet.
What's that stuff you spray on your chest?
Oh, Abilene. So Abilene. They don't know nothing about that. They don't know nothing about that. You got to put that Abilene on there. You got that natural glow. It looks like sweat, but it's not. It's just the glow. It just helps brighten it up. You guys saw my Instagram. I was ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
I am hoping Dua Lipa reaches out and see what.
Have you been? Because you talked about your watch board at Regions. Have you been poolside yet?
No, I have not so far. I mean, only in the backyard.
Well, it's a good pool up there. You got to check it out.
Karen says Seabass just got a nice tip from us.
That's right. Seabass is really happy.
I have not, man. I didn't bring my my swimsuit. So.
Oh, they sell them in the gift shop.
Yeah.
No, I'd rather go buy a golf
$150.
polo and go play golf.
There you go.
That's the man after my own heart.
Have fun.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Always good to see you, buddy.
Hey, man, I appreciate you boys.
Thank you.
I get to leave with gifts.
That's right.
You guys usually give me a shirt or some alcohol, but
Yeah.
I'll take.
I'll give you beer.
I'm coming back for that. Don't worry about that.
One and only Roman Harper, brought to you in part today by our friends at Odie's. Great place to go.
Yeah, Rockstar tonight is Wednesday, which means
That would be trivia.
Odie's Team Trivia, Rockstar, Will Haver, maybe a special guest. That's going to be at the original location in Crestline, newest location in Edgewood. Get in, enjoy great food from Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, ice-cold beer buckets, full of Bud Light, 2 locations. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff at Odie's Tavern.
I got to get tighter pants.
Yeah.
Oh, these are my Miami pants. So I wore these. I got these custom built done for Art Basel. So I wanted to go down there, to the, have a little bit of the, I just come back from Paris and, seeing the Louvre and all that stuff. So I was really feeling myself. And so I had to get the, the cream colored pants, just a little cut up, show a little bit of ankle, man.
Right.
Yeah.
South Florida. Just bringing it to Dallas because it's hot as hell here.
Just start right there, do it.
What are you going to do when your kids want to spend money like you do on your wardrobe?
Well, if you make it, you can do it. I was always taught, all right, one of my teammates gave me the best word of advice ever. His name's Charles Grant. He went to Georgia, and he did a whole bunch of other stuff. But he always told me, it ain't tricking if you got it. So if you got it, it ain't tricking.
I mean, hey, that's what T.I. says,
That's
right?
what you can have whatever you like.
Back in a moment right here on the next round, live from SEC Media Days in Dallas, brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. Stay with us.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
You could win a Cadillac CT5 or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Cadillac CT5 and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings April 5th and 6th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
There is no better place to watch your favorite sporting events and enjoy great food than one of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons. The TVs are everywhere with your favorite sports, and the menu is second to none. From the great appetizers like the waffle cheese fries to the Avery Island salad, handhelds like the all-new chicken bomber, bistro specialties with a special taste of the bayou, the amazing hand-patty burgers, the great po' boys, and the specialty drinks. Visit any of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons: Greystone, Stadium Trace and Hoover, and the brand new location in Trussville.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Our friends at Long Use Furniture believe in getting more style for less. Long Use offers a great selection of furniture for your living room, bedroom, dining room, home office, and entertainment room, helping you elevate your home design and decor. Long Use offers everything from vibrant outdoor furniture to breezy home accents. Everything you need to create your own sunshine sanctuary. Right now, you can save up to 10% store-wide, receive $300 in Long Use sleep credits with select mattress purchases, and access special financing on tons of hot buys. Take exit 280 off the I-65 Hallmark Farms exit today to see what Long Use has to offer you.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Unfortunately, over the past year, I've noticed significant hair loss. I asked around, and everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. He is the absolute best. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, and he remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of hair restoration and cosmetic procedures. He uses that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand his procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
Back with you on SEC Media Days Next Round tour of Dallas, Texas, day 3. Tomorrow, Auburn's here. Alabama's been owning the show this morning. Texas is taking over this afternoon. LT and DMB with you here. LT, I want to ask you quickly about, we've talked about Kalen DeBoer, who is a different guy than Nick Saban. Jeff Lebby saying yesterday when he was here, the players better enjoy playing the EA Sports video game now because when camp starts, I'm banning them from playing the game. What do you think of that?
I mean, how can you ban them?
Yeah, how are you going to know?
I don't know if he's going to, if he's saying we're going to be working them so hard and consuming so much of their time, they won't have time to do it, or they're going to, or he's going to use the honor system. You can't stay up late playing the game. I don't know. But that's a different way to approach it, right?
Well, it is. And, you mentioned Jeff Lebby, and that is a name we haven't, a new face we haven't even mentioned. You're talking about a team that is completely off the grid, and that's Mississippi State. And, that was, you go back 2 years ago when Mike Leach, the late Mike Leach, was still alive. That was one of the guys you really wanted to talk to here at SEC Media Days. If Jeff Lebby's going to have to make his own way, his father-in-law is one of the great offensive minds. Say what you want about Art Briles, good or bad, but the guy knew offense. And Jeff Lebby, I think we all respect him as a really good offensive coordinator. Blake Shapen, a former Baylor quarterback, is going to be the starting quarterback. He's actually at Media Days, but there's no expectation. There shouldn't be in year one, but, is Jeff Lebby the right fit for Mississippi State?
I don't know. I do find it fascinating. He's a guy that was a little bit on a fast track, to being a head coach or being an offensive coordinator before he became one. So I'm interested in seeing, I think it's fascinating to see what he looks like. I mean,
really good first job, though.
State, yeah.
To be a head coach.
And I think if you're a State fan, too, you hope you're going back a little bit to the Mike Leach school, right? Even though he's not a Mike Leach disciple.
Yeah.
You had a really good offensive coach in Mike Leach. Then you go to a defensive coach. Easy to say it didn't work, right? Everybody's going to agree that did not work.
1 year.
1 year. So now you go back to the offense and see, okay, like, can we revive, what we were getting out of Mike Leach?
I just remember the first time we saw Mike Leach in the SEC because everybody was like, it ain't going to work in the SEC.
I remember.
And it was against defending champion LSU.
Ran him out of Tiger
And
State.
that was crazy. Who was the transfer quarterback from Stanford?
Oh,
because he had ups and downs, but he threw for 525, I think.
Not Kevin.
KJ Costello.
KJ Costello, yeah.
Our friends at Inverness Country Club bringing you this part of the show today, Lance, and it's a great place for your family to find a social home and a great place for childcare too when you're out doing some weightlifting or playing golf.
Yeah, find your sense of community at Inverness Country Club. They've got memberships that will fit everyone, even a vineyard club there, but they got the social membership, the golf membership. Dunaway mentioned childcare. Big plus, you and your wife want a day of golf or tennis. Guess what? You can drop the kid and go have yourself a day on the court or course. Best days happen at Inverness. Maybe you relocated to retired. Inverness, a great place to network. Take a tour of this unbelievable club today. Call Aaron, 205-991-8608. That's 205-991-8608 or online, iccalabama.com.
Peter Burns coming up at the top of the hour or in the 1 o'clock hour?
We're about to have a traffic jam, perhaps. EG, just let me know Quinn Ewers might be headed down early.
Okay.
So,
well, we'll take a quick break here in a second so that we're easy to go. I did want to point out one thing non-SEC football related. Quick reaction here. Apparently, our man Skip Holtz has a new quarterback that we're familiar with.
Yeah. Scott showed me the tweet. Former Notre Dame quarterback and Duke quarterback. Or was it Duke or did he transfer? Former Notre Dame Wake Forest quarterback Sam Hartman.
With the Stallions.
The quarterback of the Stallions.
I don't know if he sees the field with Adrian Martinez.
Yeah.
But I guarantee he's going to see Lakeview, and I bet he can put up some numbers.
Speaking of numbers, Lance is
leading the league at
Lance'sLock.com for the plays brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Tell us about Lance's Lock and Hemphill.
205-229-2090. That is the number you need to call. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys there, whether it's home or business, plumbing, heating, or cooling issues, these guys can handle it. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hard to stop a train. For more information, hemphillservices.com.
All right, so we have a couple of folks coming up here in the next hour, live from SEC Media Days. This is the next round. Stay with us. 3 more hours to go.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
Hey, you. School's coming back. Time to gear up. And at New Balance Birmingham, we know what's up. Before hitting the books, check out the looks. Come together at New Balance Birmingham on Highway 280, right next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham, we got now.
A sports injury can take you from weekend warrior to weekend spectator. At Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, we're here to help you rally. When the thrill of a touchdown turns to agony in your feet, or when a snap is intercepted by shoulder pain. Recruit the physicians at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. With 10 locations in Central Alabama, we're never far from the game. For injuries on and off the field, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2024.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Our coverage of SEC Media Days is brought to you in part by Tommy James Law. TommyJamesLaw.com is here for you and your loved ones. Get a free case evaluation today at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. All the games, player props, great parlays, and all right there at mybookie.ag, right at your fingertips. And right now, you can get a special sign-on bonus when you make your initial deposit by using code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND for that special sign-on bonus. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag.
Every day, someone is ridiculed and mocked for the clothing they chose to wear. It's a harsh reality we all must face. But you have the chance to change all of that with one visit to nextround.store. For just a few minutes of browsing, you will observe so many clothing options, from hats to hoodies to t-shirts. Please, for yourself or someone you love, go to nextround.store and embrace the warmth of true attire.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Quinn Ewers is with us. He's the quarterback. Everybody knows him from Texas. We were just laughing. I was telling him one of those touchdown passes he threw at Bryant-Denny Stadium. I thought I was going to insult him. I was like, I think you threw it above the lights. And then you said,
yeah, Worthy came off the sideline. I was like, I was like catching a punt.
But it was a great catch.
Yeah, no, it was a phenomenal catch.
It was, but you had to throw it early because they came clean. It was one of the biggest plays of that game, and we're so thankful to have you here. What a rise for you to be doing this with the Texas Longhorns. I'll borrow a phrase from the coach that won the national championship last year in Harbaugh. How lucky are we? How lucky are you to be doing what you're doing right now?
Man, it's a dream come true for me. Being from the state of Texas, and being able to have that name on my chest, and to represent Coach Sark's baby, which is his offense. To be able to represent that and to have him trust me to operate his offense is just awesome. And to be able to play with all the guys that I play with and have all the opportunities and all the blessings that I have is. I'm honestly speechless about all of it, and I'm super, super grateful for the good Lord above to giving me this platform.
I remember going into the Big 12 last year, people were saying Quinn has changed his image. I don't want to say it was image, but changed the look a little bit maybe. Because, you look good, man. I mean, you clean up really nice, but, we remember seeing you with the mullet and the sleeveless cutoffs and everything. I mean, what was the reason to kind of change and clean that up a little bit?
Yeah, well, I liked the look of the mullet. I mean, I rocked it for a while. The first time I ever cut my mullet or to a mullet was freshman year of high school. So I liked it, but I was too old for all that. It was time to grow up and mature, and I think that was kind of step one for me. Was after that first year going, I think we went 8-5, whatever it was, going 8-5. I really took a look in the mirror and was like, I need to change something. I don't want to be just another guy that came through here and is forgot about. I want to be a guy who's coming in here and is remembered and gets to where he wants to go. And I think step one was cutting that mullet off. And not so much just straight business. Like they like to say party, whatever party.
Party in the back. We got rid of the party in the back. So we got the business.
Exactly, just straight business. And definitely needed to change some things up, and that was number one.
What does we see it from this side of watching SEC football our whole life, you guys coming into the SEC. So we see what it feels like for Texas and Oklahoma coming in. What's it feel like for you guys from your side coming into a new league like this?
Yeah, we're excited. And I think with like the uncertainty comes excitement. Not so much anxiety, but just excitement, coming in here and kind of restoring all like the good rivalries and the traditions like Arkansas, and get to play A&M again.
Yeah.
And, being able to host like Georgia and get to go to Vanderbilt and get to go to Kentucky and get to go to Mississippi State, and just all those games I know we're all really excited for. And it'll be a lot of first times for me and this team. So
can you remember a Texas A&M game? Are you old enough to remember one?
I think the last one I was
2011. 2011.
Yeah. Okay, so I was like 10.
Okay.
Or I was like, somewhere around there. So a little younger than 10. But, talking to my dad about it over the past year, and he's always been a Horns fan. So hearing the way he talks about it, definitely means something. He was saying that, back in the day, he thought that the A&M game versus Texas was bigger than the Red Rivalry.
See, I used to think the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bigger than Oklahoma. Yeah.
But so now we got both of them back.
That's right.
It's good for this whole state, you know. It's some families split, so it'll be good.
Hey, so tell me, Sark, when he was in Tuscaloosa, I had a chance to talk with him some. He seems like one of those beautiful mind guys that when he's looking at X's and O's, that he sees these things floating in the air. Like when he's on a whiteboard, how impressive is he at drawing up plays and even during the game?
I mean, yeah, that's what he does. That's why he gets paid the big bucks, right? Yeah. Y'all probably saw his contract.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But no, I mean, just, you know, he said, I mean, it's like getting a PhD in quarterback play, being under Coach Sark. You know, he's been a coordinator for Pete Carroll, and he's been a coordinator for Nick Saban. And so he knows what it's like to lead teams, and he's seen, you know, those two great leaders lead teams to national championships. So he knows what it's supposed to look like, and he knows what the standard's supposed to look like. And you know, having him in the quarterback room and having him as my head coach, and you know, he played college football and he did a great job at BYU. So he's been there, he's seen it all. And just having him on in the whole quarterback's room corner it's unreal. There's nothing like it.
Before Georgia won a national championship, they got to a college football playoff. The same with Michigan. You guys got there last year. Is it natty or bust for you?
That's a good question. You know, we're really trying to look at it like 1 week at a time. You know, as cliche as that sounds and as funny as that sounds, I mean, we really took a look. The leadership council that Coach Sark and our strength coach put together, it was a group of about 19 or so guys, and we went on a little retreat before summer workout started, and we really took time and looked back on, you know, why we lost 2 games and what happened. And what thing that popped out most to us was, number one, looking too far forward, whether that be against Washington, looking forward to going to Houston and playing in the national championship, or losing to Oklahoma, you know, looking forward to having some time off with that bye week. And then number 2, energy. Those were the 2 biggest things for us. So we're really just trying to stay present in each moment, and you know, just be where our feet are, and you know, not worry so much about you know, January 20th, which is a national championship game. It's funny that I say all that now. Yeah. But no, I mean, we're excited for this next journey and this next year for us.
How would you describe your relationship with Arch?
We're really good buddies. You know, it says in the Bible, iron sharpens iron. So, you know, having that competitive relationship only makes the both of us better. And he's going to do great things for this university. He's going to be a great player, you know, here and the next level. So, you know, having him in the room and us being able to compete against each other, but also come off the field and, you know, go to dinners together with the whole quarterback room and, you know, hang out on the weekends, whatever it is it's a really cool couple of years it has been for both of us.
All right, you got a stop to make.
Yeah,
we're going to leave you with prizes. Pick a prize.
First off, this is just for being on the show. We appreciate it so much.
Open it up.
Go ahead, open it up.
Yep.
Some of our friends on the show here.
Got some cards.
I
knew it.
Bass Pro.
I knew it.
Bass Pro shop.
Bass Pro.
It was pinned, and I was like, that one looks good.
Okay, one quick game.
Quick game, real quick.
Quick thoughts on your way out.
Hey, by the way, when you're walking up, show them that belt buckle. Look at that.
That's awesome belt.
Yeah. Look at that. Oh, wow.
I think it's
fantastic. Yeah.
Okay, here you go.
2 to make 1.
Yeah. 2 shots. So you make both. You get both. You make one. You get one.
Where am I at?
Just anywhere around here.
Right
I'm gonna get out of your way.
Right there, man. Those
now Roman Harper just made 2. He's the only person that has made 2.
Yeah, okay. But you're a starting quarterback.
Is there any rule here? Got to go underhand, overhand.
No, you do any way you want
your
to.
Pick.
Oh, 1 for 1.
I got to change baskets.
Yeah, don't.
You go any basket you want.
Yeah, don't go in the same basket.
Don't go in the same basket.
Oh my God!
Easy money.
Okay, here are your.
Hey, I'm a backyard champion, dude. Cornhole, whatever it is.
Clearly.
Well, we're on a roll. Nobody hit one all day yesterday.
All right.
Those are both yours.
Yeah.
Open them up. Let's see what you got.
Yeah. We got a leaderboard so far, and you got a chance to ring it.
Okay.
Hard cold cash.
What you got?
Yep. Little ice cream money.
Got a little 20 here.
A little 20 spot.
Ice cream money. What else?
Yeah. Welcome to the SEC.
Our gas money
just means more.
Yeah.
Another 50 ball.
50. Let's go. That puts him on top of the leaderboard.
All right, thank you, Quinn.
Thank you, man. We appreciate you so much.
Enjoy your day.
Pleasure
Appreciate
meeting
you.
you.
Thank you for taking the time to come down here, man.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, that's tough for me. I grew up in
Yeah,
Alabama.
you go. Yeah,
Don't forget that.
Yeah, don't forget Bass Pro now.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
This is
Thank
so
you.
hard. I grew up an Alabama fan. I didn't think I was going to like this guy.
Yeah,
No, he's so,
you love him.
He's so dang likable.
I know.
Yeah. Thank you. That's Quinn
Thanks,
Ewers
Quinn.
right there. Yeah. All right. Quinn Ewers on the show. We're going to move Peter Burns in.
Let's go. Come on, Peter.
No commercial break.
No commercial break.
Commercial free. Peter Burns is going to slide in from the SEC Network.
That's right.
His time is valuable, too. He's got a chance. The last 4 shots have been made, by the way, from Roman Harper and Quinn Ewers.
Are you kidding me? You're going to have me on after Quinn Ewers after that?
Yeah.
I'm talking about a downshift.
I'm more worried about you throwing at the bucket because we've hit 4 straight.
4 for 4 now.
Yeah.
The pressure is on.
Crazy.
What's up, boys?
But I'll tell you, there's a lot of hundreds still out there. Not a lot of hundreds have gone.
So that was interesting because I was like, all right, so in this world, I'm like, dude, he can't take this, right? And then I realized that guy makes more money than all of us combined.
Right. That's what we were saying. Media members are getting more excited about the cash than the players.
Oh, there's no doubt. They're like, wow, I can afford a mortgage or a rent or something like that.
Yeah.
Quinn's like, dude, is this a 20? Get the hell out of
Hey,
here. So when
by the way, impressive kid, though.
No, he is.
I really like him.
I had an opportunity. So I was down there for the Texas spring game this year. So went out there, hosted for Longhorn Network. And, you know, I'm sitting here watching this interesting dynamic because we knew that Sark was only going to play him for, you know, a drive or something like that. He goes out there, he throws an interception to a defensive lineman on the second pass who takes it all the way to the house, right? So I'm thinking, well, clearly Sark is going to let him go out one more, like go lead, you know, the team to a touchdown, and then you'll put Arch in. And Arch ends up going for like 400 yards and 6 touchdowns in that spring game. And then all of a sudden you're going to start hearing the chatter and we'll start talking about it. And then I look at Quinn on the sideline because I just want to study the body language, right? Like everybody wanted to get Arch's autograph. You got Quinn flipping Ewers, who's going to end up being a Heisman front runner, right? And Quinn could be like, yeah, that's good. I'm fine. Like, this is my job. Like, it doesn't matter. Iron sharpens iron. I'm like, how is this kid better like in life than I am at 45?
I mean, LT asked him, he's like, these guys are driving this car and this car. What are you driving? He's like, driving my pickup truck.
Yep.
That's all I need.
Although that is great. I once had a person, you know,
Of course, it is at a Denali. It's probably an 85.
Oh, yeah.
It ain't cheap.
Yeah.
So I remember one of the HEB is the big grocery chain in Texas. Okay, they basically have like the monopoly of all the grocery chains. So I knew one of the people that were their family, and they had more money than anybody. All right, and so he told me when he was single, what he would do is on his first date, he would always drive this beat up like 1983 Datsun pickup truck.
Oh, wow.
Because everybody knew about, you know, who he was,
right.
his family. And he's like, if I show up in some Escalade or some Mercedes or something like that, it's not me. He's like, I would always know when I would show up, they would expect some incredible thing because our family are multi 100 millionaires. And I'd show up in some beat up truck. Did they like me or did they like the lifestyle?
That's right.
And I was like,
how long did it take him to get a wife?
He's probably still enjoying single life, and I think he enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I think he enjoyed it quite well. Yeah, I think he did okay.
Hey, so the first time I saw you this week, a couple of days ago, you were heading up to play College Football 25.
Oh,
now we've got our guys back at the studio. They were kind of hard on it. I mean, I couldn't get a feel. They were like, "This is good, but this is bad." It almost was like a C review for them.
It was. I think I knew I was going to be washed over with emotion. Like it's going to be a religious experience for me whenever you first get an opportunity to play it because you get flooded back with all these things. But it's no different than the first time you go back to like your old college stomping grounds and you're like, oh, this is going to be great. And you get there and you're like, okay, I used to be great because of the station in my life that I was in versus the actual place itself. So I will say this. I played it and right from the jump, it was so surreal. I had just interviewed Jackson Dart for SEC Network. Great kid. I don't know if you guys had a chance to talk with him yet, but he was great. Buttoned up, really good dude. And then 5 minutes later, I go upstairs and I intercept Jackson Dart, and I'm like stiff arming on the way, and then I'm like as LSU, and I'm like just not even horns down. It didn't matter. Like and like how surreal is this? But I will say this: the thing that got me on the game that I thought was really cool is I'm playing a buddy who's an Ole Miss grad. I fumble as an LSU player. He grabs it, takes it all the way back to the house. It's like, damn, that was a big play. I shouldn't have done that. And then they showed the replay of the play. And I'm like, wait a minute. And I'm like, hold on. Let me see the replay one time. I was like, I'm pretty sure that he was down.
Yeah.
And so I go to challenge it. It wasn't like Kirk Herbstreit in the game going, he should probably challenge that, or like a prompt, or like the button comes up like you should think about challenging it. It wouldn't have said anything. And I hit the challenge button and they showed the replay and they're like, and you're right, the ball defender was, or the ball carrier was down. The ground caused the fumble. And I'm like, dude, if you're thinking that far advanced in the game, it's great. But I think you're right. There's going to be some backlash of people being like, do they really love it, or they want to get caught up in the social media world of like, oh my God, it's the greatest thing. And once you start playing it, like I never really enjoyed the playing against somebody. I enjoyed it more as a solo experience of creating a dynasty.
That's what I did.
Making UTSA Roadrunner football the 3-time national champion, and I'm like redshirting Heisman Award winners, right? Just like outlandish,
like in real life.
Yeah.
Well, Dylan Gabriel, the Heisman favorite, did get shipped away.
I mean, it can happen. I'm going to put FSU over there, and I'll probably put them in the WAC or something like that.
But what do you think of that? By the way, that Oklahoma comes to the league. Jackson Arnold's the quarterback, and the Heisman favorite was asked to pack up and head somewhere else.
I mean, it's the reality of what it is. Like, if you're good or you're great, and if you can get a little bit better, a lot of guys are doing it. I mean, that's why I'm fascinated about the Peyton Thorne thing. Is that, do I think that Hugh said Peyton Thorne is my guy? He is the guy that's going to end everything, and that's the one guy, or did they go after other guys and we're told, hey, listen, other players decided to go somewhere. So like in NFL free agency, sometimes you stand pat with your guy. I don't know, but that's the reality of it is. And let's be honest with you, that's the reality of the real world, right? I mean, the reality of the real world is that if somebody's better at my job that comes in and they replace me, they're going to be better. Caleb Williams was better than Spencer Rattler at Oklahoma. And guess what? It was right. Spencer Rattler was great. He ends up being the #1 pick of the draft. Spencer wasn't.
Well, Peyton Thorne has got a chance to be one of the best stories in the conference, though, because he's got good running back. I think they got a good enough offensive line.
They finally got the wide receiver.
He's got young weapons at receiver.
Yeah.
If he has a year, I mean, because you alluded to it, nobody expects anything out of the guy.
No, and I think those are some. It's kind of like a story of Cody Schrader at Missouri, like the running back. Everybody's like, oh yeah, but I mean, you get this kid Cody Schrader, whatever, and we're like, oh wait a minute, he's good. No, he's better than good. He's great, and so. Yeah, I mean, Bo Nix was one of those guys. Talking about Auburn quarterbacks, he was left for dead at Auburn. And they're like, all right, we're going to go to Oregon. Well, guess what? Like most quarterbacks, it takes time to develop and be in the right offense. And he ended up being in the right offense at Oregon, and look what ends up happening.
Yeah, and I almost think the best story, or best example of that's Jaden Daniels. Watching him his true freshman year at Arizona State with Herm Edwards, I was like, damn, he's pretty good. And then he regressed. And then when he decided to transfer to LSU, I was like, I don't know why he's coming to the SEC. He ain't got to play.
He was a throw-in. Yeah. He literally was. Is Brian Kelly had a bunch of pocket passer guys, and he's like, man, I need to have somebody athletic, and we'll add Jaden Daniels, and we'll see. And then all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute,
unbelievable. I mean, incredible.
Yeah, like good.
Maybe not Joe Burrow, but right there with him as far as just ability to make things happen and to get that offense really kicking. And the offense was great last year. Now Denbrock's out. I loved LSU at this spot last year. I was like, I think they're going to win the national championship. Now, obviously, I'm not nearly as high on them. Is this maybe a good spot for Brian Kelly because nobody's talking about LSU?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we go through. It's a weird way this week, guys. And I don't know how y'all feel about it. Not having divisions makes the conversations of this week different.
Yes,
because it always used to be hey, who's going to win the West? Who's going to win the East? Who's the second best team in the East? Who could surprise? Like we almost siloed these things where it was easier for hosts and information people to talk about these things. Now, what I've noticed, I haven't talked about Kentucky this week. I really hadn't talked about Auburn. I hadn't really talked about LSU. Some of these kind of upper middle tier teams, A&M to a certain extent. Although we have talked about them a little bit just because of the Texas factor. But I think not having the divisions kind of saddens me. Like I always felt like there was that East and the West, there was just that race, and you always thought, hey, can Kentucky beat Georgia, this would be the year that they would be in the East, and some chaos could reign. And I don't know if you're going to have chaos.
Well, it doesn't sad me in that Georgia's having to go to Tuscaloosa, Austin, and Oxford.
I'll gladly trade.
Yeah, I mean, because Georgia has played a blah schedule a lot of this run, and I'm glad to see them playing those games. They may win.
And even Auburn's sitting there like, wait a minute, I got to go play the SEC West, and then I got Georgia.
That's right. That's not the case anymore. Yeah,
it's as, and we talked to the league office before because we were doing like a schedule. We did like 9 different schedule shows this year, right? Very NFL-ish.
Yeah.
But people tune in. The number, they can't get enough of it, so we're going to give the people what they want. And so when we broke down the science of it, like how the hell did you guys come up with this? And they said, we worked through all these things. And he's like, it was a factor of how good they were over the course of a decade or something like that, and who they've played before and whatnot. Because this is the most equal and fairest scheduling that we've probably had in 20 years. Like, not because they were trying to screw people in the past, but because of the balance of power maybe in the West and how good some of those teams were 10 years, 5 years ago, or Georgia becoming a behemoth over in the East. Some of this stuff was just, imbalanced. And I think now it's probably as balanced. You're going to have some years where an Ole Miss or Missouri probably has a little bit better of a schedule, but still it's much better. And people are saying, oh, well, maybe we go to 9 conference games. I don't think we go to 9 conference games anytime soon. In fact, if I think we change, I think you skip 9 and go straight to 10.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Peter Burns, more questions with him. Let me tell the folks about Way to Wellness. Planforme.com is the website. No cookie cutter plan. Everything's designed for you. The program's overseen by board certified professionals, Leslie and her team there. There's no contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is absolutely free. The website is a planforme.com, not just weight loss, cholesterol numbers, blood pressure. They'll help you with all of that. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
I don't mind 10 SEC games. Peter Burns with us from the SEC Network. I don't mind, but I would hate. I guess in this environment, college football, though, schools are still going to schedule hard. So if you had 10 conference games, I could still see Texas going to Michigan, Alabama going to Wisconsin.
Yeah, instead of playing, 4 non-conference games where you've got a Michigan and you got 3 other Northwestern states or whatnot. Okay, you could still have your one Michigan, and then you might have one kind of quote unquote
my homecoming.
Your homecoming game.
That's right.
And I think that's fair. I mean, I don't think we're out of the realm of possibility. I would rather that than go all conference games. I mean, I talked to Trev Alberts, the A&M athletic director, when he first took over, and I said, what does this sport look like in 10 years? And he goes, in 10 years, we may not be subsidizing Chattanooga football or McNeese State. 10 years from now, we might just say, because of the way the changing landscape, why are we going to give anybody that money when we're the ones creating it right now? And yeah, it might mean an extra loss. Well, that's fine. Well, make the playoff system bigger. So like the NFL does, to where an extra loss doesn't bother you whatsoever.
Yeah, as a Jack State fan, State, I went to Jack State, you went to UTSA. That's tough. That's going to be tough on those programs.
And I will say this: there's Commissioner Sankey outside of our footprint has people are saying, oh, you're killing the game with Texas and Oklahoma, right? Or the Big Ten and doing all this expansion. At the same point, I will say this about Sankey, because of his background in the Southland Conference and his background with the NCAA, I don't think he wants to be the person that has the quote unquote blood on his hands of college football coast to coast only becoming a 2-conference thing. Yeah. And now I don't think at some point he's going to get rid of any opportunities that come in front of him. But I thought Kevin Warren was not a good dude. At the Big Ten, because I thought that he was going to do bloodthirsty whatever he wanted. I mean, even his television deals, if I'm not mistaken, he got people to agree to things that weren't even actually agreeable, but they're like, well, I got you a bunch of money. What are you going to do about it now?
Right.
I don't feel that way about Sankey, because I do feel like he is a historian of the game and appreciates what he wants his image to be. And if your image is the person who made college football, the AFC and the NFC and now NFL, I don't think you want that, especially because, the way he got the conference and really all of college football through COVID, the way of conference expansion and whatnot, I think everybody kind of looks at him as the gold standard when it comes to college athletics right now.
When Missouri hired Eli Drinkwitz, nobody had him going over 4.5 years. There's just no way.
I don't know if Eli had it.
Yeah, and Burns, you saw like Eli had 1 year in Appalachian State. A lot of people were like, he doesn't deserve an SEC job. Yep. And even in that first year, 5-5 was strong, and that that 10-game schedule.
Beat LSU, remember? Yeah.
Yeah, and they played Alabama as tight as anybody did in the regular season. Then 6 wins, and then he bounces up. The win total last year was 6.5. They fly over that. They win 11 games. The question to you is, you've spent some time with him. If Eli Drinkwitz has another season like that, if he was to win 10 games and get to a college football playoff, what do you think the normal fan thinks of Eli? Is he going to be a really hated guy or a really loved guy?
It's a great question because with Drink today or yesterday when he was on set, it's a different Drink than I've ever seen. And normally Eli was I wouldn't say class clown, but he's always the, hey, look at me, and kind of cracking a joke and, giving somebody some hell and, oh, Dennis Dodd, I'm on your coach's list, right? Or one year he like I said hello to him. And he's like, hey, I saw Peter Burns and Alyssa Lang, and he's trying to be nice to us, whatever. And Pete Thamel had tweeted, well, Drink did everything and shouting out the B team of the network and stuff like that.
Wow.
Which, Pete and I are cool now, but
now,
but I had some words with him then.
Yeah.
But he was trying to do everything to acclimate himself and kind of be funky and quirky. Yesterday, there was a different Drink that I've ever seen. And it was almost like he was like in a tranquilizer, like Tiger used to be in his press conference. The course looks good. The swing looks good. I like my chances.
Yeah.
And,
Came here to
hit
win.
the ball in the fairway. I came here to win, blah, blah, blah. Right?
Yeah.
That was Drink. And I'm like, I know that's not Drink. What I realize is he thinks his team is really good.
Yeah, it's a confident.
I do not step in any landmines. Like, don't do anything. Like, let's just survive and advance here. Let's get the ball in the fairway. Let's make our par and leave this week. And those are the inside nuggets that you actually get at media days. I've told you guys, I think, this story, and I'll tell it again real quick.
And do you have another example of that?
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Okay. Yeah, because it leads me to this because back in, I want to say 2017, Mark Stoops at Kentucky, he had kind of been trying to find his way, but they were 5 wins, 6 wins, whatever. What ends up happening is he comes off the podium, he goes into our SEC green room, and he's pissed. He's just stomping around, and just almost frothing at the mouth. And I knew Coach Stoops because I had just spent some time with him, and I said, Mark, what's up? He goes, this is effing shit, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm up in the podium. Nobody cares about my team. They're not giving my respect. I got one of the best damn offensive linemen. They don't even know the name of my damn quarterback. And he starts going off. And I look at it and I'm like, oh my God. So I told Doring on the next day in the morning on the show before we started, I'm like, he thinks this team is going to be really good. And he's pissed off about it. And sure enough, that was the year they broke through. They finally won 10 games. They finally beat Florida. And so it's kind of those small things that you pick up, not necessarily with the words, but their demeanor about how they are, which that made me think that Drink is like, don't say anything that's going to derail what I think is going to be a college football playoff team.
And that's going to be amazing if Missouri, and their win total is 9.5. So, Vegas thinks, either they're in or they're right there on the cusp.
The schedule works out pretty well.
It's as favorable as you can get anymore.
But I don't know what you believe. I think we're all kind of in agreement that 4 SEC teams will get in. And I think if you're 10-2, you're in.
Yeah.
And can you imagine Missouri's in and teams like maybe Tennessee and Ole Miss aren't in?
LSU,
well, possibly.
Easy.
Would you say right now Bama in or out?
I would say out.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. Just because I do think I think an Ole Miss. Now, again, this is when you get into the schedule game and we'll do all these schedule predictions. They're like, the math doesn't work because you said this team is going to do this. Right. But I think Georgia, Texas are right there as far as close of a shoe in as you can get. Ole Miss and Missouri are going to be 2 of those teams. So you got to say, all right, even if you threw Alabama in, if you're only going to have 4, you got to pick between Ole Miss, easy schedule. You got to put Missouri, easy schedule. LSU, if they get by USC, I don't see them losing 3 games outside of the US if they can get by Lincoln Riley in that opener.
They're getting by Lincoln Riley in that opener.
You would think, but I thought they would get by Mike Norvell 2 years ago, and they choked it. Now, FSU had a really good team last year, but that was a different story. And then all of a sudden, does Tennessee come up? A&M, who I think is a good team. And I say all of this because I think Alabama football is going to look exactly the same for the first 3 weeks, right? Even when they go up to Wisconsin, I think that they embarrass the Badgers up there. I think they'll be good. But hell have no fury like Kirby Smart scorned. And I think he's going to be pissed off trying to take that 5-1 record against Saban out on Kalen DeBoer in Alabama in that fourth game of the season in Tuscaloosa.
Week 5.
There will be no quarter served in that game. And that's a monster game for Kalen DeBoer. But with that being said, I think Alabama football is going to be in a better spot and have better footing for the future of college football under Kalen DeBoer than they would with Nick Saban. And the only reason why I say that is Saban's the greatest coach in the history of the game. But that game is no longer what we cover. That game didn't have the transfer portal. That game didn't have the name, image, and likeness. Can you imagine an 18-year-old kid right now going in with Coach Saban? He hits the little button, the door closes, and he goes, "Coach, I love it. It's great. You're the greatest of all time. I'd love to be a defensive back for you. You're going to need to pitch in about an extra 60 grand right now."
That's right.
Yeah. Like, if not, we got to bounce.
That's right.
That ain't going to play.
No.
Yeah, 60 grand's nothing. 600 grand is what those conversations
Man, I did hear
like.
some numbers earlier this week.
Yeah.
I'm sure you hear them too. With some of these transfer guys leaving different SEC programs and coming in and what they were demanding, it is outrageous.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, when you can be a free agent every single year. In the NFL right now, you have contracts.
That's right.
If not, if you are a good player, no matter how much you love your team, if you have a quote unquote agent and they're not telling you to put your name in the transfer portal when there's no penalty for it, you are not doing the best job that you can for your client. And you're, as an agent, your client is your number one thing. You don't care about Alabama. You don't care about Georgia. You don't care about LSU. You care about Ryan Brown, the 5-star punter. Sorry.
With this guy?
Yeah. Well, okay, maybe 3-star. I'm trying to get him the most amount of money. And you know what I do? Every single year, I'm in the transfer portal.
Yep.
Every single year. Why would you not reset the market?
Even in our business, when it was a contract year, we had that window. It was always good to have a suitor out
That's
there
right.
that wanted us.
Play A versus B every time.
Bounced our price up.
Nobody wants me. So, I mean, that's why SEC Network gets a discount.
No, we're
They
about to
just-
give you some gifts.
They just think you're locked in forever. You're that good.
Why would you want to do any? I talk about that all the time. I got a chance to do Get Up last week in
Yeah,
New
I saw
York
you.
City.
Yeah, it was cool.
Which was a blast. And they talked to me about doing some Sports Center stuff and some other things. And I was all I want to do is this.
And you've gotten in your
this is where the juice, this is where the passion is.
in your new contract, you've done a lot of golf too, which you got a huge passion for that.
And that's why I know people bash ESPN for a bevy of different things. But I was like, if you realize how much we love, college football and just SEC sports at the SEC network, it's there. And then we get to touch golf and we get to touch all these great other ancillary events. I'm like, who else can offer me those opportunities? Like, you can't. And so I'm very lucky and very blessed to say the least.
You can tell you got a new contract too. because-
Well, unless I win the $100 thing.
We'll see. We'll see.
This is
This is the first one. You
This
draw
is the
this
first layer of prizes.
This is Quinn Ewers.
Oh yeah, hold on. Well, no, I was going to say I can't open the other one because I was going to open one and zero. Like I bet that was the one that had it.
Quinn Ewers guy. He was
Phil Cardish.
These are gift cards.
Okay,
Quinn
these are
Ewers
gift
was
cards.
pumped about the Bass Pro Shop gift cards.
yeah.
Hey, do you drink coffee too?
I love coffee.
Okay,
Absolutely.
we got next round coffee for you.
Hell yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
By the way, my favorite shirt that I wear is the
Let them have the rest.
Y'all can have the rest.
Y'all can have the rest.
I think soft.
I get the material is incredible, and I get more people when I wear that shirt. I wear it everywhere. It's my favorite shirt. Of more people that come up to me and like ask me where did I get that shirt, and they absolutely love it because it is so perfect. I have all the state outlines on it.
Yep.
It's
I think I've worn it enough. I need more.
Ryan Brown design, by the way.
Well, I did.
Bass Pro, baby.
Bass Pro. We're
go.
burning through those.
Hell yeah.
That doesn't seem like a fit for you, but
Yeah.
What is that? What are you trying to say?
that's
Am I-
not a shot.
By the way, as he walks over to the
You can leave your headset on.
to the
Okay.
gaming area, our friends at Who Is Coffee curated the Next Round blend. Media Days 24. When you go to Next Round Store, Media Days 24, get 24% off your entire order. Get your coffee today and that T-shirt that Peter's talking about. Nextround.store.
You can hug it up about 3 more feet.
Yeah, go to that line.
Because I got to be honest with you, I think there's been a rearranging of the bucket situation because I feel like Quinn had them all put together more.
We need to tighten
and
the rack.
I think you need to tighten the rack.
Okay.
Well, I will tell you, we're missing 2 envelopes.
We also
Okay, wait,
did reload.
fix that. Like, we got to reload.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna put this on camera.
I got you.
Okay. Brown's going to run over there.
This is great.
While he's running over there, let me look ahead at something I can
Yeah,
do.
by the way, when you're
Storm. Oh, go ahead.
4 straight buckets we've hit now, right?
4 in a row.
2 from Roman, 2 from Quinn.
That's always like Tom Hart saying this guy has made 18 straight free throws.
What happened?
Storm Restoration Roofing, that's owned by our friend Greg from Pell City, 20 years locally owned, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, trusted by insurance agents. free, no-cost roof inspection. He can handle storm repairs, roof replacement. A-plus rated, as I said. Great guy. The phone number is 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just Greg from Pell City on Facebook LT.
I do think Peter is going to hit 1 or 2.
Okay.
Now, are you going under or over?
No, I think we got to go over here. Oh, my God.
Wow.
That was just disgusting.
Pressure.
Oh!
Hit the rim,
Now
man.
I got to tell my family.
I
it's on
know.
National television.
Go home and tell the kids. Dad failed you kids.
I had already spent that money.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Good. How did this really kill the vibe?
It did.
It really killed the vibe.
Such a fun visit
It's
till
because,
then.
it's because we knew you've recently gone to Disney, and we know, as parents, we know how hefty Disney can be. So,
By the way, that was the first time I'd done the Disney cruise.
Yeah.
And I've never been a cruise person. I'm like, I would rather just anything other than a cruise. It was awesome.
Yep.
My 6-year-old and 4-year-old loved it. And people had told me, like, hey, the Disney cruise is different than a normal cruise. And my kids, like, they had this kids club thing. It was incredible.
Yep.
I've heard good things about it.
We did that one too. We went on my first cruise was not a Disney cruise with my wife. Then we took the kids.
Yeah.
After Disney, with the characters walking around by the pool and the
legit.
dining area. It was so much fun. So much fun.
Did you go to the All-Star game last night?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I saw you tweet something from that. How was that overall?
It was a bucket list, right? Like you want to go and you see it. And I honestly, I wanted to see Skeens pitch.
Yeah.
Right. And
Hey, I had the National League. I wish they would have left him in.
I mean, trust me, because it was funny. I was pulling against Skeens. He got the first 2 out. And I'm like, I don't want to see him go 3 up, 3 down.
Because you want to see Judge.
I wanted to see Aaron Judge. And so I'm like getting the phone ready. This is gonna be great. It's Aaron Judge versus Paul Skeens. And then Judge has like a weak grounder out. And I was like,
first pitch, right?
At least, I think it was second pitch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, though, Skeens' best, that 4-seamer, if Judge just got it right?
So that happened with
what
Shohei.
the velocity is off that bat. Well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Shohei had a bomb.
Because remember, the first time Skeens faced Shohei, he just threw him nothing but heat. And Shohei didn't get him. And we're like, oh, man. And next time, he tried to throw him nothing but heat, and Shohei hit that ball 650 feet. And it was awesome.
So Skeens is a monster, man. I'm not talking about just his ability, but just the stature. And I really believe if he stays healthy, which is a big if, man, he's going to be one of the best.
Is it? You hope it's not a Strasburg or Kerry Wood situation, but and he's a good dude. It was funny because we were with Billy Lucci, our boy, and we're kind of walking around and stuff like that, and all of a sudden I see Livy Dunn. So I go over, and I've interviewed her a couple of times and stuff, and so I said, hey, congratulations on the national championship, and of course she's dating Paul Skeens.
That's right.
And she was like, oh, and we see her dad, and Mr. Dunn. So I introduced myself to him. And I was like, how is that? Like, your daughter dating Paul? Are you an LSU fan? And he's like, he could not be more of just a good dude.
Good.
And Livy, the thing about Livy, everybody sees this Viore thing and the Instagram thing. Livy's just kind of a quiet college girl. Yeah. Like, I think everybody thinks this persona that she has, and she's doing all this Instagramming, influencing, and these funny videos. There's a very Lane Kiffin type deal about Livy, to where she plays one role online, but then in real life she's kind of more of a
not as comfortable, maybe more introverted.
I wouldn't even say. I think more introverted is the word. Like, if we were all in a party, Livy's not going to be the person that's commanding all of the attention. Now, the attention will be commanded on her for different reasons, but she is the more kind of, I wouldn't say not the beta person, but more kind of just the introverted, kind of be the wallflower and hang out. So it's a very interesting dynamic to see how huge of a star. And I think that's why, as we go full TMZ here, I think that's why Skeens and Livy get along really well, because both of them have this bigger than life persona, but they're also kind of just quiet, normal people. And I think it's hard when you live in this superstar lifestyle to have somebody that you're like, we don't really need to do this. Like, this doesn't drive me. Let's go grab some pizza and watch a movie and hang out.
How were you not at the white party on that LSU picture?
Trust me, I mean, that picture it's
classic.
It's a different world, man. It's a different world. I mean, Burrow now doing the fashion stuff, and I keep telling us for the SEC network, we need to do like, Angel Reese and the WNBA players, all those other people now do like the showing up.
Yeah, when they walk in
and stuff like that. I was like, I want Dari Noka to just walk through the studio.
I mean, LSU does have major iconic figures right now that are active, but nobody will ever overtake Shaq, right?
I don't know, man. I mean, just Shaq was. I mean, can you imagine Shaq in this world?
Crazy. And that great personality.
And he's not upset hawking any kind of actual.
General.
He's got 9,000
gold bond.
But I've got some friends that work in the marketing industry, and to his credit, while he does a lot of deals, everybody tells me that he's fantastic to work with. And when he's on site and doing stuff like that, whoever wants to meet him, however they can help, he's over and beyond. And so I think Shaq is also understood about where he is in the world and understands that he can help a lot of people. And that's kind of cool to see.
Oh, yeah.
When we're around people that sometimes aren't that way.
Yep.
So.
Man, great time.
Can I practice one time before I go? Because I'm upset.
Do whatever you want. Dunaway will read another commercial.
Read another commercial.
Where's the balls go back?
Can we feed him the balls first?
I got them.
Yeah, you got to do it. Right.
Dr. B bringing this part of the show, LT, while Peter Burns will shoot here. He's in a practice couple.
Oh,
in the middle. 0 for 3. Let's see how far. Actually, how many can I miss? Now, this is actually going to be the.
Okay, so you're shooting till you make one?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're still
okay. 0 for 4.
We could be here. Right. Well, you only got one ball?
Easy.
Well, the other one got stuck in the middle.
Bill's at the momentum. I'm John Crucking it.
That's okay.
One ball.
I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finally.
Mendoza live.
Yeah.
Hey, our man, Dr. B, helping me and Brown try to grow that hair back. We do that non-invasive treatment 3 times a week, 30 minutes each time on the couch. T3hair.net for more information. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B and that great staff today, 205-319-0316. Schedule the consultation. Tell them the next round sent you. For more information, T3hair.net.
You guys know that we're very close-knit family, our company here. We love a lot of our regular guests, and we love Peter Burns, man. We love you, man.
Thank you, boys. Seriously, this is always fun because it feels like more expanded. We've talked about this for years. Like you guys, I love to come in here and just listen to your guys' stuff because it just feels real. Like stuff up there, we're doing 6-minute interviews, and you got to go and you ask me questions and stuff like that. Like, I mean, I brought up a John Kruk Uninutter story. I mean, like who?
Well, you know what's funny?
We give the people what they want.
Tell him.
Well, yeah. So Jared Ivey came in, and literally right when he sat, his 2 handlers were like, "We got to
wrap it up." He just said
one question, and I was like, "These ball busters."
Yeah. His handlers ball busters.
And I get it because I'm on the opposite side of it.
Yeah.
Because what happens is I might have that guy for my television show, and he might be 2 minutes late, 2 minutes late, 2 minutes late. Because I'd always hate to be on that side. I'd be like, dude, I got Emmitt Smith coming on my show, and he's hawking whatever it was. You know,
that is like the ultimate battlefield. I noticed this, and I don't know if you guys did, but when Ewers came down, I thought it was going to be a quick thing too.
Nope. Yeah,
I think his guy was relaxing. He's like, "Damn, we are out of all that clutter.
That's right. It's air conditioned,
and we can chill down here for a little bit. I can get my thoughts together, check my phone and everything." And so they let him stay for 10, 15 minutes.
I know. That's rare because normally those guys, it's that because everybody else will come up and be like, hey, after this, can I get Quinn? You don't want to be an a-hole. Like my favorite thing is like people will come up to me. They're like, hey, can we book you for something like that? They're like, I went through ESPN PR and they were like, they couldn't get you in. I'm like, if somebody at ESPN PR can't book Peter Burns, I was like, that's them being very kind to me because I'm like, I'm the most bookable guest ever. Thanks, boys. I appreciate it.
See you as always,
We're
buddy.
back in a moment. MyBookie bringing you our coverage here. MyBookie.ag, promo code next round. This is TNR at SEC Media Days.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Our coverage of SEC Media Days is brought to you in part by Tommy James Law. TommyJamesLaw.com is here for you and your loved ones. Get a free case evaluation today at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
A sports injury can take you from weekend warrior to weekend spectator. At Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, we're here to help you rally. When the thrill of a touchdown turns to agony in your feet, or when a snap is intercepted by shoulder pain. Recruit the physicians at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. With 10 locations in Central Alabama, we're never far from the game. For injuries on and off the field, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2024.
Buying that perfect home is one of the most important financial decisions you'll ever make, so it's crucial that you have the right partner to help you through the process. Hi, I'm Lisa Zeig, Vice President Mortgage Loan Officer for Bryant Bank, and I'm here to tell you that we are that partner, making it easy to buy with confidence. We offer a variety of mortgage products to fit your unique home buying situation. That kind of hassle-free approach might not be what you'd expect from a bank, but it's exactly what you can expect from us. Give me a call today or visit one of our 18 offices across the state of Alabama and let me show you what banking beyond expectation is all about.
Take TNR on the go with a podcast built for your satisfaction. Miss Hour 1, find it in podcast form. Miss Hour 2, stream it now. Miss Hour 3, download it for later. Miss Hour 4, well, just know it's never coming back. Listen to TNR wherever you find podcasts.
Back with you on the next round from the Omni in downtown Dallas, Texas. SEC Media Days, day 3 of 4. Tomorrow, Auburn is here. Texas is wrapping up today. Alabama started the day. On our platform right now, you got interviews with Tyler Booker, Jalen Milroe, and Kalen DeBoer. Extended interviews from our stage here. And you can watch that at your convenience on our YouTube platform. Please go check that out. It's all brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag.
Code next round when you sign on at mybookie.ag. You get that generous sign-on bonus to start with. And they have revamped the customer loyalty program, their MVP programs, and all of that. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. That is code next round when you log on at mybookie.ag.
Okay, so Nick Saban, we talked about it. Chris Lowe gave us the 411 on this yesterday when he was on our set, that Nick Saban, just to prepare for SEC Media Days, wanted ESPN to set up interviews with every SEC coach for Nick Saban to sit with and talk on phone for 15, 20, 30 minutes. And 14 of the 16 said, okay. We won't get into the 2 that didn't. They're in the same state, I think. But 14 of 16.
Would be hard to say no, wouldn't it?
Would be hard to say no.
Apparently not.
But then Kirby, who was one of the guys did it, was talking to the Georgia media yesterday, all the Atlanta stations that were here. And I saw that interview when I was walking in the media area earlier today with our buddy DJ Shockley. And he was editing when I was listening, about to ask him for something. And I heard the soundbite. And Kirby said, so ESPN calls me and they want to arrange a interview with Nick Saban for 15, 30 minutes. And I'm on the phone with the guy, and it felt so weird because it felt like I was giving all the secrets to my team and my program to Darth Vader. He's like, I was trading the guy that I've been trying to beat, the head coach at Alabama. Now I'm giving him, and I'm sure it felt that way for 14 of the coaches that got on there, that, okay, this guy is still, he's going to have an office in Tuscaloosa, but I'm sharing inside of my program with him. It's sort of, Kirby said it felt weird that I was talking to him again.
You don't think there's any chance the 2 that didn't or declined the offer, do you think it's like, we've got him on the schedule, we know that he is still He's got an office on campus.
Yeah.
He's still got to, with his heart be pulling for the players he recruited.
I think coaches respect coaches, but they are the most paranoid group of people in the world. So that, to your point, maybe that is the case. I don't know. But I also see what Kirby is saying is like, that's the guy I would have never shared information with before, because the last thing he needed was a leg up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's hard enough to beat. The last thing he needs is a leg up.
And then I'm sitting here and algorithms on TikTok last night. It goes into the video inside.
Yeah.
Because I went back and I watched some Kirby stuff yesterday, and then my algorithm is Nick Saban at the SEC championship. Kirby says it's passed us by. Kirby says this.
Yeah.
This is our game. This is our game. And I'm like, he's calling Kirby out in the locker room. It's so crazy. All right. Michelson Laser Vision bringing us this part of the show as well.
Yeah, make the phone call that I made over 2 decades ago, 205-969-8100. That is the number I called. Ask for Amy Taylor. The Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Brent Venables here yesterday with Oklahoma. I think this was a shot at Lincoln Riley.
Okay.
He talked about how the defensive rebuild in Norman is taking longer than he thought it would take. That's a shot at Lincoln Riley, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And you look at Oklahoma and winning 10 games in year 2 under Venables, it was their offense. Their offense was really good. I think they were 3rd in total yards. They averaged over 500 yards per game. And your defense is going to be better in year 2, but I still can't get over the fact that you punt Dylan Gabriel. It still blows me away.
Who was the coordinator Lincoln hired right there at the end that everybody thought was going to fix it?
Alex Grinch.
Alex Grinch, that's right. And it just never got fixed. And
that's at USC, right? No, he came to Oklahoma.
No, he was, that's right. Went to USC with him because that's what everybody said. Well, he's finally gotten serious about defense. He's hired Alex Grinch.
That's right.
And it just never really got fixed. And everything is running together so much. I forget who we were talking to about USC yesterday. Oh, that was Dusty Dvorak, I think.
Yeah, and
because we're talking about Lincoln.
And you asked with like the obvious blind spot, how do you not fix that?
Like, I would like to think if everybody on this show, like if y'all like Brown, look, you do this part of the show fine, but here's the blind spot you're really screwing up. I would think I'd be aware enough of myself to try to fix it, right?
Well, let me say this about Alex Grinch. If you go back to
we'll talk after the
I knew that was
first one of his first coordinator jobs at Washington State under Mike Leach, those defenses were really good.
Yeah.
And I think he's a well-respected guy. There was a disconnect because guys were in position to make plays. They just couldn't tackle.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it.
That seems more like a toughness mentality.
It would seem like if bad defense had cost me as much as it's cost Lincoln Riley, I wouldn't have to be told to fix it, or I wouldn't have to be encouraged. I would fix it because it has cost Lincoln Riley potentially a national championship. Like, I don't know if it's Alabama, Oklahoma in the national championship game, if they'd beaten Georgia. Who knows? They got
that Oklahoma, and I'll say this: that was his first Oklahoma team.
That was a really good team,
and it was his best defensive Oklahoma.
That's
team.
right, it was. I mean, they almost beat Georgia. To your point.
Overtime game Rose Bowl.
Where again, now it really was the squib kick that killed it.
Did you like Dvorak when I said that? I was like, why did they squib it? Your guy.
That's what he said.
Not our guy anymore.
He's your guy. You got to ask it.
Did y'all know it was going to rain today? Jimmy Titan, I thought you would keep us up on the weather. It was pissing out there.
Is it really?
Yeah, a little Texas rain.
So can you imagine when we walk out after it rains, that mug?
That will have heat and humidity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, as I told you guys, as we walked out there when it looked like it might rain, I said when it's 100 degrees plus 4 days in a row, eventually a thunderstorm has to pop up.
Well,
right?
So we ended up literally in the hood. Our Uber driver that picked us up was like, I don't know what you guys are doing here. And light was still out and everything. He was like, people get shot here all the time. This is yesterday because we went to dinner with you guys.
You were here because I picked the restaurant. And I picked a restaurant that is not in the safest part of town.
And it was crazy busy. So I'm like, well, we're just going to walk across the street. And we kept walking because we couldn't find anything. And anyway, he picked us up and he was telling me that his power was out for 6 days because the hurricanes that hit Houston and then the tornadoes that came in to Dallas. He's like, if you guys would have been here a couple of weeks ago, it rained nonstop all the time and there was tornadoes.
I'm glad we weren't.
All because of the hurricane that blew through the Caribbean and into the coast of Texas. Slice brings us 4 downs every day. Rockstar, I should have told you 4 downs in this segment. Slice, great place for lunch or dinner. Tell us about that.
Yeah, created by the late Jeff Bajaya. His legacy is continued by his brothers, Chris and Jason. Make sure you stop at one of those 5 locations. The original in Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park, newest location in Edgewood. Local pizza, local ingredients. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
So, more total touchdowns in 2024, Jalen Milroe or Jalen Hurts?
Oh, good question. Until I was talking to my wife, I never really noticed this. She was like, how's the interviews been going? And I was like, Kalen and Jalen. And I was like, oh, they rhyme. Kalen and Jalen were really good this morning. I'm going to say, dude, who's backing up Jalen Hurts now? I mean, last year was different. I don't know why, but it just felt different for Jalen
Well,
Hurts.
I think you've almost got ships passing in the night with Milroe getting better and Hurts feels like he's regressing a little bit. So I'm going to go Jalen Milroe instead of Jalen Hurts.
I would go Milroe too.
I think I will too.
Yeah, you think about how many touchdowns Hurts will get inside of the 3-yard line.
Yeah,
well, that helps.
There's that what is it? Which way you make him roll out of the pocket one different way, and he's horrible.
Well, used to in Tuscaloosa, if he got flushed right, it was look, throw it in the 8th row.
Yeah.
That's where he really got bad, was getting flushed right.
Yeah,
when he was at Tuscaloosa.
So that's a trend that's out there, and I keep seeing that broke down last year. So I'm going to go Milroe too.
Yeah, I think Milroe has more.
Second down.
In that same vein, more total touchdowns in 2024. Quinn Ewers. Going back to the NFC East, Dak Prescott.
All right, let me tell you what's about to happen on this show, okay? I just want to let everybody watching and listening know.
Love me some Quinn Ewers.
We're about to love Quinn Ewers because the kid was fantastic on and off camera. Like, we talked with him some off camera when he first got here.
While
you guys were.
Do you remember
great.
Theo crying?
Yeah.
That's my quarterback.
Yeah, I mean,
I want that guy as my quarterback.
That kid is the nicest kid.
He even spoke our language. I was like, so what do you think of the atmosphere? And he's like, man, that atmosphere at Bryant Denny, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. Blah, blah. I visited Sark when my sophomore year in high school, and I really loved the campus there.
I love the state of Alabama.
Beautiful.
Blah, 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 blah. Where were you trying to win us over, son?
Come on, Quinn.
No, but I'm telling you, just before the interview, you guys were in break when Quinn Ewers came in. Could not have been a nicer young man. So I am so impressed by him. It is going to be hard if one of our state teams is against Texas to pull against Quinn Ewers. I'll go and tell you.
I'll say this: Dak doesn't win big games necessarily, but he puts up a lot of numbers.
Yeah, I would go Dak in this one.
I think I would lean Ewers. I don't know about their receivers. Talking to Chip Brown this morning, like they believe Isaiah Bond is going to be their number 1.
Quinn thinks he is.
But they talk about all these young receivers that are just untapped.
Yeah.
And Sarkisian and his ability to call plays, but I do think the 2 running backs will take away from it a little bit. So I think I'll go Dak too.
Yeah.
Third down.
More SEC championships over the next 5 years. Texas or Alabama?
See, the SEC championship just feels so different now. And
no, it does.
I know you're still going to be playing for it because you're trying to win every game. I mean, I don't think these college coaches all of a sudden are going to say, we can lose this game and still get in the playoffs. Let's do it. No, they're going to try to win every game.
And just the wear and tear on the body to play that extra game to win the national championship. I don't think it's going to be like we get in Major League Baseball where if you get a bye, it hurts you. I think playing that extra game, it's gonna take a lot. It may happen the first year, and I'll be wrong. Somebody has to play the first weekend that ends up winning the national championship. I feel like the national champion is likely to come from one of those.
I do wonder how long it'll take us for a 5 through 12 to win the national championship.
I said
could be year 1. You don't know.
I said that, and I can talk myself out of it now because there will be a Big 12 team and an ACC team there, and I feel like second place Big 10 or SEC could do it the first year.
But I mean, think about this scenario: either Georgia, Texas, or Ohio State, Oregon split. And then the one that loses the conference championship game's a 5 through 12. You're telling me they can't win the national championship?
That's right. So I'm going to take that back. So I take that back. Yeah.
I don't even know what the question was now. Just think about
more SEC championships.
I think it's probably 1-1. I will say
1-1.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I could see over 5 years Georgia's going to win at least 1.
Okay.
I think Texas will win 1. I think Alabama will win 1. I mean, there's 2 more out there. I mean, you're telling me LSU's going to go that long without winning one? You're telling me Oklahoma's going to go that long without winning one? Maybe they are. I don't know.
I'll go back to Georgia. I'll go Georgia 2, Texas 1, Alabama 1.
Yeah, it's probably 1-1, but I will take DeBoer over Sarkisian.
Well, I mean, he's 2-0 in that
Yeah,
matchup,
yeah.
right?
Next quarterback. I want to see who the next quarterback is in Alabama, but I would probably say at least one for Bama.
4th down.
Luke Bryan, 48 today. David Hasselhoff, 72. Better career. I mean, we laugh. I mean, I know Luke Bryan is more respected musically, but David Hasselhoff in Europe, especially Germany, you look at Baywatch, you look at Knight Rider. He's kind of a cheese icon, but he is kind of an iconic guy.
You're still an icon, even if you're a cheese icon, right?
Yeah.
That is a tough one. I think I am going to go. I think I'm a David Hasselhoff because he has stood the test of time.
I think I'm with you, Brown.
Luke Bryan's got to stand the test of time.
I mean, where is Luke Bryan right now on the radar?
Well, I mean, he's
he's not the top Bryan right now, is he? I mean, is Zach Bryan surpassed him
musically? But now Luke Bryan still hosts The Voice. I mean, or still a panelist on The Voice.
Actually, it's American Idol.
He's the American Idol. Blake Shelton's The Voice, right?
He retired a couple of years ago.
Okay, can I get anything right?
I don't know. I'll wait to see. We'll talk about it after the show.
Okay, so what do you think the 2 are worth? I
Your
got it right
blind
here.
spot is just
Luke Bryan, I think, is worth more than Hasselhoff.
It says Luke Bryan has made a name for himself as an actor,
I've never been an
filmmaker.
act.
Maybe it was a video. He made the video and he acted in it.
Acting like
and
a country
music
singer.
So it's close, though. 160 for Luke Bryan.
Yeah.
And 100 for David Hasselhoff.
Yeah, but Hasselhoff's earning days are behind him.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Luke Bryan's are way ahead of him.
You could see Hasselhoff at a Comic-Con for a $10,000 appearance fee.
Now, I like Luke Bryan, and I like a lot of his songs.
I don't particularly care for his music, honestly.
Oh, play it again?
I'm not a big fan of his music.
Is he the one that did that awful trailer or tractor song?
Well, not
Something-
Tractor Sex.
Yeah, no, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, there's like
Yeah, Tractor
88
Song does not
tractor
narrow it
songs in
down.
country music.
Yeah.
What was it? Shake It For Me?
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
country.
yeah,
Shake it for me.
Yeah,
that was Luke Bryan,
you're automatically out with that. Right?
That's 4 downs. Brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Yeah, 5 locations. Get into the Bajai Brothers from the Soul Pie to the Wing of the Prairie. You're going to love it. SliceBirmingham.com.
Top of the hour here. We're halfway through the show. 2 more to go, though. 2 more live hours here. All sorts of social media stuff out from SEC Media Days on our platform. I cannot tell you the work Scott Forster, Taylor Korn, and Emily Grace McWhorter are doing behind the scenes here. Go check it all out at your convenience when the live show's not here, and even when the week's done at Next Round Live, The show brought to you and our coverage by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. We're back in a moment on TNR.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
A sports injury can take you from weekend warrior to weekend spectator. At Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, we are here to help you rally. When the thrill of a touchdown turns to agony in your feet, or when a snap is intercepted by shoulder pain. Recruit the physicians at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. With 10 locations in Central Alabama, we're never far from the game. For injuries on and off the field, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2024.
Golf season is here, and if you're looking for a great golf course with affordable rates, you need to check out the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. Woodward Golf Club is a semi-private club with membership opportunities available, but is also open to the public. You can book tee times online at this hidden gem by going to golfwoodward.com. For only $195 per month, you can enjoy unlimited golf 7 days a week. Membership includes discounted cart fees, unlimited range balls, and the use of our practice facilities. For more information on memberships and the course, check us out online at golfwoodward.com.
Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. All the games, player props, great parlays, and all right there at mybookie.ag, right at your fingertips. And right now, you can get a special sign-on bonus when you make your initial deposit by using code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND for that special sign-on bonus. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag.
Our coverage of SEC Media Days is brought to you in part by Tommy James Law. TommyJamesLaw.com is here for you and your loved ones. Get a free case evaluation today at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
All right, hour number 3 of the show as we roll on here, being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur is where you find Johnston RV Center. You can always find them online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Listen, those 2 lots I just mentioned, they've repriced both those lots. They are so confident in their pricing that they have a nationwide guarantee. They'll beat any price nationwide on a comparable RV. Just bring them the price. They will beat it at Johnston RV Center. Also, they make sure you get that lifetime warranty on everything new and previously owned, qualifying previously owned, with RV warranty forever. You see it on Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
One of the things that is not part of our interview with Kalen DeBoer earlier today that he's made a point of saying, especially on with Nick Saban earlier today on the SEC Network, is he really wants to make sure that all the players, all the coaches who built Alabama into being what Alabama is now, he wants to make sure that it feels like home. They're always welcome to come back, wants them to come back, wants them on the sidelines at games. That's something you saw when Nick Saban was there. All the Saban players in the NFL, when it was a bye week and it was a game in Tuscaloosa,
right,
you'd see those guys back on the sidelines. I think that's important to try to connect the two, the Saban years and those players, and connect them in with the Kalen DeBoer years.
Well, I agree completely. And I think all it does is sell that Alabama is your pathway to the NFL. And that is very important. You know, it's going to be interesting. I'm not sure it's going to play out that way in this year's draft. You know, we are so accustomed now to seeing a draft where Alabama's got 3 or 4 first rounders. I think one year, did they have 5 one year, 6 or whatever it was?
I think it was 5.
Yeah. That I know Tyler Booker, our buddy Tyler Booker, is going to be a first rounder. I contend Jalen Milroe could play his way into the first round if he has a good year. There are probably some other guys, but there are not a lot of like cold, hard lock first rounders for Alabama this year. So that is going to be a challenge for Kalen DeBoer. You know, he's answered every challenge. But, you know, he was challenged about his recruiting. Not him personally. We talked to him about it in our interview today. You could see that on demand. But there are a lot of people like he can't recruit in the South, right? Well, it's only one recruiting class, but I think Kalen DeBoer's answered that question. Can he keep the NFL pipeline going? And recruiting can lead into that, obviously. You got to develop them. But I look at Washington. That was a pretty good NFL pipeline last year.
Well, I was going to say, you know, if you look at the first round, speaking of first-round guys, Alabama had 3.
Yep.
Washington had 3.
Now, not all of those are his recruits. I get that.
That's
you
right.
know. Now, some of it was transfer portal like Penix. But, I mean, that is so critical to recruiting. It's helped Georgia. It helped Kentucky in basketball. It has helped Alabama. Is kids looking at that and saying, I could get to the NFL from Tuscaloosa or Athens or Auburn or Knoxville or wherever. And part of that, we talk about it all the time, Lance. It's what used to help Miami, I think. I mean, you would go as a player, you'd be on the sideline of Miami, you turn around, there's Michael Irvin, there's Warren Sapp, there's all these guys that are NFL greats, and it just drove the point home. I'm in an NFL feeding ground. And that's what you want to be.
That's what you want to be. So connecting those to home, very important. I will tell you this. You look at Alabama's schedule, and by the way, we're breaking down schedules nonstop over on TikTok. Make sure you're following us on TikTok at Next Round Live. You look at Alabama's schedule, and I just love the way it is laid out. Western Kentucky's a team that's going to throw the ball around. Their coach believes in slinging it around. It's going to give a good opportunity there for that secondary to start learning the new system and communicating. Then you get South Florida. Last time Alabama got really beat down by an offense, Alex Golesh was the OC at Tennessee a couple of years ago. So he's got that USF team. So it's going to, with some schemes, it's going to challenge the Alabama. It may not be as fast or anything, but it's going to challenge that young Alabama secondary. Then you get to go on the road at Wisconsin. You sort of shake down that cruise with a road game there. Then you get the bye, catch your breath. Then you get Georgia at home. Then after that, Vandy and South Carolina, which should be wins. Then you're at Tennessee, home to Missouri. And I got a feeling, guys, that at Tennessee, home to Missouri stretch before that bye and that trip to LSU, I think that season at Tennessee and that home game to Missouri, surviving those two games 2-0 becomes must for them to make the playoffs.
Yeah, the schedule's difficult. I mean, outside of Missouri and Ole Miss, whose schedules aren't difficult?
We have seen
Texas.
I think Texas is pretty.
I mean, Texas
difficult.
plays Georgia
and Alabama
and Texas A&M.
No, Alabama, they don't play
Alabama. Oh yeah, not Alabama.
Texas, Georgia. They play Georgia. They play Alabama. Texas A&M,
Oklahoma,
Ole Miss,
Oklahoma. I mean,
Texas plays Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyway, Alabama.
I think so.
Alabama. I don't think they do, Lance.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
You used to that game before the bye. Prior to LSU, what did you always? A lot of times it was Tennessee. There was times it was other teams.
They were out of gas.
A lot of times they were always out of gas right before the bye, right?
Yep.
And we used to hear that. Alabama. I don't know if it was a betting trend or not, but that game prior to the LSU bye, Lance, the bye before LSU, always seemed like you got kind of a flat Alabama. Yep. That is Missouri this year. And that game,
I don't know if you're going to be flat if Missouri's a top 10 team.
You better not be. You better not be out of gas. I mean, that game's at Bryant-Denny Stadium. You're not going to Columbia. But that is a very losable game for Alabama if that trend continues. And I know Nick Saban talked about it. He's like, man, we needed the bye bad. We're a beat-up team. We're a tired team. We need the rest. And you always had LSU hanging out there that was maybe sometimes there was the look-ahead factor. But that Missouri game right before a bye, that is a super tricky game for Alabama. I don't know what you think the point spread will be.
Right now in Tuscaloosa,
and say Alabama's undefeated. Say they beat Georgia.
I would say that Alabama is a 10 to 13 point favorite.
If they beat Georgia.
Yeah.
All right. If Alabama has lost to Georgia.
It depends on what Missouri's playing like. I think the number could be as small as 7 and as high as 13 or 14.
Yeah.
Texas has got 4 losable games.
They don't play Ole Miss, though, do they?
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They play at Michigan, though. They've got Oklahoma and Georgia back-to-back weeks, and then they go to A&M to close it out.
Yeah. Those are their 4 games, and everything else is cake.
So really, just go 2-2 in those games. Should be fine.
And you should be in the playoffs there. Alabama's schedule a little bit more difficult there. And I know before I tell you about our friends at Champies, in fact, let me tell you about Champies, and you guys tell me if you agree with what everyone seems. Nick Saban said it, and you asked Roman Harper about it, about this secondary.
Okay.
Because I look at a couple of the guys and then the portal guys, and I'm wondering why everybody's questioning this secondary. Our friends at Champies, world famous fried chicken, Sterling and the crew want to help you win your tailgate when we start football in a few weeks. It's the best place. You can call ahead, has a call ahead to go line. You can go through in the drive-through. Works very fast. It's very fantastic. Hand-cut chicken fingers, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, cook-to-order fried chicken, all the stuff you want for your tailgate, wonderful sides, and so much more. It is Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, the best folks in the world. The 2 5-star guys, Mbakwe and Mincy. You have all the guys who have come in and the portal, Sab and Jackson, and some other guys who have come in, Deshaun Jones.
Damani Jackson, did you mention
Yeah,
him?
Damani Jackson at USC.
So why the question
Well,
marks here?
I just think you haven't seen a lot of those guys. You haven't seen Keon Saab play at Alabama. You saw him play at Michigan, and I think what Kalen DeBoer realized in that national championship game is I'd like to have that guy on my team, right? You've watched a lot of Damani Jackson. What do you get out of him if you're Alabama?
I mean, the defense was just so bad.
I know.
There was no pressure on the quarterback. They couldn't stop the run. I mean,
it's hard to evaluate.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, he's got some length. He's very athletic, and obviously, this is a guy that was recruited by everybody coming out.
I mean, I think Nick Saban just knows. I look at that secondary of what it was last year, and it brings back Malachi Moore. I mean, that's it.
That's it.
As far as experience and depth goes in that secondary,
But he
Terrion Arnold is gone, Caleb Downs is gone,
but he's the guy that got Alabama going with Mbakwe and Mincy.
Yeah,
and two more other 4-stars that I don't have written down here.
But if I'm Nick Saban, when he says that, and I know he's evaluating those guys, but if I'm Nick Saban, I look at that secondary and say, when I coached it last year, maybe this year's best defensive player in the nation was one safety, one corner was one of the surprises of the entire football season, what he did, Terrion. And the other corner was good enough to get drafted, and that corner outplayed him. And of all of that, the only thing that's coming back is that other safety, Malachi Moore. And that wasn't a shot at Malachi. I just mean, as you evaluated, all those other guys are going. So when Nick Saban says that, I think that's probably what he's looking at is the secondary's got to prove it because none of those other guys have ever done it in a crimson jersey. And that secondary last year was really, really good last year.
Well, ESPN did an article today, the X factors, the top X factor for all 25 teams, top 25 teams. And what do you guys, and it could be anything.
Okay.
It could be,
this is good.
Okay.
Can we tease it and come back?
Yeah.
Okay. So X Factors, ESPN.com today. I want you to ask us some of those questions because I didn't read the article. I saw the headline. UCA brings us this part of the show, Urology Centers of Alabama. UCA with over 36 urologists on hand, 16 locations across Alabama, treating all your urological needs from prostate health to kidney stones. We'll take care of you right there. Visit urologycentersalabama.com, urologycentersalabama.com to schedule your appointment. LT discusses some X factors with us when we come back to SEC Media Days presented by mybookie.ag, promo code next round.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. All the games, player props, great parlays, and all right there at mybookie.ag, right at your fingertips. And right now, you can get a special sign-on bonus when you make your initial deposit by using code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND for that special sign-on bonus. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag.
A sports injury can take you from weekend warrior to weekend spectator. At Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, we're here to help you rally. When the thrill of a touchdown turns to agony in your feet, or when a snap is intercepted by shoulder pain. Recruit the physicians at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. With 10 locations in Central Alabama, we're never far from the game. For injuries on and off the field, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2024.
Are you tired of buying your CPAP mask and supplies online only to be disappointed? It's time to visit CPAP Plus, your locally owned and operated CPAP shop that prides itself on personal service. Come see what you're buying at CPAP Plus with 3 convenient locations in Pelham, Highway 280, and now open in Trussville. Drop by for a free CPAP checkup and free filters, no appointment needed. Plus, sign up for their giveaway for a chance to win a free travel CPAP machine. Just Google CPAP Plus or visit any of those 3 locations. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
As always, this hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champy'schicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew will have us a big fried chicken party ready for us when we get back up there. Can't wait to taste those hand-cut chicken fingers and the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. We've had a lot of good food out here, but we enjoy Champy's Chicken, some great food back home. Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you're in that area, on your way to the beach this upcoming weekend or back from the beach when you're making that trip, it's just right off the I-65 exit. Throw it into Waze or the GPS there and find your way to Champy's. It's a destination lunch. No better customer service in the world than Sterling and the crew at champy'schicken.com. Okay, X factors. We were discussing that before our last break.
Now, this can be anything, anywhere from a grouping. It can be an individual. It can be a coach. It can be scheduled.
Okay.
Give me a team.
So, Oklahoma.
I mean, quarterback is the obvious answer with Jackson Arnold. It is hard to say quarterback as an X factor. I mean, that is an A factor, right?
Well, I mean,
you just don't know.
LT has put an exclamation point all week long on that because he's got us thinking, could Jackson Arnold be Johnny Manziel? Yeah. They've actually shipped Dylan Gabriel off to Washington, who is the now betting favorite to Oregon, who's now the betting favorite for the Heisman. They shipped him off, so I'm with Brown here. It's got to be Jackson Arnold because, I mean, he is so unknown.
And so this paragraph they put together, they do reference Jackson at the end, but they go with the SEC schedule. And
it is tough.
It is the first go-around for them, and it is really difficult. Tennessee at Auburn, Texas and Dallas, South Carolina at Ole Miss, at Missouri, Alabama at LSU.
Yeah, they got the schedule I think we wished Texas had gotten.
No, I would agree. I thought it was interesting yesterday. Dusty Dvorak, if I heard him right, basically said there were a lot of Oklahoma fans that were counting Tennessee as a win. I'm like, in what world are you counting that as a win?
But he also pointed out that Tennessee fans are also counting that as a win.
And I would say the same to Tennessee fans. In what world? I mean, that's a toss-up game to me.
Yeah, Tennessee's on here. It's an individual. I don't know how excited you guys are going to get. It's defensive tackle Bryson Eason.
Not excited.
They just talk about it could be one of the best defensive lines in the SEC. But
you'll get me excited about James Pierce.
You need disruption up the middle when you've got James Pierce on the outside. LSU.
My X factor would be whatever receiver because you've got a quarterback in Nussmeier. They've always got good receivers. I just don't know who it is.
I would go Harold Perkins, just letting Harold Perkins eat.
They say wide receivers. Few FBS teams, just reading here, have as much production to replace at wide receiver than the Tigers, who lost NFL first-round draft picks Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. Duo combined for 157 receptions, 2,700 yards, and 31 touchdowns just in 2023. Kyron Lacey is the obvious, but you got transfer Xavier Thomas coming in from Mississippi State and also C.J. Daniels from Liberty. But you said it yesterday, Brown. I tend to agree. They always seem to get receiver right.
And often they get receiver right in pairs. They don't just have one good one at one time. They got two that are NFL receivers.
By the way, they've got Missouri preseason number 8 here. What do you think Missouri needs? Their big X factor.
The replacement for Cody Schrader.
Yeah, I agree with that. Cody Schrader, who averaged 125 yards a game last year. that made it so much easier on Brady Cook.
Yeah, this is interesting because it is replacing the SEC's leading rusher. Again, reading verbatim here, is never easy. Cody Schrader is gone after rushing for 1,627 yards a year ago, but sleeping on the Tigers running game in 2024 could be a mistake. They brought in two experienced transfer running backs who should complement each other. Marcus Carroll, who went over 1,300 yards at Georgia State,
right,
and Nate Noel was at Appalachian State. They say he's elusive. He's kind of the yin to the yang there.
A couple of Sunbelt guys there.
Alabama, what is the X factor for number 7, just in front of Missouri here?
It's coaching, replacing the legend Nick Saban. I mean, that's going to be what it's got to be. That's all everyone talks about with Alabama.
I can make a case at running back that there are talented running backs there, but Jam Miller, Justice Haynes, none of those guys have proven to be the one. I could go receiver, that you got some young talent there. You got Jeremy Bernard transferring in, but I don't know who the stud receiver is going to be. And we just talked about it with secondary. I can make a case for secondary. Who are the pieces around Malachi Moore in that secondary?
Yeah, this doesn't scare me as much where they go. I agree with you.
Kicker, you just lost the NCAA's all-time leading scorer.
I would go receivers or secondary, but they go defensive coordinator Kane Womack.
Interesting.
Yep.
And they just talk about, look, it didn't really matter who Saban's defense coordinator was because it was Saban's defense.
That's right.
And now Saban is removed from the program. So, I mean, it is a legitimate point.
It is. And when you hear Roman talk, and if you missed Roman earlier on our platforms there, but in the 4-2-5 swarm, which is what it's going to be the terminology, he makes it sound like easy throw to the flat off the snap in this defense will be uncontested. And it almost sounds like it's 3 yards and you make a tackle given to you anytime you want it. That's what he makes it sound like. So that's not usually the way Alabama plays defense.
No.
That'll take some getting used to.
3 more SEC teams. We're doing top 25 teams X factors according to ESPN. Number 6 on the list, Ole Miss. What do you think the X factor is for the Rebels?
I think I would go running back in the absence of Quinshon Judkins.
I think
replacing him.
I think that's a good call. Quinshon Judkins is gone. How do you fill that hole?
Yeah, I mean, that is a question. I think because people believe Ole Miss is finally here now because of the defensive line. They say the X factor is the defensive line. They go on to say there's a reason Lane Kiffin is excited about his defensive line. He's been around and coached against elite defensive lines in the SEC and knows this is his deepest and most talented group of defensive linemen he will put on the field at Ole Miss.
When you hear Nick Saban himself on ESPN say, look, basically he said, and this is a paraphrase, Ole Miss couldn't compete with us or the rest of the SEC because they couldn't win up front. They can win up front now. That gets my attention.
It did.
I mean, that was a heck of a compliment.
Yeah, it did.
A comment.
For Texas, who they've got number 3 here.
I think it's you can go defensive line because they lost a lot on that defensive line. And you got to replace them. But to me, it's the 3 wide receivers you lost.
Those guys that are playing in the NFL now?
Yeah, that's part of it. It's chemistry. They go on to say Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers took a huge leap forward last season on offense with the Heisman contender leading a pinpoint attack, but the NFL draft showed how much talent the Longhorns lost. Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, Jatavion Sanders. They also lost Jordan Whittington. So, again, there's supposed to be a lot of young talent in that wide receiver room, but we'll see it actually when it gets on the field. And then number 1, Georgia, very random here. They say transfer tight end Benjamin Urasek.
I was going to say tight end, though, because that was the most obvious loss.
Yeah. Well, I thought Oscar Delp was going to be really good. He was just kind of underutilized last year.
Massive.
Yeah.
He's just not Brock Bowers.
Yeah. He caught that one touchdown in the SEC championship game.
Maybe? Question mark?
Yeah. I don't know. So that's the X factor there. Trash is coming up in the next segment, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne.
Yeah, that's right. If you got unwanted guests in your home, trust Wayne's Pest Control for eco-friendly solutions, available 24/7. Proud supporters of the SEC, just like us. Call 866-WAYNES-1 today, 866-WAYNES-1.
Yeah, and we appreciate our friends at Who Is Coffee. I'll tell you again, we got coffee drinkers that have been rolling in. You see it sitting up here. You can find out more about Who Is Coffee and about our next round blend, which is the coffee that I drink and Forrester drinks all the time pre-show back in Birmingham. You can get it shipped anywhere in the world you're watching us just by going to nextround.store, nextround.store. And this week, use the promo code MEDIADAYS24, MEDIADAYS24. You get 24% off the entire order right there at Who Is Coffee. And if you like your first shipment, then set up a reoccurring shipment, and you'll enjoy the great coffee, the Next Round blend from our friends at Who Is Coffee. Trash on the other side, and then back to football. This is the Next Round, presented by our friends at mybookie.ag, live from the Big D.
The Next Round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Hey, you. School's coming back. Time to gear up. And at New Balance Birmingham, we know what's up. Before hitting the books, check out the looks. Come together at New Balance Birmingham on Highway 280, right next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham, we got now.
Our friends at Long Use Furniture believe in getting more style for less. Long Use offers a great selection of furniture for your living room, bedroom, dining room, home office, and entertainment room, helping you elevate your home design and decor. Long Use offers everything from vibrant outdoor furniture to breezy home accents. Everything you need to create your own sunshine sanctuary. Right now, you can save up to 10% store-wide, receive $300 in Long Use sleep credits with select mattress purchases, and access special financing on tons of hot buys. Take exit 280 off the I-65 Hallmark Farms exit today to see what Long Use has to offer you.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Our coverage of SEC Media Days is brought to you in part by Tommy James Law. TommyJamesLaw.com is here for you and your loved ones. Get a free case evaluation today at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on. Before we get to trash, upstairs it was EG sent it out, and you'll see it all over social media. Just that iconic look, the Texas logo with the SEC logo and the backdrop of when Sark's on the podium in the main room up there. It's real. You know, it was real when Kalen DeBoer walked up there, and it wasn't Nick Saban. That hey, it's different now. It was real yesterday when you looked up there and the OU logo was up there with the SEC logo, and now Texas is just a new landscape. It's different.
It is. I mean, seeing Quinn Ewers wearing that Longhorn belt buckle and those shiny boots. We talk about those. See how shiny those boots were?
Yeah. He fits the part of a Texas.
He does.
You know, that was what was missing for so long after Colt McCoy. You think about the greatness of Texas quarterbacks just went away.
Yeah, you're right about that. When's the last great one we've seen? Yeah.
I mean, Sam Ehlinger was good.
Yeah. I mean, you've had some good guys. I think Quinn Ewers got a chance to be the best of the bunch recently.
Okay, tell us about Vulcan Tire and Automotive. They brought you out here in your car, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. And then I've got a Dabo quote that's going to maybe make you think?
So a lot of people are traveling this time of year, trying to squeeze in those last vacations over the next few weeks before the kids go back to school. Make sure you go by one of the 4 convenient locations of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Get service bumper to bumper from the fluids, the AC, the tires. They can do it all for you at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations throughout Birmingham. You can always go online, vulcantireandauto.com. Make sure you tell the guys there the next round sent you.
All right. So Dabo Swinney says the playoffs are going to have some unintended consequences, in his opinion. He believes that when some teams get to be 4-4 and they're out of the playoff race, maybe it's 4-3 for some people, but 4-4 is what he used, that he thinks that you'll see some high-profile players check out for the rest of the season, stop playing, opt out of the rest of the year, and go train in, his words, Arizona for the NFL draft.
Okay, so what's the difference in 4-3 when we had a 14 playoff?
Yeah.
And right. I mean, you were out of the playoffs a lot quicker in the old days.
Yeah. I feel like Dabo just looks for things that aren't old school enough for him anymore to complain about. I mean, he doesn't like the transfer portal. He doesn't like NIL. I just feel like, this is something new, so Dabo's going to find a reason to complain about it.
I mean, dude, you could opt out your whole season if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing changes going from 4 to 12 with that.
It actually keeps more teams engaged.
Yeah,
to your point,
you nailed it right. I mean, it was
like,
you're out of
3 losses, you're done.
I think going into November. I mean, tell me if I'm crazy here. Going into November, I think Alabama or Georgia, Texas, Alabama, Ole Miss, LSU, and Missouri could all still be alive for the college football playoff. Is that crazy to think about?
No.
Going into November, Ohio State, Oregon, Michigan,
Penn State,
potentially USC, some of that. 5 or 6 teams from each conference going into November could still be alive for the college football playoff.
Yeah.
Or could still be in a situation where if I can just get into the tiebreaker for that second spot in the conference championship game, the tiebreaker benefits me somehow. And now I've got a 1-game situation to lock myself into the playoffs.
Yeah, and although we've expanded, I still don't believe. I think you're going to get, finally a Kansas State or a Utah on this thing, but it's not like you're going to get just random teams. So, teams that were kind of average to begin with weren't getting to a college football playoff. So, again, I don't know what it's really changed.
Yeah,
me either. Trash never changes. It's always part of our show here. Away from the sports headlines, brought to you by Mortgage Right. Rockstar, hit the big button, man.
Hey, your old man passed away, right?
Oh, wow.
No, not yet. Oh, I thought he did. I thought the judge was dead. My brother died. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that, buddy.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and the mortgage experts, Mortgage Right, we have partnered with them from day one. Absolutely love the guys there. Whether you're buying your first home or your final home, whether you need a huge down payment or really not much of a down payment at all, these guys can steer you in the right direction. Whatever you need, go to mortgageright.com. Mortgages done the right way. We start first, according to a new survey, 41% of people believe every text message needs to include an emoji to be complete, or the text feels, quote, naked to them. I would say that I send an emoji about 1 or 2% of my texts. If I send 100 texts, there might be an emoji in one of them.
Most of your emojis are just meant as a dig or a joke. Like
I'll do the
middle finger.
I've done the middle finger, but more so just the laughing emoji. Because it's hard to put things into context sometimes.
I'm not sure I've ever gotten a text from you with an emoji in it, to be honest with you.
Means he doesn't like you.
Have you ever gotten one from me with it?
I have. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think I ever have.
I think it was the middle finger screwing around with me. Rockstar, do you emoji text any?
1 out of every 2,000.
Okay, so Rockstar is actually less than you, Lynn.
Other than that, though, I do it all the time.
I do.
So does Dabo, right?
Yeah.
The one I use most. Okay, let me ask you this. So Rockstar, we'll start with you. Do you do it where you hold down on the text and can give a thumbs up, or do you actually text a thumbs up?
I don't.
I didn't
hold
I didn't
down
know you
the
could hold it
text.
down.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all never seen that?
I text okay.
No, that's the way I do it.
No, but look, all right, this is a text I had to send to Lunceford earlier. So I hold it down, and look, I can give a thumbs up or a ha-ha or exclamation marks or a question mark.
Yeah, but that's the way you send it text. That's just the reply to
That's
the
what I'm
text.
saying. Yeah. Do you do that, or do you actually send the thumbs up?
Yeah, I would send the thumbs up if I was to do it.
I see what you're saying.
I don't consider that emoji.
Yeah, that to me, that's not really a response. That's just I've read it.
I need to do that instead of sending the stupid laughing emoji.
Yeah,
crying
do a
emoji.
ha-ha.
I need to do a ha-ha.
Yeah, do the ha-ha.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that now. Anyway, it's more common among younger adults. 70% of Gen Zers said you all caps need an emoji compared to 46% of Gen Xers. But words are important too. 38% of people say texting just a single emoji is a conversation killer. And while adding an emoji to every text may seem over the top.
No, I agree that if somebody just sends me an emoji back or does what Brown just did,
conversation,
which isn't really, I got it, and I'm really busy. I'm not going to text with you anymore, or I'm driving or something.
No, that's kind of my conversation ender. Thumbs up, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, here are the 10 states with the poorest quality of life. When we get to number 1, I'm not going to be surprised at all.
Okay.
It's funny. I kind of said it before, and then I read the list, and I was like, oh, this makes sense. Now, as part of the study, CNBC considers states' quality of life as one of their 10 categories. CNBC uses multiple factors like crime rates, health care, air quality, child care when determining quality of life in each state. Texas came in as the state with the worst quality of life.
Wow, dang.
Number one.
You have soured on Texas on this.
Ooh, I'm not.
You have.
In part due to its poor health care. Now, the Lone Star State has one of the lowest primary care provider to patient ratios in the country, 182 primary care providers per 100,000 residents. I just think you got a lot of residents.
That is a lot of people, not enough doctors.
But I think statistically we're behind the 8 ball in that department in our state too, in Alabama.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to Alabama. You know we're on the list. And the Lone Star State has one of the lowest primary care physician to patient ratios, 64 per 100,000. Texas also has the highest percentage of people without health insurance. Minimum wage in Texas only $7.25 an hour, about 20% lower than an hourly rate that would cover the cost of living for a family of 4, according to this report. Here are the 10 states with a poor quality of life. Number 10, Arizona.
Boy, I would have thought differently.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have a
lot of retirees.
Yeah, a lot right there, Scottsdale, and a couple of places around there. Really sweet way of life, but the whole state,
I've spent a lot of time in Arizona. It's okay.
I like it.
Yeah, number 9 on this list is Kansas.
I didn't like Arizona. Too many rocks for yards. Kansas.
It's very average. I lived a summer there. It's just really flat. It's clean.
I've just barely touched foot into Kansas.
There's just not a lot of people. Yeah. Number 8, Louisiana.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean,
it's my favorite state.
Got some good and bad.
Not my favorite. You guys know I'm not a huge New Orleans guy.
Number 7, Missouri.
Barely been in Missouri.
Yeah, I've spent a little time in Missouri, but I don't know.
Can't really comment.
Missouri or St. Louis or Kansas City?
Kansas City, much better than St. Louis.
I've never been to like rural Missouri.
But the Ozarks look gorgeous.
Yeah. So that's in Missouri?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I spent a lot of time in St. Joseph's, Missouri.
Yeah.
And Nevada, Missouri. And it wasn't bad.
See, I would tell you that if you said, Jim, where are the Ozarks? I would have said Arkansas, but
they've
right here in Missouri.
I think there's some, but most of the Ozarks were people like where Ozark was set. Now, it was actually filmed primarily in Georgia.
Right.
But a lot of the establishing shots, I think, are actually the Lake of the Ozarks there, which is in Missouri.
Okay.
I disagree outside of the city of Memphis with number 6, Tennessee.
I like Tennessee.
I mean, if you were to push Memphis into Arkansas, it would make a lot more sense for everything.
Close enough.
It's virtually there.
Speaking of which, number 5 is Arkansas. Which I understand that.
I've only driven through Arkansas. I haven't spent much time there.
Number 4, Oklahoma. I've said this before. They've got one of the best mottos. Oklahoma is okay. That's right.
It's just okay. I tell you, Oklahoma, when you get near the Arkansas border in eastern Oklahoma, looks a lot like the state of Alabama.
Number 3, Alabama.
Which also looks a lot like the state of Alabama.
Why are we on the list? What's bad about us?
Rockstar, did you pull any of the 10 categories when it came to Alabama? I would assume we probably check boxes on a lot, but I love Alabama.
The entire article was based on the Texas statistics, and then it just gave it top 10 after that.
Yeah.
Number 2 is the state that I have literally wound up in without meaning to be there twice, and that's Indiana.
You've wound up Indiana without. So at Louisville, you accidentally went across the bridge?
Well, so I was in Louisville for Kentucky Derby and ended up going to some big party and woke up in a house, and we were all in Indiana. This is 15 years ago.
Where am I?
Yeah.
Indiana.
I didn't even realize because it's not far.
It's just right across the bridge.
I had no idea. And I'm like,
in fact, you cross the state line in the middle of the bridge.
Oh, if you miss any exit.
Oh yeah, you're in Indiana.
Like trying to go to what used to be, it's still there, the Yum Center. There's an exit that you get off from the interstate for the Yum Center if you go to that certain way. If you miss it,
you're next stop Indiana. Yeah.
And then 2 years ago when me and Leighton did our bracket challenge when we were driving around the Midwest, we ended up going through Indiana when we left. I think it was St. Louis and the rental heading back to Nashville.
I've spent some time in Indianapolis numerous times. I like that city more than most people, it seems. I like Indianapolis.
Indiana with a good state phrase, too. Indiana. We're surprised you're here, too.
Indiana. Missed the exit, too, huh?
And number one on the list is Texas. New robbery trend in Southern California making the rounds. Local authorities are warning that while it may seem innocent at first, it's anything but. Now, according to the Orange County Sheriff's Department, deputies responded to a home in Rancho Santa Margarita on July 2nd regarding a robbery. Victim told police a man and woman were sitting in a parked car in his driveway. Woman got out, approached him trying to give him a hug, and, quote, forcefully removed his gold necklace. Man and woman left the scene by the time police arrived. The victim was able to provide a description of the suspects who were possibly involved in similar incidents in Orange County and other surrounding areas. Next day, the two suspects and a third suspect involved in an unrelated robbery were arrested, according to authorities. A search of suspect's vehicle resulted in recovery of 50 pieces of jewelry belonging to different victims. Do you think any of Scooby's stuff was any of these bags?
I bet it's hard to get Scooby's stuff off. I bet that thing latches hard. Don't you?
Yeah. And finally,
you need to go watch On Demand if you don't know who Scooby is. Jalen Milroe, Tyler Booker On Demand. You'll learn a guy named Scooby.
Rocky put this together. I agree with almost all of these. These are nearly obsolete items people prefer over modern alternatives.
How are they obsolete if people prefer them?
Knobs in cars.
Knobs?
My new truck has some old things in it. One thing is like not the bells and whistles of some of the cars I've had in the past. I enjoy the fact that I've got the air conditioning knobs that are back. It's not on the screen. I don't have the thing that kills your engines at red lights. Not on there anymore. There's a couple things that are old school that I like.
Let me go old man rant yelling at the clouds. I don't understand how I have to press the button to keep my car from turning off at the red light. You should have to press the button to make your car turn off at the red light. It should be the other way.
That's the way my Ram truck was when I had the Ram truck. You chose it, and it even when you turned it off, turn it back on, it stayed in your choice.
Yeah.
And you had to switch it. These modern cars that I've had recently, it is every time you don't want it, you got to turn it off.
Thankfully, I've gotten in the habit. I press the button, crank my car, it starts. The first thing I do is hit that button. Yeah. Like we are not shutting down at the red light the whole time we're out here.
I always forget it until at the red light it goes.
And I just hate it. And then the air conditioner goes and gets warm.
Nearly obsolete items people prefer over the modern alternatives. Cash. I was walking past an ATM and having the conversation. I was like, I haven't been to an ATM in forever, but people don't really accept cash anymore. Or there's a lot of places that are starting to really limit cash.
Yeah, there's this urban legend that the law says you have to accept cash. I don't know that that's actually the law.
No, I
don't think it's federal law.
An establishment in Dallas, I forgot where it was, 2 or 3 days ago, and it had credit card only, no cash accepted here.
I will tell you, if you pay attention, there are a lot of places where you actually get a cash discount because of the processing fees on cards. They're trying to encourage you to use cash.
But, you went and purchased more gift cards for us today.
I did do that.
And what couldn't you use?
Cash.
Yeah, cash.
Because of the scam nature of it. Yeah. They had to run my driver's license for me to purchase gift cards.
Well, I would tell you that I know somebody recently had their debit card scammed and their checking account has been hacked, and people could go buy a bunch of gift cards instantly and have all those gift cards.
I'm with you. I almost never go to an ATM. I mean, it's something I used to do all the time, and it is pretty rare I end up at an ATM now.
You just not having that option, you probably would miss it. I know a friend that would love to be able to go to an ATM right now.
Do you need to borrow some cash, Dunaway? I'll float you along.
I don't have any cash.
Do you need some? I'll give you some.
Number 3 on the list. If I read, I would agree. Printed books. People that sit around on the Kindle.
If I read, I would agree with this.
I kind of like the printed book myself. I'm not old. You're a little older school, like in your technology than me. You still print a lot of stuff. I don't ever print anything.
I mean, pull it up, LT. You've got a newspaper down.
Yeah. What is that a USA?
Well, yeah. I mean, we talked about it the other day, and on the way out early this morning, I grabbed a newspaper from our little downstairs cafe in the hotel.
But you could look at that same stuff on their website. There's just something about turning the page.
What's the top story in USA Today? Front page.
Heavenly pair, penguin and egg galaxies.
That can't be the front page.
Lance, that's their top story? They know we're in an election season, right?
Well, I mean, Monday's paper was Trump wall to wall.
Well, I'm sure it was. There was an assassination attempt. Now, we do have Republican National Convention here on the side. New images capture gravitational shimmy, Jim, from Claire Thornton of USA Today.
Hey, did you ever hear shows back in the day?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So Tiger Woods rebuts talk of retiring.
Oh, he's not going to retire, Tiger?
How about this Sankey? Keeping SEC expansion door cracked open.
Wow.
Oh, did he?
Sankey on the front page of sports, huh?
We'll talk about that with Brandon Marcello in the final
I thought
segment.
he said he wasn't recruiting.
Boy, in the life section, JoJo Siwa has taken a turn, my friend. Look at her.
But back to books. It says that people are not really happy with
That
her
is
right
quite the look she's got.
They're bashing JoJo?
Yeah.
So on the ride out here, I knew we had a ton of time, and I was like, you know what? I've always wanted to read this book, and there's not a chance in hell I'm going to read it, so let's put it on audio. Blood Meridian, Cormac McCarthy.
Uh-huh.
And I got shut down on it about 30 minutes into it.
I can't do books on audio.
You know how long it was?
Check it. How long?
758 minutes.
How many hours is that?
It's almost 11 hours or over 12 hours.
I shut down books I find myself disengaging.
Maggie does it. The girl that was on iCarly, not the head character, but the other one, Maggie was listening to that book. And that girl was reading her own book on the book. As I would walk into the room, briefly, I'd listen to a chapter and then I'd walk out.
Stocks are faring well, guys.
So 3 more real quick. Obsolete items people prefer over their modern alternative. Stick shift. I like.
Well, I've driven a stick quite a while. I guess I could still do it.
Porter would tell you that in our big white van, thanks to McCurry, car and truck
I bet
rental,
they got some stick shifts.
In the big white van, we were driving it out. Great ride. They can rent you anything. We're cruising out here, and I was faking it as I was accelerating. I was, yeah.
I had a Jeep Cherokee that was a 5-speed, believe it or not. And that was the last 5-speed I ever had. And that was in high school.
Well, Exclusive Auto Wholesale. You remember 2 years ago I had to deal with them, and I was driving that Bronco, and it was 5-speed.
Yeah.
No, my last 5-speed?
What?
The Toyota.
They got towed?
Yep. No, they got taken.
That's what I'm saying. Got towed. So you got taken by the bookie. That bookie was so pissed. He came on. I got to drive a 5-speed.
2 more obsolete items people prefer over the modern alternative. Physical media like books, CDs, records, Blu-rays. I have got a massive DVD.
You do. One of the biggest I've ever seen.
And I still will hand select those DVDs.
I don't even have a DVD player.
But there was a moment. Were you not about to get into vinyl too at one moment? Did you buy it?
Well, I went to Charlemagne Records. I purchased 2 vinyls, and I have a what do you call it? Turntable. And that was it.
Rockstar, at your height, did you own that many CDs in that photo?
Oh, yeah. The Case Logic, the 200 CD case thing in your car, because you had to go CD by CD. I like 2 songs from this album, and constantly switch. And then, what's the convenient way? Well, let's put the CD changer in the back seat of the car.
Yeah. I had a friend that had it in the trunk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. CDs used to be worth something because my freshman year in Tuscaloosa, somebody broke in to my duplex and they stole my CD collection. So apparently you could go sell those. And finally, wall calendars. I am getting back to when I write stuff down when it comes to sales, it comes a lot better than putting it in my phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like on a calendar?
Like on a calendar, yeah.
Well, I just think, and
I don't trust all those calendars. I trust my calendar when I write it down.
This is not directed at you, but I think for everybody else, not necessarily in our company, I just mean this is a general rule. If you are still addicted to the wall calendar, the day planner, the desk calendar, you got to double up. You got to put it in the phone too. Too many people use the phone calendar now. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to put it in the phone if it involves other people. If it involves you, no big deal.
Yeah.
But if it involves other people, you also got to put it in the phone. There's just too many people that use that now.
Yeah.
I'm not saying to you. I'm just saying in general. I'm making rules for the world right now, Jim. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, you water it down however you're playing for LT there. It feels like
I'm making rules for the world.
It feels like he said he needed the paper calendar.
Well, that's fine. I don't mind that. I'm just saying we've got the technology now where everybody can know what we need to know.
Yeah.
Let's take advantage of that, Jim.
LT's
for the world, not for Lance.
LT's Harold Perkins. You got to let Harold Perkins. Harold Perkins. Let him be wherever he wants to be, whatever position on the field he wants to be. Mortgage Right brings you trash.
Yeah, if you're looking for a new home, our friends at Mortgage Right here to help, whether you're a first-time buyer or seasoned home buying veteran. Their great service and low rates make the process easy. Speaking of veterans, they were veteran-founded in Birmingham. So remember, whether you're looking for your final home or your first home, whether you have a big down payment or need 100% financing, Mortgage Right, one-stop shop for mortgages. Visit them online, mortgageright.com. Call that Birmingham 280 office, 205-900-7200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Brendan Marcello coming up momentarily. We look forward to talking with him on a variety of topics, including Greg Sankey leaving the door open for expansion and some other conversations that's going on at SEC Media Days. Texas is upstairs right now. Sark saying earlier he's got to earn. Texas has to earn the respect of the rest of the SEC.
Not just going to give it to him.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
I do like Sark.
Me too. He's a good story.
You know, I thought he was I don't want to say a mess. He was kind of lost as a head coach when he was at USC.
I think Sark will probably tell you he was a mess.
And I do think his rebuild, I think a lot of people go through certain things to get better in life, and I think he has become a much better coach. But he's right. They've got to earn it, man. They slipped by some Big 12 opponents last year. And if they get in those situations in the SEC, you're not going to slip by those teams.
Adversity is a great way to motivate you there. I think this is the last break of the show, and then we're going.
I don't think that's correct.
You don't think
so?
so?
I don't know. Ask Rockstar. He would know.
I think it is. See, give me a confirmation on that.
One more after this,
Yes.
Rocky?
Like the one we're about to take, right?
Yes, this is the second. Yes, this will be we have one more break after this.
Yeah.
Okay. Is your drinking water safer? Well, great question, right? You want safe drinking water. Our man Tommy James, TommyJamesLaw.com, he is fighting for safe drinking water. If you've been exposed to dangerous chemicals in your drinking water, those things are called PFASs, and they are contaminated water supplies that give you exposure to toxins that could accumulate in your body and cause testicular, kidney, liver cancer. If you've been exposed or just want an evaluation, Tommy James Law will do that for you. TommyJamesLaw.com, TommyJamesLaw.com for a free evaluation. You may be entitled to some compensation. It's a free evaluation. So if you've had those particular cancers in your life recently or a loved one, check with our buddy Tommy James Law, TommyJamesLaw.com, TommyJamesLaw.com, or call him up, 205-259-1725, 205-259-1725. 1725. It's our buddy Tommy James, TommyJamesLaw.com. Quick break here, and we come back. This is TNR live from Dallas, Texas.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. I mean, where else are the scenic views as good as your view of the game? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. All the games, player props, great parlays, and all right there at mybookie.ag, right at your fingertips. And right now, you can get a special sign-on bonus when you make your initial deposit by using code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND for that special sign-on bonus. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It is the will to prepare to win." Hi, I'm Bobby Humphrey, Vice President of Business Development for Bryant Bank, and I can tell you that our Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that is right for you. At Bryant Bank, we specialize in community banking and offer personal and business loans, checking and savings account, mobile banking, and treasury management services. Stop by one of our 18 offices across the state of Alabama to find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about.
Hey, you. School's coming back. Time to gear up. And at New Balance Birmingham, we know what's up. Before hitting the books, check out the looks. Come together at New Balance Birmingham on Highway 280, right next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham, we got now.
Our friends at Longest Furniture believe in getting more style for less. Longest offers a great selection of furniture for your living room, bedroom, dining room, home office, and entertainment room, helping you elevate your home design and decor. Longest offers everything from vibrant outdoor furniture to breezy home accents. Everything you need to create your own sunshine sanctuary. Right now, you can save up to 10% store-wide, receive $300 in Longest sleep credits with select mattress purchases, and access special financing on tons of hot buys. Take exit 280 off the I-65 Hallmark Farms exit today to see what Longest has to offer you.
Back with you on the next round, being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill. Hemphill Services. Tell you about Hemphill.
Yeah, 205-229-2090. Trusted name, Birmingham's trust since 1954 for all of your heating, cooling, and plumbing needs. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys there. Hard to stop a train. For more information, hemphillservices.com.
Okay, make this a really quick segment, then we'll get one more commercial break and get to Brandon Marcello coming up. You guys did some radio shows on Radio Row. What was the most interesting question asked you, or what were they asking you about?
Well, I mean, I got a lot of, what is Jalen Milroe going to be like with Kalen DeBoer? Can Kalen DeBoer, what's the reception been like? How different is it? I got a lot of that. I got a lot of, Kalen DeBoer, what is the biggest difference? As far as interesting, I don't know. I have to think about that 1 second.
Yeah. What about you, LT? You did several radio interviews earlier today. What was the big? They wanted to talk to an Alabama media guy. What did they ask you about?
Yeah, it was more so, what is the transition like going from a personality that is like Nick Saban to what you get with Kalen DeBoer? Because I think everybody has realized any interaction you've had, it is night and day. And again, not saying one's right and one's wrong. Yeah. I mean, Nick Saban was the greatest to ever do it, but Kalen DeBoer's record and accomplishments the last couple of years in the Pac-12, I mean, they speak volumes. But that was kind of it. I was a little interested that, I didn't get asked an Auburn question. I did 2 different shows this morning.
Yeah.
And this could be really good for Hugh Freeze because I brought Auburn up myself. Last year, Missouri's win total was 6.5. They won 11 games. And does Auburn have that potential? I know if I say it out loud, people are going to laugh at that. But nobody would have thought Missouri was going to win 11 games.
Yeah, no, I think the thing with Auburn is they're not here yet. They're here tomorrow. So I think the reason most of the Alabama questions were today because Alabama was here. And so I don't know. Yeah, that seems to be the biggest topic.
Brandon Marcello standing in the wings. Fozzy Whittaker, the final 30 minutes of the show. We go commercial free when we come back, brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, and our friends at Champy's Chicken, bringing you this hour that we just wrapped up. Champy'sChicken.com, proud sponsor of our SEC coverage here in Dallas all week long, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go by and see Sterling and the crew and check them out. Hand-cut chicken fingers, brined overnight, cooked to order, piping hot fried chicken, and the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Back in a moment on TNR.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Are pests invading your peaceful paradise? Say goodbye to unwanted guests with a proud supporter of our SEC Media Days coverage, Wayne's Pest Control. Wayne's team is ready 24/7, 365 to provide top-notch eco-friendly solutions that protect your family and property. Plus, as proud supporters of the Southeastern Conference, Wayne's knows a thing or two about strong defenses. Contact Wayne's now for a free no-obligation quote, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com to schedule your appointment today. Trust Wayne's Pest Control for quality service and peace of mind.
Golf season is here, and if you're looking for a great golf course with affordable rates, you need to check out the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. Woodward Golf Club is a semi-private club with membership opportunities available, but is also open to the public. You can book tee times online at this hidden gem by going to golfwoodward.com. For only $195 per month, you can enjoy unlimited golf 7 days a week. Membership includes discounted cart fees, unlimited range balls, and the use of our practice facilities. For more information on memberships and the course, check us out online at golfwoodward.com.
Dangerous forever chemicals known as PFAS have contaminated water supplies, posing severe health risk. These toxic substances accumulate in your body, potentially causing ulcerative colitis and testicular, kidney, and liver cancers. You may be entitled to compensation if you or a loved one has been diagnosed with these conditions. Call Tommy James Law at 205-259-1725 or visit TommyJamesLaw.com for a free case evaluation. That's TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. All the games, player props, great parlays, and all right there at mybookie.ag, right at your fingertips. And right now, you can get a special sign-on bonus when you make your initial deposit by using code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND for that special sign-on bonus. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag.
Every day, someone is ridiculed and mocked for the clothing they chose to wear. It's a harsh reality we all must face. But you have the chance to change all of that with one visit to nextround.store. For just a few minutes of browsing, you will observe so many clothing options, from hats to hoodies to t-shirts. Please, for yourself or someone you love, go to nextround.store and embrace the warmth of true attire.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show, commercial-free the rest of the way. No more breaks. Brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag. They're bringing you part of that. Brown will tell you about mybookie.ag in a second. But we've got a little less than 30 minutes now with our buddy Brandon Marcello, who is back with us. If you were with us last year at SEC Media Days up in Nashville, we had a great conversation with Brandon. Then we had a great walking tour of Nashville with Brandon. Then we had a great dinner with Brandon. It was a blast.
Yeah, the walking tour, I'm not so sure we walked in a straight line.
Well, you know what? So we kind of brought this up on Monday, Brandon, and our buddy, and cheers, by the way, our buddy Richard Holland from Kicking It Coolers brought that bottle of Dickel by, and I think we were just going to have a sip.
Yeah.
And then the next thing you know, we're sitting here an hour later, that bottle is just completely knocked out.
Yeah,
Dunaway gets a tattoo and rides a bull, and
talking life, man. Talking life.
We were this close to getting you a tattoo.
Oh,
but I'm glad it ended up working out.
Yeah, we did get the sales pitch. We get back, and Kelsey Dollar, our great salesperson, was like, "Hey, were you serious about that tattoo?" And I said, "I was when I was drunk, but not now." She was like, "Well, I sold it. We're going to do it Friday on the air if you'll still do it." And I was
Very
like,
nice.
"Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it." Yeah. So maybe she's got another one sold when we get back this time. So how are you, man? How's the life?
It's going well. Just doing some new things with CBS Sports, and been trying to take some time off, but now it's full speed ahead. I'm looking forward to. This has been great, but I'm looking forward to Big Ten Media Days next week. CBS is a partner with the Big Ten, and we're going to be all over that this year.
Is it anything like this? You've been before.
Yeah, I've been there a few times. It's the access is a little bit better.
Right.
It's in the Lucas Oil Stadium, so it's wide open. The coaches come out. You get them for like 45 minutes sitting at a table. You get to go by and go ask them questions, much like with the players here, and it's a very nice setup. And Indianapolis is just fantastic.
Are they going to keep it going there? Because we're talking about, we said, hey, maybe next year, because the Big Ten looks like it's coming down to two conferences. We might as well send split squad to SEC and a split squad to Big Ten.
Yeah.
I mean, and especially if they get the access like that. But it's going to be an Indy moving forward.
I
Because it was
think
in
so.
Chicago forever, right?
I think so. It's been in Indy for quite a few years now. The setup's great, and Indianapolis is so easy to navigate. Hotels are in abundance. You can easily walk to Lucas Oil Stadium from anywhere in downtown. It's a great spot. And listen, that's Big Ten country. Obviously, that's where they've had the Big Ten championship game forever. I don't see them moving it unless I'll say this, Tony Batiti, the conference commissioner there, he likes the West Coast. They had their spring meetings outside of LA at a posh resort. Not a lot of the ADs like that, having to go all out there and spend all that money, but he's kind of keen on the LA area. So who knows? Maybe we'll see some things there.
Guarantee you they won't go to Seattle. So let me start with the negative. Nobody's asked this question. Who is going to be the biggest disappointment of 16 strong this year?
Dang, man, that's a great question. Why not just say Texas? And, they went up today, and I'll say Texas. And the reason for that is because I still think we're underplaying the loss they have of the two generational defensive tackles. Those two guys, Byron Murphy, led by Byron Murphy, if you go look at the analytics by Pro Football Focus, which they're hot and cold, but consistently they pick out the elite guys year to year. They were the top two defensive tackles in all college football last year, according to the analytics, and they're on the same team. They ate things up. They changed that entire defense. They were generational players playing side by side at tackle on the same team. They do not get to the playoff last year without them. And this year, I wonder if Texas is going to be able to go one through that day-to-day, week-to-week grind in the SEC and do so without that depth at defensive tackle and along that defensive line.
Well, what's disappointment to them? Just not making the playoffs, 9-3?
Yeah, 9-3, 8 wins, 8 or 9 wins. I could see that happening for the Longhorns this year.
8-4 would be a disaster.
Yeah. Well, hey, Steve Sarkisian said that 8-4 is a little bit more passable in Texas after you go 5-7 your first year, but he doesn't want to revert back to an 8-4 year.
Not when the next year was college football playoff.
No.
And yeah. I mean, that would be, because I think most people start the conversation saying, okay, Texas and Georgia are in the playoffs. Let's talk about the rest of them.
Well, I mean, we even asked Quinn Ewers, is it national championship or bust? And I forgot he started with well, that's a good question, but, and I don't know exactly how he finished that.
He started talking about last year. We got in trouble. We put some things.
Oh, he did something.
Yeah. Bye week, Oklahoma.
We're looking forward to this. He goes, this year we can't look forward to January 20th. And then we're like, but dude, you know the game. Yeah,
but don't you just like Will Howard from Kansas State, Ohio State? He owned it at the Manning Passing Academy. He was like, it is national championship or bust. And I think when you're in those situations, I think there are 5 teams. I think Oregon's in that group. I think Alabama's still in that group. If you don't win a national championship, it's a disappointing year.
It absolutely is. And, goodness gracious, I think the prime team for that is Ohio State. I mean, one, they can't lose to Michigan again, but not just that, but they have to get into the playoff and make noise and win the national championship. That's a lot of hurdles to jump, and they've prepared themselves. They set themselves up for what could be a very disappointing year if they don't win a national championship. You go hire a head coach to be your OC, you kill it in the transfer portal, you get Quinshon Judkins from Ole Miss. You have built that thing up to do nothing but either meet the expectation or a complete disappointment. Not exceed expectations, but meet them by winning a national title.
I had an Uber driver, just to put this in perspective, here in Dallas this week, and he was bringing me back here to the Omni, and he was like, "How you like the Omni?" I said, "It's a fantastic hotel." He goes, "I'm a big Ohio State fan. We watch every Saturday in the owner's box, which that's the sports bar here in the Omni, great sports bar." Mm-hmm. And I was like, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "What's the turnout like?" He goes, "Just normally every table, every seat in the owner's box is full of Ohio State fans," which sounds miserable. And here's his next sentence. He goes, "This Ryan Day guy." So when you call this Ryan Day guy,
and what is his winning percentage? 91% or something.
I mean, like his only losses are to Michigan, pretty much in the regular season.
And the rest of the sentence was, "This Ryan Day guy, big year for him, man. We've given him everything he wants. We've bought this roster. We gave him a head coach as an offensive coordinator. He better deliver."
And you know what? He won't even get credit if they win it all. I still think people are going to be critical.
I think so too, especially if because they'll go, well, it's his job to hire the defensive coordinator they've got in Jim Knowles. It's his job to go out there and get a guy like Chip Kelly. They're the ones who turned this thing around because we weren't doing it without them. And then the only new thing is those two guys. I think I do question, what happens if, they win, let's say they go 10-2, right?
Yep.
And Michigan beats them again.
Oh, no.
And they get left out of the Big Ten championship game. And as a result, could potentially be on the cusp of missing the playoff, even with those 2 losses in the Big Ten, depending on, what the other teams are doing. Do they fire Ryan Day after a 10-win season?
Well, think about here's the records real quick.
Okay.
13-1, 7-1 in COVID, 11-2, 11-2, 11-2. Like the narrative would be completely different if they got aggressive.
One
with
set of
DJ
downs.
Stroud.
One set of downs
And
changes it for him.
yeah, and then they beat Georgia and they end up beating TCU going away. But you could go back the last 3 years if they just win the Michigan game. They're 12-1, 12-1, 12-1.
Right. But don't they have and I'm the old guy, I should know this, but don't they have a precedent of that? Wasn't Cooper a guy that won a lot of games and just didn't beat Michigan and they got rid of
That was
him?
the big thing. Yeah, absolutely. And Ryan Day, that storyline was coming up going into the game last year about him doing something that hasn't been done since those years. And I think that how does a coach in that rivalry historically survive losing that many games in a row to your rival Michigan?
And then they win the national championship.
And then
Michigan does.
Right. I mean, here's the other thing. Like what if they lose to Michigan and Michigan makes the playoff and makes noise and Ohio State is sitting at home? Even if, Michigan's probably not going to win the national championship this year, but that is all possible. I mean, Ohio State is loaded, but
their schedule is so beneficial, though. Brandon.
Certainly.
Just looking at this, they go to Oregon, which is going to be tough, at Penn State, and then Michigan to close it out. If they go 10-2 with their brand, they're going to get in.
Yep.
You just wonder if they lose a game they're not supposed to because Ryan Day puts so much pressure on himself, knowing if he doesn't do the things that we've said, that he's in a lot of trouble.
How funny would it be that Oregon's first year they come into from the Pac-12 and they win the Big Ten championship?
What if Oregon and Texas in their first years?
I think Oregon, out of all the teams out there, Oregon is the team that is most built like Georgia from the depth perspective.
Well, you can understand why. Yeah.
Right. But the depth perspective, but also what they've got in the trenches. I really like Oregon this year. I'm on the cusp of picking them to win the Big Ten and the media poll coming up.
Oh, wow. Media poll here, by the way, at the SEC Media Days will be released on Friday. Votes happening as we speak. No divisions anymore here, so that makes it a little unique.
What is your concern with Oregon? My only concern is I think they've got the roster. I love Dylan Gabriel too. My concern is Dan Lanning in these big games. He has made some mistakes, and I think coaches learn. We saw Kirby make mistakes early on, but Lanning got completely outcoached twice, or really 3 times by Kalen DeBoer.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, just because Michael Penix is just such a gamer. I was really impressed in the regular season matchup with the coaching job that Dan Lanning did in that game. Having said that, I also think that they have got themselves in a position to where their defense, I think, this year is going to be dominant, and not so one that's kind of just hot and cold throughout the season. I think they're built week to week to be a top 8 type of defense. And you do that in the Big Ten, there's going to be low score. Here's the other thing. There's going to be more low scoring games in the Big Ten than what Oregon faced in the Pac-12 week to week. And that's going to favor them. I know people are going to be like, Oregon playing in cold weather and all this stuff and do it. That actually is going to help Oregon based off the way, as I said, again, they built that defense depth-wise up front.
Do you know, and Brandon Marcello is with us from CBS Sports 24/7, do you know, and this may not be something that is spoken of publicly or whatever, but when Phil Knight passes, which Phil Knight is 80-ish, 86, what does that mean for Oregon football? Does anybody there have any idea? Like, has Phil Knight told them, hey, I've got it set up for you guys, we're good?
Maybe so. I don't know. I have no idea.
Because that would seem to impact, like when T. Boone Pickens passed.
Yeah.
How did that affect Oak State? Did he have a trust set up?
Yeah, I think so. The money's still coming into there. I would think Oregon has something.
You would have to think so.
Set up. And yeah, like you said, their NIL program right now is absolutely insane.
It's so synonymous with Nike. There's no way there's never a relationship there.
Right. And, there's the other thing. Nike's got a really great, deep relationship with Washington, too. But that's overshadowed by Oregon. They got a really good relationship up there that doesn't really talk about, and they help them out, too, with the player retention aspect of it. But, Oregon's set. Here's the other thing. Is imagine what Oregon can be if they do get that thing rolling this year or next year and make a playoff run or get in a national championship game with all that money they've got, because they're just pulling whoever they want right now. Here's the thing. If you can do that with the high school class and you keep them there on campus and you're developing them in your programs, having to go in the transfer portal, I'd still believe those are the teams that are going to be year to year, like Georgia, that are in the national championship hunt year after year instead of once every 3 years at best.
But how do you do that when you can be a free agent every year? It's just good business for me to go to my coach if I'm at Georgia and say, hey, am I getting more NIL next year? Because Texas is telling me I can make this much if I go with them, or Alabama is telling me I can make this much if I go to them. How can you keep a player from basically being a free agent every year till we change the rules?
Certainly, but I also think that at some point that money becomes negligible. What's an extra $50,000 if they're getting paid,
Well, what I've seen today, it's a necklace. Yeah.
But when we talk about Oregon, I'm not certain anybody's going to outspend Oregon if they want to really keep a guy.
Right.
I really don't.
I feel that way about Ohio State right now, too.
To a certain extent, but also wait till if they have a bad season, that support will start to wane a little bit. The NIL situation will not be as good as it is right now.
Well, and now we were told this week by someone that I trust that right now Sark isn't tapping into all the money that's available to him at Texas. He's trying to build it with chemistry guys.
Same thing is going on at Auburn right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they're spending some money, but they're holding back. They're waiting for the time to strike here the next year or two. Not a lot of programs, but several programs are taking that approach.
Now, why is Auburn doing that, do you think?
They want to get high school kids in there, develop them for a couple of years, and then complement that through the transfer portal by paying out the wazoo to get some guys. That's why you didn't see them go pick up a transfer portal quarterback this year. There were some really good guys that would have fit really well in that system, and Auburn didn't even sniff them because they've got a plan in place. I'm telling you, year 3, year 4, watch out for Auburn in the NIL space.
So that's super interesting. So you think they're building the foundation here.
Yeah.
And then it'll be
people I talk to there and around the recruiting circles. That's what they understand. That's what the plan they're doing right now.
So Hughes' plan would be make sure you got the foundation and then
through high school kids.
Yeah.
You add some pieces to the transfer portal, of course. You're not going to completely ignore that. But when you want to go get a difference maker or whatever, do it when it's year 3 and 4 where you're not pissing off the high school kids you brought in year 1, year 2 and having them leave. Keep them, build that core, develop them, and then complement that, pepper that with 3 or 4 real big pieces that can change.
Yeah, I don't know if you agree with this. I think the top 3 coaches in this league are obviously Kirby Smart. I would go Kalen DeBoer and Brian Kelly. But outside of that, do you have Hugh? I'm a big Hugh Freeze guy. Do you have him in the top 5 of coaches?
I don't know. He's in the top half.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say I don't know is because I want to see how he does with this plan. And in this new era, we have 2 Hugh Freezes, right? We got pre-NIL to post-NIL, and he's got like a 1 or 2 year late start in the NIL situation because he didn't have to deal with that at Liberty. Now he's dealing with it at Auburn, where the place was a crater. So I need another year or two. I need 2 years, 2 more years before I can judge Hugh Freeze.
This is not meant as a shot at Hugh Freeze. It's going to sound like one, but we saw him operating in the NIL world at Ole Miss. It just wasn't. We did. I mean, but
and it was working out.
It was working out. That was my point. I mean, they were recruiting in the top 5 at Ole Miss when he was obviously doing things the NCAA didn't like.
Right, he could talk, and when you can talk and you have money, it's a good combination, right?
Yeah, and I think they're going to make the chatter in the background among opposing coaches around the SEC is that Auburn's going to do some things late in this signing process with high school kids that are going to really surprise some people with some of the talk that's going on.
They're going to use your plan.
My plan has always been,
before I tell
you about
by the way, it's not a good plan.
Listen to the strategy. You tell me if you think this would work.
My plan has always been, when you take over a program where Auburn was, is for a class like this, you get them to publicly commit to your rival. And then we have a whole.
He's not done.
We have a day that we just text out flip.
I see Taylor shaking her head.
Flip. Just the word goes out in a group text. Flip. And then all of a sudden everybody's just boom. I'm now I'm decommitted from this school. I'm going to
some of that does happen. Some of that is orchestrated now to a certain extent where it's just a widespread, like, all right, 5 guys, we're going to do this. But it happens with some.
I thought he was going to go with your family gets a suite if you sign with us.
Oh, yeah, I do have an old one. Yeah. They got that old scoreboard and that old end zone. They've got a plan now, but I said just build 85 suites and you come here, your family gets one of the suites.
Yeah. More
It's a plan.
More stadiums should just build housing, like some
right.
apartments, and
Yeah.
hey, your family can come live here and watch practices and games.
That was the old school way of building a stadium, is you built the dorms. on the
Dorms in there.
outside.
I remember going to OU once about 12 years ago, and they still had some of the housing in the stadium. You couldn't get to it anymore, but it was kind of closed off. It's still in there.
Tiger Stadium, Baton Rouge. Still
Yeah,
is.
old school.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's how it's the only way it was built, and it's on the press box side.
Yeah.
The side that faces the sunset. When the sun finds its home in the western sky, it's on that side, and you could, at least when I started covering, you could still make your way down and see the dorm rooms.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Jacksonville State did it. My old school did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's new. I mean, it's usable dorms, but it's like they did this huge expansion, and the first 5 or 6 floors are dorms, and the top 2 are press box and suites.
Okay.
That's pretty. I mean, it's a smart way of doing it. Get some funding.
I'm telling you, old can be new again.
That's
Everything
right.
comes back in circles.
Well, speaking of new and bells and whistles and stuff, we were talking about Oregon. You've been to a ton of campuses just talking to coaches and covering the game for a long time. Like if you could put yourself as a recruit, what would be the top 5 campuses, facilities that would blow you away?
That would blow me away.
I mean, is Oregon in that top 5?
Facility-wise, yes. I do think that they do face an issue with just it being so out there in a lot of ways. It's too far out there for a lot of kids, even on the West Coast.
And no easy way to get there. Right?
There's not.
Okay,
blows me away.
He kills me all the time. His plan is that he has charter planes.
That's right.
Like if he's recruiting the Dallas area, a charter plane to fly to Oregon games. That was your plan the other day.
No, my plan was you fly the recruit's family private when you were recruiting them.
Oh, just
and
recruiting.
that way they don't see how difficult the commute is.
Yeah.
Like if you're going, just A to B, if we're going from Dallas to Eugene, which you can do in a PJ, that's the way to do it. And then the family's like, damn, that wasn't bad. That was 2.5 hours.
That's right.
What they don't realize is they got a connector in Salt Lake. They got one in Portland.
Our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics provide you great health care. 205-512-3885. 512-3885, precisionsportsortho.com/2024. Tweaks and pulls and pains and breaks. They diagnose it all. They treat it, and then they help you through the rehab process. Locations in Jasper and Alabaster and everywhere around the Birmingham area. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, the number 205-512-3885. Visit precisionsportsortho.com/2024. I've used them. My daughter's used them. LT's used them. Just great folks there with Precision Sports.
All right, Brandon's got to bounce in a second. Fozzy Whittaker in the on-deck circle. He's about to come on and join us. Before you go, you've got to, you know this, you got a great job. You go to all these games when you want to. Give me the ones you circled early on. Where do you know you're going?
I'm going to tell you right now, I honestly haven't looked.
So you haven't even circled like Ohio State, Oregon?
Not yet. Nope, I haven't done it. That's my plan after Big Ten Media Days.
Okay,
just to go through and.
I'm going to recommend Ohio State, Oregon.
Okay, yeah, I have not done it. I know I should have, but I haven't done it yet.
Oh, I would do Tennessee and Oklahoma.
That's week 4, right? Something like that.
Well, it's the same day. No, wait a minute. Auburn, Oklahoma is the same day as Alabama, Georgia, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so I think you're week 4. Yeah,
okay. Yeah, but Oklahoma, Tennessee, with those storylines, we had Dusty Dvorak on, and he was kind of telling us the backstory with Heupel and Stoops.
Yeah.
That one will be good. Oregon, Ohio State. You got to be at Texas A&M this year.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely, you do. I think also it's a sneaky game potentially. Florida, Texas.
Florida, Texas.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, here we go. I mean, I'm connecting the dots now. He sort of hinted that Texas could be the disappointment in the SEC.
Billy Napier fighting for his life.
Billy Napier needs a big win.
That's right. All right.
We're gonna take a draw.
We're going to play some games
Pull
here.
one.
Before you go. All right. That's your gift for open it up. That's your gift for just coming on. And then we're going to test your athletic abilities here. Yeah. Brandon also in a drawing for a Roback
Red Lobster.
Red Lobster.
Yeah, all right.
Flavor Flav.
Are they in business?
Yeah.
Everybody wins it.
Well,
yes.
I would say use that.
Some places.
Use that card as quick as that.
I would too.
Yeah.
Brandon is going to play the game here. He is also in our drawing for Roback gift card, $250 gift card, roback.com, code TNR20 at checkout.
I suggest going overhand. It seems like people, and I don't know if you guys would agree, they've had better luck with that.
We've had
We've had two personalities hit both.
Roman Harper and Quinn Ewers.
Can you help him out real quick? Stuff that coffee and the.
You think that may balance it out?
Yeah. Stuff that down there for him, LT. You know how to do it. There you go.
All right, here we go. Brandon Marcello, CBS Sports.
Yep. Big Ten Network now.
Brandon's got one.
That was way off.
All right, well, you got a prize.
I feel the top denomination in this one.
Well, we've only had that once, and we've had the second denomination once.
Yeah.
$3,000. What'd you get? 50. Hey.
50. Hey.
That's right. Look at that. The price is right, Bob.
$75 on the leaderboard for Brandon Marcello.
Yes, awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to go buy bourbon.
Yeah, some people in the chat room are like, where's Brandon's bourbon? We didn't have it.
Hey, that's my question.
We gave him a Bud Light.
That is my question.
That is my question, too.
That is my question.
That is the one burning question I have at SEC Media Days. Where's my bourbon?
Where's my bourbon?
At B Marcello on Twitter. Thank you very much, Brandon.
Thanks, gentlemen. It's always great.
Great to see you, man.
Yeah, this is the awkward part. We do not have a commercial.
No commercial break?
No
Yeah,
commercial
so
break,
all
just-
right. We say goodbye this way.
Getting kicked off.
Yeah,
I'm
thank you so
Can
much.
I take my beer?
Good to see you.
Yeah. Take your
All right,
beer.
guys.
Don't forget your glasses,
Yeah.
your beer, your glasses, and all that.
And your Red Lobster.
LT, tell us about Hemp Hill while we make the transition here.
Yeah, trusted name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954 for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating issues, whether it's your home or business. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys there, 205-229-2090. It is hard to stop a train. For more information, hemphillservices.com. This guy looks like he's still playing.
Fozzy Whittaker could strap it on right now for the Horns or the Panthers or anybody
Got
else.
his Louis on.
As he jumps in, I just got to clear something up for Kelsey, who's back in our studios. She says we can keep the tradition going if you want me to book the tattoo when you get back. Let's slow play that a little bit, Kelsey.
All right.
We don't need to make that an annual.
We don't want you to run out of Taylor Swift lyrics.
Yeah, I need to work on the biceps before I get another one.
So I was being all serious when I asked Roman Harper, Alabama great and Super Bowl champion with the New Orleans Saints, could he run a sub 4.840 right now? And he's like, man, don't disrespect my name like that. Like, what do you really think you could go out? Because you haven't played and it's been a while.
Yeah, it was 2019 was the last time I was in the NFL, but I definitely can run faster than.
I was about to say you could fly. I was just wondering, what do you think? Could you do a 4.6 right now?
I don't know about 4.6,
Yeah.
but I'm running faster 4.8, so I'm probably like 4.7.
Okay.
We need Fozzy versus Roman. I want to see it.
Oh, Fozzy would smoke Roman.
Harp seemed to think he could still put down a 4.6.
I don't see that. Like Roman's in great shape and he works out all the time, but how often do you sprint? That's something that.
Yeah, that's I usually get my sprinting in by playing pickleball.
Oh, wow.
But I'm not
a lot of
sprinting long
sprinting.
distance.
You're right.
That's
So
a small court.
I haven't done that. I did some flag football whenever I first retired.
Oh my God! How bad did you dominate there?
It wasn't that. I used to actually just run go routes. I was just the guy to run go routes. Like I wasn't getting the ball. It was just more so for cardio. So I would be like, yeah, man, I'll just blow the top off defense. That was me. So I used to just run just because. But I haven't done that in a while. I don't plan on doing that anymore. Too many muscle injuries. I'm not trying to pull no more hamstrings.
Dude, how excited though, being a Texas guy, that the SEC's here, we're in y'all's backyard, and by the way, Texas is really good. It's got to be fun for you right now.
Absolutely. It's been. I told Roman yesterday whenever I was talking to him. It's one of those nervous confidence that I express. And it's because what you just mentioned, right? Texas hitting their stride at the right time, right? Winning the Big 12 championship last year in the Big 12, Steve Sarkisian going into year number 4, CFP appearance, all the things that trends towards Texas having success and being kind of that national powerhouse that they were. But I've experienced a time when Texas was not that. And I'm really having that confidence because they're extremely talented. We know Quinn Ewers, Heisman candidate, coming back, projected to be one of the top draft picks at the quarterback position. Kelvin Banks, also one of the top players in the country, one of the best tackles in the country. And then you look at what this team is, and they're really, really talented, and Steve Sarkisian knows how to coach. But they've never gone through a gauntlet like the SEC. Fans have not seen playing Oklahoma October 12th and then backdoor hosting Georgia October 19th. That hasn't been the norm around at the University of Texas. So I have a nervous confidence because it's something that is unknown, unfamiliar territory, but this team has all the right tools and they're peaking at the right time to be able to make their case to be one of the better teams in the SEC this year.
So you said you have lived to see a time when it wasn't this way at Texas. And a lot of people would look at Texas like they would maybe at Ohio State and Alabama, USC, and say, how are you not great every year?
Yeah.
What? I mean, I guess the easy answer would be, well, they just hired the wrong coach. But what was it? I mean, what has kept Texas from doing that every year?
The biggest thing is culture.
Okay.
And I don't know how many times you all have probably heard the word culture throughout these past couple of days or from whenever you've had coaches or players on. But the culture within the chemistry of a team is truly what makes the team successful. And the culture that Texas has had over the past 3 years under Steve Sarkisian is night and day from Charlie Strong. It's night and day from Tom Herman, which is why you start to see proof is in the pudding whenever they put a 12-win season together like they did last year and win a conference championship. Now, Texas has always had talent, like you mentioned, right? They're recruiting. They're typically in the top 10 in recruiting rankings every single year. They're getting some of the top dogs, but if that culture's not there, then that in turn does not translate to success for them. And you have the lulls in a season where your head coach for 4 years didn't have a winning season, or where you have a Tom Herman where you disappoint and you lose to a Kansas. And it's one of those things that because of going through the bad, you now get to appreciate the good. And that's something that I've been able to see. I've been on the back end of it. I've been on the going through covering the team. I'm seeing exactly what it takes to get to that next level. And then even in my experiences, right? I haven't necessarily been on the most talented team, but because we had culture, we were able to experience more wins than we did losses. Whereas I've been on an extremely talented team, whether it was professionally or collegiately, and it didn't necessarily translate to more wins. So I think the culture piece and the way that culture Wednesdays is what Steve Sarkisian calls it, the way that they build that chemistry amongst each others and the way that all the players talk about it, that's what truly has set this team apart from the past regimes that Texas didn't see the success that they were looking for.
Some of Nick Saban's best players came from as far away from Tuscaloosa as you could get. Mark Ingram, one of his first big recruits, was from Michigan. Mika Fitzpatrick from Jersey. Tua from Hawaii, and everywhere. Bryce from Southern California. Kirby, a national recruiter now at Georgia, and Georgia's got great high school football. How much pressure used to be on the Texas coach to recruit Texas high school kids because Texas high school football is so big here?
Yeah.
Was there ever a point where pressure was on the Texas head coach to get 25 guys from the Texas high school ranks, or can you be a national recruiter at Texas and not have to take all Texas kids?
Well, during my time playing at Texas, that's what it was. Mac Brown literally wanted to fill his roster with Texas players. Not saying it was the right approach or the wrong approach, but that was just how he did things. And he was very successful in the early and mid and late 2000s as they won a national championship, went back to a national championship, won several Big 12 two Big 12 championships in that time frame. But then times change, and you start to see why they changed, and you see people picking from here, 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 here. And if you got the brand to go along with it, the people that you just named, they've shown what they can do whenever they go find that talent from all across the country and sometimes even outside of the mainland. And case in point, Tua Tagovailoa, like you mentioned, has had tremendous success since he was at Alabama and now in the NFL. So I look at that kind of protocol, that type of success, that process that was put into place of people that have been successful, and I see Steve Sarkisian doing the exact same thing, right? They all fall underneath a similar tree or the same tree underneath the Saban tree, and that's what's proven successful. Xavier Worthy,
right,
number one or first round draft pick going to the Kansas City Chiefs. That was the first big recruit flip that Sark brought in. He was originally committed to Michigan. Sark came in, and I want to say it was December. Don't give me the exact date. I can't remember the exact date.
No, that's okay.
Like December 20th or December 21st.
Damn, if Michigan would have had Xavier Worthy.
Ooh, could you imagine? Him and Coleman Wilson? Oh, my goodness. But Sark gets announced as the Texas head coach in late December. And the first thing he made a point to prove was to be able to bring in guys that he thought fits his system very well. So he went to California. He knows California very well. He recruited Xavier Worthy at a different location. Now he had the opportunity to bring him with them at Texas. And we see what happens whenever you go get guys that you like and know can produce well, in your system or can fit what you try to do, even though they're not a part of the state or grew up in the state that you're currently in, if they can play ball and you can get them to execute at that level, then they will help you win games. And we see Xavier Worthy do that. So that's just a small snippet of Steve Sarkisian kind of bucking the trend about the University of Texas and having to recruit.
You were a very good running back. You played in the league for years, but you were an elite returner at Texas. Go back to high school. Like, I can't even imagine some of the things you could have done on special teams in high school. I mean, were there games where they just didn't kick to you? How did that work? I mean, how many return touchdowns did you have, whether it was punt returns or kickoff returns?
It's funny you say that because I didn't play special teams in high school.
How's that impossible?
Our coaches was very strict on preserving the longevity of me, the starting running back at the time. I played varsity football since I was a sophomore, and I was the starting tailback. And so coach said, starting tailback, you're not going in unless it's some sort of emergency or it's a do or die situation.
Well, damn, how good was your punt and kick return?
We had some really good ones. I'm not going to lie. I grew up in Pearland, the big 5A at the time. It was the biggest division. We had guys from all over that played well, did well. People go to Oklahoma State. People went to Oklahoma, North Texas. We had some big D1 prospects. So I didn't necessarily have to return kicks in order for us to have success, but he wanted me more fresh for the offensive reps that I was taking because I was getting workload in high school. I was getting 30, 35 carries sometimes. And so
Mac didn't care, did he?
Mac did not, but I didn't start there. My only year that I returned kicks was my senior year. I didn't return kicks all the time. Whenever I first started, even on kickoff return, I was a front line guy. My redshirt freshman year, my redshirt sophomore year. So I wasn't even the returner because I hadn't shown that I did it in high school.
So how many did you have your senior year?
Only 2.
Okay.
So only 2. My career was cut short whenever I hurt myself in Missouri, tore my knee up, and that ended my college career. But that's whenever I got to experience teams strategically kicking the ball away from me. And it was my first kickoff return was in the Red River Rivalry game against Oklahoma. Took it back 100 yards. Funny story, I was the off returner. DJ Monroe, who actually holds the record for the most return kickoffs in Texas football history, was the primary returner. I was back there as the secondary returner because I was running back a little bit bigger, more physical, to be able to seal off the back edge. And so I was just there as a body to help block for the guy that has the record. They kick the ball directionally towards me. I catch it. I know what to do whenever the ball is in my hand, so I find my opening crease and I take it to the house. After that game, Coach Brown was like, hey, we want to put you as the main returner and see what happens. And so I get back there again. The following week, we were playing against Oklahoma State. They kick it deep to me. I return that one back. And so ever since that moment, Mac Brown was like, all right, we're leaving you there. That is your spot. And that's where we want to hope to see you continue to have success. And so after those 2 kickoff returns, teams would actually just kick away from me or try to disguise what they were doing, or they would do the sky kick or the squib kick. And that's whenever I started understanding how dangerous this position could be if you can provide that type of assistance or put your team in good field position on returns. And I'm a huge Devin Hester fan. I love watching him. So I tried to do what he did. That's really what it gave
Best ever, man.
Fozzy Whittaker is with us. Texas great Sirius XM. You'll be doing some work with the SEC Network too, right?
I will be.
Yeah.
I will be. Yes,
so
sir.
you'll see them on the SEC Network as they are now part of the Southeastern Conference. You mentioned Pearland High School, Houston area.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, we're all Alabama guys. We grew up in the state of Alabama. High school football is big, but you hear the legends of high school football in the state of Texas. What was it like? And you guys were really good. I think did you win the state championship?
We went to the semifinals.
Okay.
State semifinals. It was held at Kyle Field.
All right.
Oh, was it?
Oh, I always thought it was at Cowboy Stadium.
Yeah. Well, the championship.
Championship. Okay, so this was the semifinal.
So
My
this
bad.
was the semifinals.
Okay.
Held at Kyle Field. And this was 2006.
Okay.
Lost 35-32 to Austin Westlake. I'm not sure if you all familiar with that, but they produced Drew Brees.
Mm-hmm.
They produced Nick Foles. Nick Foles was the quarterback I was playing against.
Oh, wow. NFL running back versus NFL quarterback.
35-32. I'm still mad at Nick. I can also say I lost to an NFL Super Bowl MVP.
That's right.
So that kind of worked out in my favor. Justin Tucker was their kicker.
Oh, wow.
So I lost to the best kicker in the history of the NFL.
Was he that that good in high school as well?
Jay Tuck was the man.
Get across midfield, you're good, right?
Yeah, I mean, that guy's.
He was a junior at the time, so me and Nick Foles are a year older, but Jay Tuck still, man, he freaking. Funny story about that game. I know I got a lot of side stories.
Please, we love side stories.
We're playing them. I told you I didn't return kicks in high school unless it was an emergency situation. That game was an emergency situation because last game of the year, we got to win. We go home, put it all out. I get back there because we're down, I want to say, so 32, it was 25. So it's 25-35. We needed to score a touchdown, and then we needed to get an onside kick. So coach puts me back after they just went up. This fourth quarter, Justin kicks the ball to me. I'm taking it back. Boom, boom, boom. I'm trying to break tackles. I'm running as fast as I can, man. I break through the original front line, and, man, I'm on, like, the 30-yard line, and Jay Tuck finally pulls me down. And, like, if I was able to break that tackle, I would have scored my first returning touchdown, but Jay Tuck always reminds me he was the one that brought me down on that kickoff.
Now, was it what we call a horse collar now? Did he drag the horse collar?
He had assistance. It wasn't a solo tackle.
Okay.
Don't let him tell you that.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it seems like, the movie Friday Night Lights, the series, I don't know if you ever watched it. I don't know if that is anything at all like the way it is.
Absolutely.
Of course, that's Perryman. Or is that the
Odessa
name?
Permian?
Odessa Permian, yeah. Odessa Permian.
Mojo. It is actually very similar. In Pearland, where I grew up, it's a smaller suburb of Houston. So if you go right down 288, that's where you can find Pearland. But on Friday nights, it's truly the only thing that matters in the city. And you have the full community. It's just like if you go to the University of Texas game or if you go to A&M game. It's just a smaller version of that. Same way at Alabama, right? Bryant Denny, I'm sure, is rocking on Saturdays, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
You take it to the high school level, it's that just mini environment full of Pearland Oilers or wherever you went to, Austin, Westlake, same type of culture and tradition. Duncanville High School right now, they're one of the top schools in the country. They've won state for the past 3 years. The atmosphere is incredible. Allen High School, which is not too far from here, probably about 30
I've seen their stadium. It's incredible.
It's as big
I've
as,
seen it online.
as a small college stadium.
Oh, gosh, yes. It looks like a whole 30,000.
They almost have 7,000 people enrolled in that school. Like they're like a mini North Texas.
7,000 in high school.
That's crazy.
But don't they do that in Texas a lot to keep from breaking the schools up? Like they keep it together to make the football team better, right?
They try to do that. They won't say that, right?
Well, but that's 100% what they're doing.
It's for them to be able to have a more successful team. Hopefully you be able to bring in more people, which ultimately brings in more talent. You have a giant pool. But yeah, Texas football is absolutely everything for high school, college, and professional sports. And it is truly really like Friday Night Lights. Like as soon as 7 o'clock rolls around on Friday, if you're not at a high school football game, what are you really doing with your life?
So you played, though, at the highest level from high school to Texas to playing in Super Bowl 50 with the Carolina Panthers. How surreal was that moment? Because you guys had a great regular season. Cam won the MVP, and then you go out, and on the other side is Peyton Manning, one of the all-time legends.
That was awesome. It was.
I know the result wasn't great for you guys,
right. And
but just being in that situation has got to be awesome.
It was really cool. Thanks for reminding me. I lost a national championship. Also lost the Super Bowl and the state semifinals.
Yeah, there you go.
My wife always tells me I'm the biggest loser because I've always made it to the big stage and just haven't been able to cross that finish line. But ultimately, that atmosphere, that experience was really cool, right? I was warming up on the field right before Lady Gaga sung the national anthem. And it's like, man, this is what I watch on TV. I was having flashbacks during that time frame, thinking about the young kids that's watching me in that moment, because that's where I was 20 years ago. And it was like, man, I used to grow up literally striving and wanting to do everything that all those NFL players that played in the Super Bowl did. And it's like, I get that moment. I get that opportunity. And I jokingly say I'm the biggest loser, or my wife calls me that. But how many people are fortunate enough to play in the national championship? How many people are fortunate enough? I think the greatest running back of all time, Barry Sanders, in my opinion, never sniffed a conference championship game, never sniffed a Super Bowl game. And it's like, this dude was talented beyond everybody's belief. and he was doing things that shouldn't be done, quite frankly, that a human body isn't able to do. And he never got to a Super Bowl championship game. And I myself, nowhere near on the level that Barry Sanders was able to experience that and really relish in that moment and take it all in. And I never take that moment for granted. But it was very surreal, basically realizing my dreams had finally come true. And you take that snapshot while I'm looking up. Levi Stadium is where we played at. Man, I'm looking at the stands. I'm seeing everybody. I see James Harden, Russell Westbrook. I see Will Ferrell in the stands. Like, you start seeing all these random celebrities, and then, man, it's like a switch flips. Like, boom. All right, it's go time. I've took it in. Now it's time for me to get ready and actually go play the game that I truly love. And after that, man, it was all about ball from there. But it was a surreal moment being able to take it all in and understand one of my dreams had been achieved, and I was able to check that off the bucket list.
Notice Texas guy went Barry Sanders over Emmitt Smith. That's always the debate. That's always the debate, Barry or Emmitt, and you went Barry.
But you played more like Barry, didn't you?
I was more similar to Barry Sanders style.
You give Barry Sanders Emmitt Smith's offensive line, it would have been unfair.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Unfair.
Now, I never want to take away from what Emmitt.
Oh,
did.
Emmitt was tremendous.
Emmitt was an absolute dog. He was a beat. I don't know if I could say dog since Georgia is a true rival, but he was a beast. Let me say that. And I don't want to take away from either one of them, but I just grew up and watching Barry. At Oklahoma State, and it was like, whoa. What is he doing?
Yeah.
What is he doing? And I wasn't alive while he was doing it, like old enough to actually look at how his game actually played out. But whenever I was growing up and watching the film, seeing him at Detroit, man, it was truly amazing and something special that he was able to put together.
Well, because you brought it up, the national championship. If Colt McCoy doesn't go down, what happens?
Texas wins.
Oh, come on.
Nick Saban dynasty doesn't start.
No, we did. It was at Chip Brown that we had on, and he was telling the story about Mac Brown.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I I forgot who asked the question.
I think Dennis Dodd. Huh?
Oh, I thought Chip did.
No, I think Dennis Dodd said, well, you'll never know. When he was Mac Brown's walking off the stage that night after the postgame press conference, says, well, coach, you'll never know.
Right.
And what was it Mac Brown said?
He got really, really fired. He was like, we would have won going away. Something like
we'd
that.
have run him off the field. We'd have run him off the field. We'd have won it going away.
He was adamant. And our game plan was very good. We felt very confident. We felt like
you were going to try to throw it all over the yard?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We saw what Utah was able to do, and that was part of the pivotal process of cultivating what we wanted done. And so Greg Davis was the offensive coordinator who said, okay, well, if Utah had this type of success, we're going to try to put them in space and we're going to try to make them run with
that
what
was
we
a
do.
year earlier, though.
Exactly. But they wanted to use they wanted to use the same game plan because they saw how it hurt them. And so that's what they predicated their game plan off of, or our game plan off of, and wanted to do that. I mean, Garrett, who was a freshman, you go back to the tape, and it seems like so far ago it was, man. I had some kids tell me they weren't even alive.
Oh, God.
I was like, oh, my gosh, right?
We were doing a show together at that game.
Oh, my goodness. But Garrett Gilbert was able to bring us within 3 on one of those drives. It's 8 minutes left in the game, and it was 24-21. He was a true freshman. He had already thrown 2 picks at that point. So we didn't play a clean game, and I'm not saying Alabama was not a good team. It was a great team, honestly. But we just felt like if we had the veteran leadership of Colt McCoy, if we had the same connections that Garrett was able to make on some of those throws, and Colt would have been able to open up our offensive game plan a little bit more, it might have been a different result. I don't know truly, right? We all can speculate, but it would have been a different result.
Oh, wait, now you're back in it's might now. Okay, I'll allow a might now.
What was more painful, though, that loss or the Super Bowl?
Gosh. Lance just keeps digging.
It's really that one.
Yeah.
Because we weren't full strength. Super Bowl, we at least were full strength. Like, we had everybody at our disposal. We were able to give it our all, and we weren't able to come away with it. You can live with that because you don't expect to win everyone. You want to, but in reality, like, you won't be able to win everyone. You expect to win. You prepare to win, but you won't win every single one. If you don't have your starting quarterback, who was up for the Heisman, just set the record for most wins in the NCAA ever in the history, that's a big deal. And that's the one, like, if we could have that back, at least I would know we were at full strength versus at the Super Bowl, like I said, we were able to give it all that we had. And that's just what we had that day.
Show being brought to you by our friends, all of our coverage out here by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, promo code next round. Tell us about them, Brownie.
Yeah, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, promo code next round. Get you that nice sign-on bonus, great VIP and customer loyalty program. MyBookie.ag, code next round. We're not taking too much of your time, are you?
No,
Okay.
I'm done for the day.
Oh, okay, I didn't cover that.
However long y'all need me.
Well,
we got about eight more minutes.
8 more minutes.
I want to ask you before they continue some questions to allow you to believe Texas would beat Alabama for the national championship. You're going to the SEC network. You'll be doing a little work there. Is it like going to camp? Do they try to bring you in there and start working with chemistry before you start doing that here with the guys? What do you do?
So some of the things, I don't even know my full schedule. Let me begin with that. So I'm not quite sure what games I'll be calling because I'll do some studio work,
right,
which will cover the landscape of college football, not necessarily just a part of SEC network.
Right.
So I'll be covering different conferences, some games.
Okay.
And then some games I'll be on doing studio work with the SEC network. So
Okay.
I don't know when that will happen. But I've already built up some of the chemistry. Obviously, Roman and I know each other from our playing days. I played against them in New Orleans and then obviously played with them in Carolina. Dari and I, who's currently on there as well. He's an Oklahoma guy, so we jab back and forth, but we've been able to build some chemistry because we both work together on Sirius XM as well. Same way with Peter Burns and Chris Doring and Alyssa Lang. So all of those people I have a little bit of chemistry with because we do radio together. From the TV aspect, I'm hoping we can generate that chemistry sooner rather than later. I just don't know quite yet, but at the beginning of August, we all fly up to Bristol for the ESPN seminar, and I'll be able to get hopefully some cohesion and get a better understanding of what to expect for this upcoming season.
That's exciting. You'll see Fozzy Whittaker on the SEC Network and ESPN throughout the year. I'm curious. You mentioned, Barry Sanders college highlights. You were a teammate of Cam Newton, but you're younger than Cam. Did you see him at Auburn? Did you watch him at Auburn before you were teammates?
We're same age.
Same age. Okay, I thought you were
Cam and
younger.
I are in the same class. But absolutely.
So you watched him at Auburn?
Yes, absolutely.
That was insane.
Absolutely.
It's like
impressive.
I mean, obviously it was in our state, so we saw it.
Yes.
You saw him do things I've never seen quarterbacks do.
Yeah, and it's obviously him putting that on display. I saw him at Blinn.
Was he that way at Blinn Junior College?
He was even better at Blinn.
All right. Well, I mean,
because the level of competition.
But
so he stood out even more.
Yeah. I mean, I can't remember how heavily recruited he was. I know Auburn ended up getting him, but there are stories that Auburn was sort of iffy on him too.
Yeah. Well, that more so dealt with the character issues, which
right?
Is why he obviously had to leave Florida, and
right.
There were question marks here and there. And then you go to the JUCO, he kind of reinvents himself. They win a national championship with him at the helm as well. But Cam Newton showcased who he was and the maturity level that he was able to possess. And by the time he got to Auburn, he was a completely different person. And I'm not saying that his character was bad or whatever the case may be. We all been young. We've all made mistakes. He grew from that and learned from it and then turned into this great human being that we saw him whenever he was with Auburn. Man, he did some of the things that you talk about Superman and doing all that. He was actually Clark Kent.
And I always point out, Urban Meyer had it set up that he was going to go from Tim Tebow to Cam Newton. Think about that.
Yes.
I mean, he had it set up to be so good at Florida.
Absolutely.
To go from Tim Tebow to Cam Newton. What he could have done, he was phenomenal in Auburn's offense, but what he could have done in Urban Meyer's offense would have been tremendous.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cam is a special guy, right? And I'm sure you all have probably seen some of the things that he said over his NFL career and even on his own media channel right now, 4th and Inches. 4th and 1, I'm sorry. He's doing a ton of great work with his own company. But what makes Cam so special and unique is he's a genuine person. Being around him in the locker room is completely different sometimes than what the media portrayed him to be or some of the things that he said to the media. And I think he gets cast in a bad light quite often because some of the things or how he dresses is very polarizing.
Right.
But Cam truly cares about his teammates and he cares about his team. I spent 5 years with him. He got a nickname for everybody. He's one of the funniest.
What do he call you?
I was Boucher. Boucher. I was Boucher, and I'm gonna tell you that story. We got how much time?
We got time.
We got time. 4 minutes, right? Okay.
Tell it.
It's very quick. But I was once I got cut, I was released from the Cleveland Browns, and this was before I got picked up by the Carolina Panthers. I come in for training camp to do a workout. Me and another running back, Tyler Gaffney, was a 6th-round pick for them. He ended up tearing his ACL, draft pick from Stanford. So he was on injured reserve. They needed to fill another guy for training camp. So they brought in 2 running backs, myself and another guy. We duke it out in the workout. The coach says, hey, we want the little fast one. That's what he told me. I want the little fast one. So I ended up signing a contract, and I get picked up. And the first day after I worked out and I'm getting my locker ready, and I go and get ready to eat lunch with the rest of the team and get introduced to my teammates, I get introduced to Cam Newton, and the guy that I was with was like, hey, Cam, this is Fozzy. And Cam heard Bobby. So he was like, Bobby, like Boucher. And I was like, no, Fozzy. He was like, nah, your nickname Boucher. and so ever since that moment, Cam has always called me Boucher because he thought my first name was Bobby.
That is hilarious. Yeah.
So he called me Boucher.
Where did the name Fozzy come from?
It's actually my brother, my oldest brother, was the one that started calling me Fozzy because my real name, Fozwitt, was troublesome for people to say whenever I was at the age of 5 or 6, whenever I was in elementary early. And because of the difficulty that some people had saying it or seeing it spelled and couldn't pronounce it, he was just like, I'm gonna start calling you Fozzy. And ever since 1st grade, Fozzy has stuck as like what I go by, my alias all the time now.
Did anybody call you Fozwitt?
My mama.
That's pretty good.
Hey, real quickly, Texas this year.
Yes.
I mean, we started off talking about that. If I say Texas makes it to the semi, this may ring true to you. May relate to this. If Texas makes it to the semifinals, but doesn't get to the championship game, is that a successful year? First year in the SEC, not a national champion, not a national championship loss in the semifinals. Is that a successful year for Texas? Because I have that feeling they feel like with Quinn and that team that it's almost national championship or bust.
I think it still would be a successful season. Number one, whenever I first talked about Texas and the experiences that I went through, Texas went through some lean times.
Yep.
And being able to be a semifinalist for the national championship, in my opinion, that number one shows the growth. Number two, that shows a small semblance of sustainability. And then number three, it's where Texas hadn't necessarily been in the past, right? You did it last year, but can you replicate that success again?
In a new league.
In a new league that's going to be a lot tougher than the schedule that they saw a year ago. So I truly believe that would be a successful season. Obviously, Steve Sarkisian and the rest of that crew are gunning for a national championship and want to win a national championship. But from my perspective, if you make it to the semifinals, I think that still proves a winning season because you're building a culture and a winning, stable opportunity for these young kids to be able to see what it's like to be successful at the University of Texas.
I'm the Dari of the show. I'm the worst athlete up here, but we've got a parting gift that you'll get, and then we want to see your talents on the bucket here.
Okay.
Darby won the home run derby, don't
No, Darby won the just making contact.
Oh, making contact.
Okay.
Making contact derby.
Just grab one. Can't go wrong.
Going in the middle.
Going in the middle. All right, let's see what you got. Says everybody walks away a winner, but somebody walks away a bigger winner.
Olive Garden, yes.
Brand
sticks on deck. Yes, sir.
Okay, walk it back here with me, Fozzy.
Okay, that cord will work.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, wait. So here is one. There
What
must
we
be
got?
one in the bucket. No, it's
Okay.
behind you, right to your left, Forster.
That means it already knows where it's going if it's in the bucket. Okay.
Yeah, right there.
So I got to make any bucket or the bucket with the.
Nope.
No, so they've all got an envelope.
Okay.
Let me make sure.
we
They've
should-
all got
say
an
we sure that-
envelope.
The front one may not.
It's this one doesn't.
Brandon Marcello's.
Which one does not?
If you make it, I'll get you an envelope.
All right.
So don't worry. There's going to be there.
Okay.
There'll be an envelope for you.
Here we go.
Oh, basketball.
Yeah, there's one.
There's one.
Wait, do I need to do a different bucket or same bucket?
Do a different
bucket, yeah.
All right, different bucket.
Okay, let's see what you
We
got.
got one bucket, though.
Beautiful shot at the start.
All right, here we go.
What was the last pool? 50?
We had a 50 and a 20. Somebody hit 2.
That was
50. Olive Korn. Coming back on your show tomorrow.
And that is our show today, man. We appreciate the time, and we appreciate everybody watching us. Thanks to mybookie.ag. We're back with you again live tomorrow at 12 noon. 12 noon tomorrow till 4. It's Auburn Day tomorrow. Hugh Freeze will be on the show tomorrow. We look forward to talking to the Auburn coach. Don't forget the Meltdown is live 6 o'clock, their specialty time this week. And then we're all back together coming up back in Birmingham Monday at our usual time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.